Okay, so we begin with the refuge and bodhicitta. When we're reciting this refuge and bodhicitta, the rhythm is slow and well-paced. If you imagine you're out in the middle of a vast ocean, and the waves are rising and going down. They're not breaking, there's no storm. It's just this swell of movement, of sound. Because as you're saying this, you want to feel the breath is coming up through you. And as it enters into the voice box, the tightening and releasing there produces this rich variety of sound. The breath coming up is like the water in the ocean, and it takes on these different forms as the waves rise and fall, rise and fall. We're not in a hurry to get anywhere. It's to experience directly our embodiment as it manifests in sound and meaning, and in particular the opening of the heart. So give yourself plenty of time. Another way of seeing it is that you're like a giant eagle flying in the sky and the wind is supporting your waves. So without making effort, you're just moving across this infinite space. The semantic content is not so important. The main thing is that we are returned to ourselves again and again. Okay, so we enter into the text, and then we'll do some more practice. So he's now going through a listing of points where we can become confused, points where we can lose our sense of direction. So he was saying before, the error is not understanding the real meaning. The real meaning is emptiness. When you're looking for your mind, you're looking for emptiness, which you won't find. So as we looked yesterday, this means to relax into the openness that is there. Looking there and searching here are not needed. Simply remain on the mind, which is looking there and searching here. Whenever that's the second paragraph on page 125, at the end. It simply means whatever is happening, don't be happy if you have good thoughts, don't be sad if you have bad thoughts. Stay with the one who is aware that there are thoughts. He's going to say this in many different ways. Some great meditators do not let their minds remain on thoughts if there are thoughts, and no thoughts if there are no thoughts. So we looked at that yesterday. Whatever is coming, we stay with that. That's why when we do this Refuge and Bodhicitta, we do it very slowly. We want to get used to the sense that life is happening through us, as is always the case anyway. But the kind of metacognition of our interpretation that I am the agent, I am the one who makes things happen, is like a distraction. It's like a wind blowing across the waves and stirring up the frothy edge of them. So, however the mind is, let it be like that. If you enter into judgment, you just like the wind does it, you suddenly get the spume, this we say in English, horses racing across the tops of the waves as they break open. And then you get this diversification into lots of droplets of water, and our mind shoots off in lots of thoughts and feelings. But if you just stay with the mind as it is, without judging, the wave goes back. The thought goes on, and you find that you're open. Some great meditators do not believe in their mind that their mind's nature is emptiness. They think it is, and then they think it isn't, and they create many doubts. This is the error of not understanding the actuality of the mind. There is no need for doubts. Your own mind has been empty from the very beginning. So simply remain in that state of emptiness. If doubts arise, simply remain exactly on the doubts. So, on a relative level, we've often used the example that since you woke up this morning, you've had many, many different thoughts and feelings. These have come and gone. You know for yourself that the content of your mind is changing all the time. Even when you decide, I'm going to sit and watch my breath, I'm going to have a definite content of my mind, you can't do it. Because your mind wanders off here, there, and everywhere. Something else arrives. So we know there is no substance in our mind. It is a receptacle or a stage on which things are arising. Well, we might think, but the stage is made up of boards of wood. That's what the actors are standing on. There must be some basis to this mind. So, yesterday we were looking at these 5 questions. What is the shape of the mind? The color? Where does it stay? If you see that, if you look for yourself, it's not a dogmatic belief, then you see this stage is space itself. There is no fixed content in the mind, And the mind itself is not a thing that can be grasped. This is something you have direct access to. Looking at that, seeing through the practice, will be much better for you than to read lots of books on Buddhist philosophy, because then you will get lots of ideas about how the mind is, and some books will say this and some books will say that. You read the Prasangika view, then you read the Yogacara view, everything is empty, everything is the mind. You get very confused. What will I believe? In this practice, you don't have to believe anything. You just have to look until you see. And as you look, thoughts will arise and say, trust me, believe me. You want a one-night stand. I'm getting a bit old for that. So, if I want to sleep with you, I want you to be there in the morning. Thought, will you do that? Just kiss me, hold me. But will you be there in the morning? Gone. Yeah.
Question to this last sentence. I expected to read just to remain exactly with the one who have the doubts.
Yeah.
Not with the doubts.
Well,
It's a difference to other things. So normally the text says
yeah.
you have to stay with the one who has the doubts.
Yeah. Well, whether you stay, as it were, on the subject or the object, if you stay on the object, the subject is there.
Okay.
And what is the nature of the subject? It's the mind.
Okay.
So, what am I doing here? What is meditation? Why is my mind like this? When thoughts like that arise, is it really empty? If you just stay with that thought, the thought will go. Who is left?
Okay.
The presence is left. What is this presence? You have to be the presence. You are the presence already. If you go into interpretation after interpretation, it becomes very spread out. Okay? Mm-hmm.
When we were doing the meditation yesterday, I had the feel. I mean, I haven't done much of this kind of meditation, but I had the feeling that the experience is with the object. So then, there's like each. I was focusing more on physical sensations, but it's like my experience of the sensation is there where the sensation is, somehow at a distance, always. But then so is the space the kind of in between all these sensations?
No, the space is the medium in which everything is arising.
So then it doesn't seem to have a center.
It has no center.
But then why am I experiencing it if I'm observing these things at a distance from the center?
Because that's our familiar positioning. That's us looking from our conscious sense of a separate entity at something. We are very deeply habituated to have the sense of I am looking at the world. Like now I am sitting here looking at you over there. So this is very, very familiar.
I don't see how else it could be.
Well, that's why we do the practice. That's why we do the practice. Because while I'm sitting here looking at you, I'm also aware of the room. So there is a panoramic awareness within which a particular figural movement is occurring. And in that panoramic awareness, my sense of me here and you there is contained. So the field of experience includes the movements of experience. And the field of experience is empty of inherent self-nature. That's what it's meaning. And it's revealed to us as it is. So the fact that I see you there only becomes separation if I imagine that I'm in here somewhere. And that's our usual self-referential interpretation. So what the text is saying, don't follow that interpretation. Don't push it away, but don't follow the logic of it, because that's very familiar. Just look and see if the sense, I am here in my body, in my brain, What is that? What is the status of that? That's a thought structure, and it vanishes. So it's staying with that dissolving of all conceptual elaborations, which opens the space of awareness. But as long as we stay inside the conceptual elaboration, we return to our familiar way of understanding things.
But it seems to me that I have a perception of you being out there. It's not like thinking, oh, I'm in here and you're out there. No, I don't think that much.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, there's a distance between us, and I'm not where you are. I mean, my vision, okay, you are, my sight of you is over there.
Yeah.
So in a way, I am where you are.
Yeah.
But this is animal, but if I stop thinking, it's not that I'm suddenly in your body.
Exactly.
Unless I'm
Exactly, yeah. It's not homogenization. It's not all put into a blender. The precise particularity of every event, every shape is still there. But it's there in its just givenness as being there. So this basic space of the mind is called, in Sanskrit, the Dharma Dhatu, the space or the openness within which all dharmas, all phenomena appear. And from where you are at the moment, I look this way. But if you were sitting over there, you would have a different view. So the particularized take is always situated in our positioning inside the field. And as we move in the field, new vistas, new visions open up. So our perception is relative to our positioning, but it's a perception inside a field. So what is arising is an experience. It's not an experience of a real person. I tell myself that interpretation. But if I'm just looking, there is an appearance. You appear for me as an experience that I have. It doesn't mean you are an illusion in my mind, that you are just illusion. Something is there. But my only way of accessing you is through my experience. Whatever you are for you, I will never know. Whatever I am for me, you will never know. Because the limit of our world is experience. That's why all the Buddhist texts say the mind is chief. What we have is experienced through the mind. The imagination that we would get to a truly existing object out there, which is the goal of modern science, is from the Buddhist point of view an impossibility. Because our world is interpretive.
Okay, so there's no little homunculus in here but me, but I have a center of my perspective or a point in space and time from where I look, from where this looking happens.
Yeah. And that sight is itself arising and passing due to causes and circumstances. For whatever reason, you've washed up here on a Saturday morning and you're sitting there, and this is what's happening now, and after a while something else will be happening. And that's the co-creation or the co-emergence of the world of subject and object. And we, having this kind of embodiment, because we're not cows or flies or mosquitoes, we have this kind of experience, which is mediated through our sense organs and our cognitive capacity and so on. And so the world is revealed in this particular way. If we were a dog or a cat coming into this room, I imagine our perception of the room would be very different. We'd be led by a sense of smell. And we'd be searching out particular things that were relevant for us. So all creatures are editing the world in terms of gain and loss. When a mosquito flies in, it feels the heat in the air and it can sense the chemicals given off by the body, and it sees a source of food, of blood. We don't have that kind of experience. So the fact that in a sense defines how a mosquito operates is a pattern of experience arising due to causes and conditions but there is no essence to it. It's a compounded phenomena existing for a while, which then dissolves just as we are. But what we have as human beings at this moment, we have the opportunity to look at the process of the arising and passing of the formations, which we normally take to be given, to be inherently true. That's what we're putting into question. Okay, so then he says, some great meditators do not look at the mind that is recollecting. They look instead at the misleading objects of recollection, such as earth or stones. There are many who do this. By doing this, the pure view is not gained, for they have the view of dualism, subject and object. Look by remaining on the recollector. So, recollection here is meaning how we make a compositional interpretation of what's going on. So I can say, here in my hand is a green bottle containing water. As an object, we're all familiar with this, so it makes sense to us if I say that. In my hand is a green bottle containing water. This is the object. That's our normal focus of attention. So what he's saying is, in that moment of the recollection, this is a green bottle, who is the recollector? Who is the one who is experiencing the convergence of memories, language, the normality of the situation, that in a room like this, having a bottle of water is not an uncommon thing. So there's a kind of normality or certainty that, oh yes, indeed, James is holding a bottle of water. Each of us can see this. In the moment that you see it and believe it, who is the one seeing and believing? That's really what he's saying. Stay, don't go into the subject who is able to develop thoughts about that, because then what you do is you use the perception of the bottle of water to reassure yourself that Dr. Alzheimer hasn't arrived yet. I still know what's going on. Oh, thank God for that. So there is a reassurance in the feedback looping that I can see what is there, and I can do it in a way which is similar to the way other people do it, so I'm still normal. And that's the cogitation, the mental activity normal to our ego, always seeking to work out, where am I doing okay, am I fitting in, is there trouble ahead? So what he's saying again is, when that arises, don't go down that pathway. You don't have to block these interpretive thoughts, but whenever they arise, stay with the thinker, stay with the recollector, stay on the point of the one who is knowing as capacity, not going into the content. So, back with our familiar example, the experience James is holding this green bottle is like a reflection arising in the mirror of your mind. You can have further reflections about the reflection. That is to say, you have mental reflections, your thoughts and feelings and so on, in relation to the bottle. But these are only arising because of the clarity of the mirror-like mind. Stay with that clarity. That is the point in this practice. It's not whether we know, what is the chemical formula for glass. That kind of information about what is here is not relevant. We're not thinking about something. We're looking at the basis for the arising of the thoughts that there is something there. which is the mind itself.
Why does he call it recollection and a recollector? Is it not an observer? Or?
Because Tibetans have lots and lots of words for these. It means dremba, which means it's the same as mindfulness. So if you're paying attention, if you're being mindful of something, you're registering this is happening. So you might get into the details of what's happening. In that very moment, it looks as if it's the movement of your intelligence which is illuminating what's going on. But actually, it's the clarity of the mind itself which is more important. So, an example of this would be, if you go out on a full moon night, you can experience the light of the moon. Some seasons of the year, when the sky is clear, you can read a book by the light of the moon. How beautiful that the light should come from the moon. How generous she is. How calm and peaceful is the light of the moon. But the moon is a thief. The moon has taken the light of the sun and pretends it's hers. So, the light of our intelligence, of our consciousness, is a light which is illuminated by the light of the mind. Rigpa, our awareness, is like the sun. It's the primary source of illumination. And all the other aspects of illumination are arising as the reflections of the light that's coming from that awareness. Amazing. So, from that point of view, if you do the practice of not getting involved in thoughts, your thoughts will be brighter. And if you attend to developing lots of thoughts, you end up in this forest, this morass of different ideas and opinions and all the rest of it. The true light is the light of the mind itself. So, then he says, some great meditators, top of page 126, some great meditators do not abide in the inseparability of appearance and mind, but go chasing after appearances instead. That is not the pure view. It is the view of dualistic experience. Do not follow appearances outside. Do not pull the self inside. Maintain the inseparability of appearance and mind. Now, this is very important for us because it's one thing to have a little bit of openness when you're sitting in the meditation practice, but as soon as you get up, there are many invitations to see the world in dualistic forms. Somebody is talking to us, we're aware of the patterning of their mind and so on, and we enter into judgment about that or try to find a way to communicate with them. And in that moment, it's as if I am inside looking outside at an object which is truly separate from me. This is very familiar. We have been in this paradigm of duality for a long time. So what he's saying is, don't identify with the subject, because if you look, you will see that the subject is actually a subject formation arising with this pattern at this moment in time, and it will vanish very soon. So while you're talking to someone, you have your thoughts about what you might say or what's going on. And while you're caught up in that, subject and object seem real. But if you stop and you track it back, oh, that was just something arising. For example, sometimes in the training of psychotherapists, we video the interaction that's going on when they're doing some practice session with another trainee, and then they replay the video, and the person who was the therapist can stop it at any time and then they do, they call a process recall, that they try to understand what were the factors that led them to say that particular thing at that time. Well, why did I say that? Huh? Because afterwards you can't quite get back into the place that it came from. This is exactly our life. We are situated in a moment, and due to that particular configuration, that particular bringing together of circumstances, this happens, then that happens. What we were speaking was the truth of our shaping, but that's not an eternal shape. It's not an intrinsic shape. It was just a circumstantial shaping, which is what compassion really is, that the more we trust that our shaping can actually come into formation through real contact with another person, we're more likely to be with them. And if we hold on to some image of our shape, we hold ourselves apart. So that's what he's saying. Don't hold yourself apart as the subject. In terms of, well, this is me, and this is how I think, and this is what I have to do, because that's an illusion. If you were to actually video yourself, you would see that what you think about what you're up to and what you actually do is very, very different. There are many, many videos like that that you can look at from psychology training. They're probably available on the internet, especially videos of group discussions where you have a group of people sitting in a circle and they're filmed for 2 hours. And you can see they haven't a clue what they're doing. Especially people really don't recognize body mimicking. Somebody goes like that, next minute half the group are sitting like this. So we are caught up, we're entrained in these kind of movements. It's not wrong or bad, it's not something to be avoided. But just as I was suggesting for the chanting, it's being aware of these great waves of experience. One moment we're like this, then we're like that. This is it. This is how it is. So being present in the movement and seeing movement as movement rather than trying to reify it or fix it as being something, then we have much more contact. Which is why he's saying, don't split it into separate domains and then, as the subject, try to make sense of the object by thinking about it. That's going to cut you off from the actual unfolding of your experience. Some great meditators do not rest in their own place, but look at whatever thoughts arise, like a cat waiting expectantly for a mouse. If thoughts arise, stay on the arising, and if thoughts don't arise, stay on the non-arising. The reason that this is difficult is, as we've looked before, our ego formation rests on our consciousness. And consciousness in this sense, in the Tibetan language it's called Nampa Shepa. Shepa means to know, and Nampa indicates a form or a shape. So consciousness is the knowledge of shapes, the knowledge of forms. And you can see this as with small children, as they grow up, they start to accumulate information. That is to say, the information comes into them and they are informed. They are formed on the inside by these facts or ideas about the world. And gradually building up an accumulation of this, they have a confidence to talk about different things. So this is the constructed sense of self. So, according to the Buddhist idea anyway, the 5 sense consciousnesses and mental consciousness itself are not self-existing. They come into existence in a conversation with the object. if there is no object, they are quiescent. So we're sitting in here, and we might have no sense of smell at all, and then somebody lights some incense on the altar, and a little wisp of it floats through the air. So like, no. Our sense consciousness awakens or ceases being latent in response to the object formation. Rigpa, the awareness itself, is always present, though usually not attended to. Consciousness appears to be continuous, but is actually discontinuous. Now, that's a very important shift of attention. So, because our mental consciousness is discontinuous and reactive, if nothing is happening, what will we think about? And if we're not thinking about something, who will we be? Because our sense of self is built out of thoughts, memories, plans, hopes, fears, and so on. These are the ingredients that we bring together in the endlessly changing patterning of this is me, this is who I am, this is what I like, what I don't like. So I need these objects. I'm consuming these ideas like food in order to maintain what appears to be the integrity of my individual, indivisible self. So this is illusion. This is illusion. And that's why what he's suggesting here is difficult. So when he says, don't be like a cat waiting outside the hole to catch the mouse, cats, especially in countries where they don't have tinned cat food, cats are very interested in catching mice. Cats need food. If a cat tried to catch a cow, it would be more difficult. Or even to catch a dog to eat, more difficult. But a mouse, this is well within the capacity of a cat. So the cat is looking for that which confirms its actuality as a cat. The cat knows what to do with the mouse. It pounces on it, it catches it, it gets it in its mouth, it shakes it a little bit, it puts it down, puts its paw on top of it, knocks it about a little bit. Come on, play a bit before I eat you. So we know what cats do. That's what he's saying consciousness does. It looks for an object to play with. Like when you're a child and you play games like Cowboys and Indians or Doctors and Patients, you need these two polarities in order for the game to go on. So consciousness needs a partner to play itself into existence. So when he's saying, don't wait expectantly in that way, it's very easy to say, it's very difficult to do. Because who am I if I'm not doing anything? We know that when people lose their jobs or are made redundant, they're likely to have an increase in both physical and mental health problems. We know that for many people, retirement is quite difficult because the patterning of their self-identity, which was established through their work, is now no longer available to them. And so they kind of dissolve a little bit inside. They don't know what to do. Why would they get up in the morning? Because if you have to go to work, even if you don't particularly like your work, you're getting a lot of massaging of your sense of self. Sometimes pleasurable, sometimes unpleasant, but at least you think, fucking hell, this is me. Why do I have a boss like this? That's affirmative of your sense of self. Having to do things you don't like is also a way of reaffirming your identity. But if you are redundant, if you are not necessary, you start to dissolve. You just sit in a chair. Not needed. I want to be needed. You're not needed. Oh. Other people seem to be needed. They have friends. Why don't I have a friend? People don't like you. Are you sure? We have that kind of hopefulness that we'll get some more connection. So we poke around, just like the cat. Once it's killed the mouse, come on, do something. So we sit in the meditation, and then we poke around in ourselves, and then a little mousy thought comes. Oh, thank God, back in business. And so half an hour goes by, and then time for a cup of tea, and that's it. So, letting go of self-construction requires us to really understand. I mean, the texts like this, the reason we study them is to give us more trust that when self-construction ends, it's not the end of your, whatever we call it, existence, because the ground of your being is this unborn open awareness, not the temporary constructions arising from consciousness interacting with an object. So, if you thought of it as a set of systems with a big system and smaller systems niched in it, and in each of the smaller systems, other systems niched within it, a bit like Russian dolls packed into each other. This space of awareness offers niches for consciousness to be present. So awareness doesn't block consciousness, but consciousness, being a smaller system, being a subsystem, cannot niche the meta system, the big system inside it. If you've got Russian dolls, you can't put the big doll into the smallest doll, but the smallest doll will go into the big doll. So, in trying to hold on to the integrity of the small doll, our ego self, we become oblivious to the fact that it's niched within the big doll. Just as an example we've often used here, when you have small children, they often get into bullying their parents and telling them what to do. No, Mummy, you have to sit there. No, not like that. This is what you have to do. Because they get tired of being bossed around, and they want to give the parent a chance to hear what it's like. Oh my God, how did they learn to say that? Must be coming from me. But of course it doesn't really work, because the child is niched in the family inside the sphere held in place by the parents. If the child was really in charge, it would be very difficult. If there are completely alcoholic or drug-addicted parents, some children have to be in charge. They need to go to the shops and try to work out how to cook something, especially if there's a baby around. We know that's really hard, and it doesn't have a good outcome usually. So, awareness is not hostile to consciousness. Consciousness is ignoring of awareness. So this fantasy that you have no self, or you're going to dissolve or vanish, and the anxiety that can come up with that we looked at the other day, this is a false premise. This is not understanding the nature of how it works. The big will always have space for the small, because the big is not threatened by the small. But the small, in wanting to be big, is kind of frightened by the really big. And it sees its awareness as other than itself. And of course this is normally constructed as God. God, all the qualities that are given to God are usually the qualities which are given in the Dzogchen tradition to the mind. There is a hymn which goes, immortal, invisible, God only wise, in light inaccessible, hid from our eyes. This is exactly the Dzogchen opinion of the mind. It's immortal, it has no beginning or end. Invisible, you can't catch it. God only wise, the mind is the basis of all knowledge, of all experience. In light inaccessible, hid from our eyes. That is to see, you can't see it as an object. And the radiance of the mind itself illuminates all the objects about which our obsessive attention then blinds us to the true source of the light. Oh, caramba. So, then he says, some great meditators do not know how to remain on mind itself and go following after memories. This is not the pure view. This is pursuing recollection. Do not pursue recollection, but remain on the recollector. Now the key point to see here is these tendencies to go after thoughts or memories or future plans, they are not bad. The very, very important thing is don't go into a reaction to your distraction. This distraction is only distraction because you're now attempting to relax into openness. If you have a free day and you're wandering outside in the country and you see a little path, you can go down the path and see where it leads you. If you're in a hurry to get from A to B, that invitation of the little path is a distraction. You shouldn't follow it. You have to get to B, go the quickest, straightest way. So distraction arises with intention. Without intention, there is no distraction. So distraction is a way of naming a neutral phenomena according to the circumstances of having an intention. Does that make sense? So we are putting the valency on what is arising. We are saying, oh, this is a problem. But it's only a problem because we've decided to do something else. We have a habit formation. And that habit formation, as long as you sit inside it and society allows you to do it, is fine. Lots of people grew up learning to smoke cigarettes, but the culture is turning progressively against cigarette smoking. It's not allowed in most workplaces and so on. And so what was once very normal is now abnormal. When I was a kid and we went to the cinema, in front of every seat was an ashtray. And when you looked at the movie, it would be through this haze of blue smoke. You don't get that now. So, these are constructs and they shift according to time. What he's saying is the reason you don't go after them is not because they are bad, but because that's not what we're doing. So normally we give ourselves some protection against what we would see as distraction or temptation by saying that it's bad. So sugar is bad, salt is bad, caffeine is bad, fat is bad, especially trans fats are bad, alcohol is bad, tobacco is bad. Why? Because we like these things. And in order to not have what we like, we rename them as bad. And then we can feel virtuous, even as we suffer a little bit. So again, this is what we don't do in Dzogchen. In many of the paths, they talk about obscurations, difficulties, the Mara demons, which have to be resisted or defeated or transformed. This is a dualistic discourse, isn't it? This is bad. I am struggling bravely. Padmasambhava, please help me not to succumb to the power of. Thought leading thought, experience round and round and round. This is saying something very different. Don't worry what happens. Like he said earlier, even if very bad times come, stay relaxed, stay buoyant. Oh, this is what is here. I am simply relaxing into the presence of the radiance of my own mind. That's all I'm doing. For the rest, let it be. It can be however it is. It is irrelevant. That is to say, it's just neutral. It's just neutral. When somebody is giving up alcohol, they have quite a struggle. They might even need to go into a medical facility and do a proper detox and take antabuse and things like that. After some time, they don't drink. I don't drink. They walk past the pub, they go into the supermarket, there's bottles of alcohol. Nothing to do with me. So the alcohol has gone from something with high valency, a high charge that says drink me, to being something quite neutral. Because the person has reconfigured their sense of self. So that's what we're doing in the practice. We're saying, I am interested in the spaciousness of my own mind. I'm interested in hanging out with my own awareness. That's what I'm doing. So I don't want to do these other things. They're not bad. I used to do them a lot. But now, this is what I do. Very simple. Because the more you go into resistance, this is good, this is bad, you're just in thought production.
James, may I ask something?
Yeah.
This touches the question that we were discussing yesterday evening, that on some days, this is my experience, it feels like a good idea to do something like taking antabuse. Because I can't get there.
Yeah.
They're not existing, but I think you know what I mean. So, what do I do? I mean, I'm sitting there and I feel that it might be right to just do some shamatha practice.
Yes, it might be. That would be good. The first thing we have to look at is our capacity. Mm-hmm. So, we are operating on two levels. We are both our individual habitual ego self, and this has fluctuations in what's there. So if it's, as it were, a bad day, if I'm tired or I'm pissed off with someone and I can't get out of it, it's sort of stuck onto me, and in fact it is me. I'm inhabited by this. Then going for a walk, having a shower, watching nonsense on the telly, praying to Padmasambhava. There are many, many things you can do to shift your whatever you like, to shift your energetic patterning. And then when the pattern opens a bit, you can go into the practice. The key thing not to do is to struggle. He's saying, even if you feel terrible, just sit with it. But sometimes you just sink more and more into it, recognizing I don't have the capacity to open to the practice. It's very sensible. Then you just do something else. Because what you don't want to do is to associate in your mind this practice with struggle. This is a practice of relaxation. So if you can't relax into it and then you try to make yourself do it, it's not helpful. That's one of the reasons that we do the sitting for quite short periods of time. Because usually if you sit for an hour and a half, 2 hours, you start to get into resistance to it, and then you have to overcome it, which is fine if you're doing something like Vipassana or working on a Zen koan, because you've got something to hold on to. You turn your mind back to the koan and focus on that. But here, you have to have some space in order to enter into it. So if the space is being filled up, and it's beyond your current capacity to release it, then do something else. What's then important is not to see that as a defeat or a failure. It's just working with circumstances. Sometimes circumstances are very strong. Then you can pray to the Guru, pray to Padmasambhava, do some Tara practice, light some candles, clean your butter lamps, clean the bath. Some simple physical activity, doing some mantras or saying some prayers. You can say, may all beings be happy, and you scrub the bathroom floor. you can integrate some sense of, I need physical engagement here. And then you can come back into the practice. But the key thing is, don't get into thinking, I have to struggle with this, because it won't show itself by struggle. Okay, let's do a little bit of the practice now then. So we do it with the 3 R. Some great meditators do not remain on the mind however it is, whatever is happening. They like good meditation and so struggle fiercely to control the mind. This is not the pure view. Mind is not artificial, so don't do anything artificial or contrived. Let the mind remain in its own place with whatever arises being allowed to come. These are just very helpful encouragements. They're all going in the same direction. So, in a sense, this is an opportunity to deconstruct judgment, which lets us become more aware. What are my criteria for evaluation? How am I making sense of this? How am I construing it? So I'm sitting and I feel good. Maybe I feel a bit light and free, and I think this is good meditation. I'm sitting and I feel dull and stupid, and I think this is bad. This is a judgment. What is happening? Experience is happening. The experience is like this. It is dull and heavy, like being in a swamp, sinking. It's light and clear. It's excited and full of arousal and thoughts. This is how it is. Is it good? Is it bad? There's no need to say good or bad, because it is what it is, and if you just stay present with it as the awareness, it will shift. By entering into judgment, by saying this is good, I need more of this is bad, I need less of that, you remain within the ordinary domain. So this is hard for us. This is hard because, as we've looked now many times, we see a quality in the other. That is to say, we put that name or label onto the other, or project it into the other, and then we experience it as being inherent in or intrinsic to the other. We don't like our mind when it's like this. This is an opinion. We think it's not good when our mind is like this. A strengthened opinion. We feel we need to do something to change our mind because this isn't good. This is the consequence of holding that strong opinion, and then you're into artificiality, saying the mind needs to be corrected. So, if we go back to the founding Buddha, his name Kuntuzangpo, it means always good. And is primarily in referring to the state of meditation. Where if you take it into outside events and ethics and so on, you can get very confused. But in terms of meditation, everything is good because it has no inherent self-nature. It is empty. For example, if you look at the mirror in the morning and you see that you have a pimple on the end of your nose, and it's quite red, and it's in quite a visible location on your face. Oh no, what shall I do? It's just a pimple. From the beginning of time, human beings have a tendency to have pimples due to the structure of the oily nature of the skin. I don't want to have a pimple. Where is the pimple? On my nose. How do you know it's on your nose? I saw it in the mirror. What you saw in the mirror is a reflection. In terms of the reflection, the rest of your face and the pimple are quite harmonious, empty, without inherent self-nature. But I've got a real pimple on my nose. It's like that. If you keep the contents of the mind in the mind, they are empty reflections, and their status is the same. It's just emptiness. But if you operate against the understanding of the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. No, form is form, emptiness is emptiness. This is real and it's not good. Then you have endless thought accumulation. But if we say there is a form and it's a form of emptiness, and my ego doesn't want to have a pimple on my nose, what will other people think? They'll think James has a pimple on his nose. This is a sign of his profound moral failings. And we know that when he dies, he will go to the lowest hell, because these pimples are quite indicative of true value. This is the nonsense anxiety we get into. We imagine that other people will have a definitive reading of us, or that we ourselves will not be able to free ourselves from this conclusion about ourselves. And it all becomes very heavy. This is not to say that somehow Omahung and the pimple vanishes. The pimple is there, but it's just part of what's going on. We look at it and it becomes figural, it becomes separated from the background. It's no longer one factor in the entire experiential field. It's my obsession. Is it okay? Is it okay? Is it going? Will I squeeze it? If I squeeze it, oh my God, I've made it worse. Then you put a big blob of cream on the top. That doesn't look too good either. What am I going to do with it? This is what it means in the meditation. Don't be artificial. It is what it is. Your reaction is making it a big thing. Your reaction. And if you live with it, it's not. I remember a couple of years ago, I was on a train platform in South London, and a girl walked up, early 20s, good-looking figure, charming young woman, you could see, and she turned her face, and she had a huge birthmark on her face. Huge, right? Really almost the whole side, one side of her face. And of course people look again. Oh. And she was so relaxed. It was incredible. She had accepted, this is how I am. And other people do what they do, but I'm me. There was no shame or anger, or just, it's normal for me. This was so beautiful to see. It was, it wasn't that she was being brave. She was just herself. And this is, when we talk about accepting things as they are, that's what we mean. It's not that we're bravely putting up with something, and we are somehow a survivor of what life has thrown at us. But we just, this is me. I'm like this. Other people are like that. I'm like this. Nothing to do. And so in that we can see the real danger for us is comparing and contrasting, setting up hierarchies of evaluation. And with that, if only I didn't have that. If only my parents had forced me to go to a better school. If only they had forced me to do my homework, and then I would have got to a better university and got a better degree and my life would be better. If only. This is a kind of perverse spin of our imagination, as we imagine all other scenarios, how our life could have been, should have been, would have been, if only. But our life is as it is. And so inhabiting our life is like that young woman inhabiting her body with this mark. Just how it is. So that's what he's meaning by artificiality. It's just allowing, today my mind is clear, today my mind's a mess. That's what it is. Not going into thinking it should be other, not worrying about how it is, because these are positions vis-a-vis. Then you're splitting into subject and object, but just hospitality. One way of translating the Dharma Dhatu, this ground of all phenomena, is infinite hospitality. That because the mind is like the sky, everything is welcome. Clouds, storms, rainbows, exploding bombs, aeroplanes, they just move through the space of the sky. The sky doesn't have border controls, it doesn't have any defensive structure. It just allows whatever is arising to come and go. And that's what it means here. Just allow it to be as it is. Because as it is has already arrived. It is already here. The pimple is already on your nose. So what you do is after the fact, trying to tidy up or change what is here, and what is here will go. Yeah, sorry.
So, how does it relate to in everyday life when you have to work with circumstances and you have to follow cultural codes and conditions? Are you still kind of like having an approach like meditation and action that you can actually apply that? Or is that another method?
Say you've got a boss who you don't think is a very good boss, and who says things and does things you don't agree with. The fact is you have a job in a hierarchy. You signed the agreement when you got offered the job, and you bought into this. You have a thought, he shouldn't or she shouldn't behave that way. It's not right. That is your opinion. Then you have a tactical decision to make, whether you express your opinion. Do you express it to your friends at home? Do you express it to your colleagues in private? Do you express it directly to the boss? Do you express it to the boss's boss? Do you express it to the human relations department? All of these will depend on your reading of the situation. So I think that what this is saying is the pimple is already there. the mind is already as it is, my boss is already as my boss is. Is there any sign that my boss wants to change? No. So, do I want to stay here? The pay's quite good. I don't have to travel too far. Oh. I'm going to live with somebody who I have negative thoughts about. Where is the problem? In the boss or in your negative thoughts? If you make your negative thoughts strongly real, every time you go into the boss, into a meeting with the boss, and he's saying something, you say, oh, shut the fuck up. Oh, you wanker. Which doesn't really help, because probably the boss can intuit that there's certain resistance. You're not admiring and adoring. And that creates some tension. What is the status of your negative thought? Due to causes and conditions, due to my family and so on, maybe you grew up with a strong work ethic and your boss is lazy or whatever it would be. My interpretive schema is giving a negative reading here. But the other person is not ashamed, apparently, of their behavior. So that would indicate that their interpretive schema for their behavior is not the same as mine when it's applied to their behavior. Do I have any power to influence their interpretive schema? Maybe slowly and carefully. For example, in the Nyingma tradition, they say that when Padmasambhava left Tibet, he left on a magic flying horse. And he went down to Chamadvip, which is like modern Sri Lanka. And this was a land of Rakshasa, of very dangerous demons, who were flesh-eating and always furious and full of danger. And he came in the middle of the night and he merged into the king of the Rakshasas. And so in the morning, the king got up with the mind of Padmasambhava, but the body of the king of the demons. And he behaved like the normal king of the demons. His servant comes in, he bites his servant's ear and has it for breakfast. Nasty bastard. But gradually, softly, gently, over the years, he shifts his behavior. And this brings about a systemic adaptation. And gradually the Rakshasas are very polite. Oh, may I offer you my ear? So that would be one way of doing it, of thinking, how do I work with these circumstances? Because just to go and stage some battle with the demon king will either be victory or defeat one way or the other, and will lead to a lot of bad feeling. Resentments are held through time. So, I mean, we're jumping ahead a little bit, thinking about practical applications in the world. But the key thing is to read the complexity of the situation. Naive, simple solutions don't really work, because our fantasy is, I'm going to say just the perfect thing, the bon mot. And when I say that, the other person will be stopped in their tracks. It doesn't happen. Conversations are like tennis. You do a demon serve, and the other bastard knocks it back. That's what tennis is. So, you may have full confidence that how you serve is correct, but you have to look at who you're serving to. They're going to have a reply. What are you going to do then? And that's impacted by your status in an organization, the amount of experience you have, and it can be affected by your gender. It can be affected if you're identified as an ethnic minority and the host group may not feel that you have so much status. It could be influenced by lots of things. And I suppose that's always the key thing. It's just checking it out. What does the field tell me about its potential for the movement? because if I push the wrong way, I'll get a lot of resistance. So I have to set it just right. Just as if you had a plane and you were planing a piece of wood, you have to set the angle and depth of the blade just right. Because if it's too light, you won't take off any wood. If it's too deep, just judder. So the finesse, that's really what we're concerned with. A light but effective touch, working with these circumstances. And so the more we get into resentments and bad feelings about other people and feeling hard done by, or it shouldn't happen, or they shouldn't do that, I think this becomes a turbulence that makes it very difficult to think, how will I play this? So clearly, we can learn a lot from playing poker. Because in poker, you're always trying to get the other person to show, and you don't show. You don't show emotion, you don't show anything, but somehow you hope that they're going to give some indication from the way their eye goes, or some tension in the jaw, whether their hand is good or not. Because that is vital information. So, a poker player is looking before they act. Whereas when you have a strong feeling inside, this internal formation leading to an action is likely to have poor attunement with the situation. And if you march into battle with the flag of truth, you will find that other people's notion of truth is not the same as yours. So when people go on protest and the police come out, the police are thinking, I like you, I'm on overtime, I get double pay, thank you, protester, for paying for my holiday. And if we push you a bit and you start rioting, maybe I get triple pay. And I can go off sick for 2 weeks. Get back, get back. It's a game. But no, this is important and true. So we have to keep our eyes open. And I deeply believe the more we do the practice, the more our eyes open. Because the less preoccupied you are, the less in your own habitual formations, you start to see more. And then you can work with it. Because you have more of the world available to you, and you are less narrow in your positioning and more access to your own repertoire. So in that sense, the emptiness is the ground of ethical responsivity, which is not our usual way of thinking of it, but I think it actually ripens in that way. Okay, we take a break now. Okay, so we go on with the text. So he's saying, having some notion of what is good meditation leads you into control fantasies. So the issue is judgment. Now, judgment arises because there is something to be judged. So it's a bit like when we do the vipassana and we're scanning through the body. Some sensation shows itself, some hot, cold, tearing, dull. On that level, it's not really good or bad, it's just some phenomena arising and passing in the body. You go down through the body, you come back, something else is happening. With that first level of manifestation, it's there, but it's kind of smooth. It's difficult to say much about it. We catch the phenomena by wrapping the phenomena in catchability. Does that make sense? So I feel something, say, in my shoulder, and I say, it's painful, it's sore. I have a pain in my shoulder. Now I can catch it, now I can think about it. But when it's just a little stabbing, there's nothing much to do with that. So, first of all, I take the stabbing and I put this wrapper around it, and then I can do something with it. Because I can hold on to the wrapper. It is, there is a pain in my shoulder. My further thoughts, do I need to go to the doctor? Do I need to do more exercise? Do I need to watch how I lie in the bed at night? These are thoughts about the pain. But what presented itself wasn't the pain. The initial presentation slips through our fingers. It's just something coming and going. Once I've got pain, so I'm wrapping the wrapper and wrapping the wrapper and wrapping more and more and more. And the bigger the wrapping gets, the more we imagine there must be something really in the heart of the wrapping. In fact, there's nothing in the wrapping because the sensation has gone. And if you go back to that part of your shoulder, you get a different sensation. But now you have this big package. Many doctors experience this. Patients coming and telling them some story, and then they check out the body. There's nothing much there. But the patient has worked up this kind of hypochondriacal agitation about there must be something wrong. So the issue here is it's our judgment about the transient formation which gives us the entry ticket into the dualistic discussion. The object as a phenomenological presencing, as the arising of experience, is ungraspable because it's appearance and emptiness. Like a rainbow, like the mirage on the road on a hot summer's day. There is an appearance, but when you try to grasp it, there's no substance to it. But when you apply your judgment to it, I can't meditate, my mind's dull and stupid today, this is hopeless. Now you've got something to think about. I've been trying to meditate for years, I always end up like this, what's the point, You can elaborate a big story on that. Each thought is wrapping itself around the previous one, and what was in the middle was an experience, which has gone. So, it is the arising of mental energy making a claim to truth, which is the problem. What is actually there in our mind is not a problem. We say it's good. We say it's bad. That is a response to something there. Now, if you like, the judgment or the evaluation, the adjective or the adverb needs a noun. We need something to be actually there. You're sitting in the practice. Maybe you feel there's some sensation. Oh, this must be my mind. I'm sure this is my mind. I feel like me. This is me. Then it's goes. There was no noun. But if you put more judgment and elaboration on it, the nounness of the noun, the thingness of the thing, is given to the thing by the thought about the thing. That is to say, the essence of the thing which makes the thing a thing is extrinsic, not intrinsic. It is imputed, projected. And when we get that, then we see, the whole world is made out of mental activity. We are creating this. This is the power of our own mind to invent anything. This is the amazing thing about the mind. It can invent medicines, it can invent guns. It's just creativity. And it invents the experience of something out of nothing. Something is there because we think something is there. Some people like football. They think something is there. They buy the scarf, they buy the hat, they buy a season ticket for the stadium. They think this is important. I don't like football. I've been to one football match in my life. I would never go again. It was very cold, standing there with the wind blowing. What the fuck is this? Men running around. Why are they doing it? I don't know. So for me, it's nothing. Nothing. But for some people, my nothing is their something. Why? Because they are able to project value into that. But when I see it, it's like I see a ball that's sealed and they see a balloon. They blow up the balloon. Now they have this beautiful thing, football. But for me, it's just it doesn't inspire me, and I don't inspire the image of football. So if we see this very clearly, we see that the topology, the shaping of our existence arises from our opinions, our infatuations, what we like, what we don't like. These are not intrinsic truths. If football was really good, everybody would follow football. If motor car racing was really important, everybody would be following Formula One. So these are acquired tastes. We, through history, through our own history, due to causes and conditions, we develop as the kind of person who is fascinated by this particular thing, but not by that. Oh, this is the mind. It's not in the object. It's the energy of the mind. So, when we think, I can't meditate, this is the mind at work. It's not a conclusion about something. There is no something. It is a creative act which, by your allegiance to it, by your aligning yourself, giving yourself to it, becomes true. This is the key thing. There is no self-existing object. The delusion of perceiving a self-existing object arises from the investment of your belief, your own creativity, the creativity of your mind in that. So that's what he's indicating in that verse. Observe how you put yourself in prison by creating the walls, the bars, the locked door. You have made this and swallowed the key. Now you're banging on the door. Oh, samsara is terrible, my mind's fucked up. You yourself decided your mind was fucked up on the basis of an experience which has vanished. So, who causes trouble for me? Me. Who should I blame? Nobody. Being tender and gentle with oneself and seeing, oh, this is how I get tied in knots. But there is no essence to the knot. So in some Dzogchen texts, it describes that when we start to see this, it's like a snake untying itself. If you see a long snake lying on the ground, it's all curled in on itself, and it looks as if it's in a knot, but it just wiggles and moves a little, and the seeming knot vanishes. So, this knotting of ourselves is not establishing anything in truth. Because compounded things have no essence. And presenting phenomena are appearance and emptiness, there is no substance to be found. So it's a deluded projection by the mind. This links to what we looked at yesterday. There is one ground and two paths. Everything is emerging as the clarity or the showing of the radiance of the mind. And one path is to take that and use the energy of the mind to convince who? To convince oneself that I exist in a world of objects. Who is oneself? The result or the creation of thought production. Thought is telling thought that thought is real. Thought is telling thought that thought is truly existing. And we believe it. So when you're a kid, I don't know now, but when we were kids, we meet on a Saturday morning, maybe 8-10 kids, we would meet in the field, and then say, what are we going to do? Okay, we're going to do bandits and the police. So half the group are the bandits, half the group are the police. Who's going to decide? Oh, you have to be a bandit. I don't want to be a bandit. No, you have to be a bandit because the other kids are too small. You have to be the head bandit. Okay. So now you're a bandit. And what are you going to do? You're going to do what bandits do. The police have to do what police do. It's obvious. You become the image. You induct yourself into that belief. And when you give yourself to that image, it becomes you. Operationally, it is who you are. We've all had that kind of experience in our lives. And so the Dzogchen teaching said, well, this is always what is happening. Things appear to be solid and real because you believe them to be so. And you can observe your mind doing that. So when you're sitting in the practice and you come to a conclusion and you start trying to control your mind and move it around, you believe there's something to move around. Well, Buddha says all things are impermanent. If you sit with thoughts, feelings, sensations, moods, they move. They shift through time. You want to move it because you think it's really bad. I shouldn't be like this. It's not good to be like this. But that thought is going. So when you mobilize to change the thought, you yourself are making the thought strongly real. Nobody else. And if you relax, the thought goes by itself. This is where these two paths separate. So, this is saying the same in the middle of page 126. Some great meditators strongly control and edit whatever recollections arise, and thus they bind their minds. This is not the pure view. This is obstruction of the mind. If mind is settled, stay on that settledness. If mind is changing, then stay on the changes. That is to say, receptivity means let it come. If you let it come, it will go. Don't edit, don't prepare, don't try to do anything with what happens. Only if you do this will you start to taste the indestructibility of your mind. So maybe something horrible arises in your mind, some murderous fantasy or some notion of jealousy or whatever, something just unpleasant, even squalid. our reaction is, I don't want to be the kind of person with this. This is, oh, fuck, what is this? Just stay with it. If you stay with it and don't react, it will vanish. It shows the object has no power. If you react to the object, your reaction empowers the object. It's you that's saying, I don't want this in my mind. It's already going. So he's making this point again and again, because this is where we get lost in meditation, trying to correct, trying to control, trying to improve. Some great meditators carelessly keep the mind vacant and unfocused. This is not the pure view. It is the view of a vacant mind. Remain clear and sharp in the state of emptiness. That means don't slip into nothing at all, just sitting spaced out. There's a kind of hazy quality to that. So he's saying, if you find yourself in that state, just be aware of the clarity of the mind. It's not like a dimmer switch that you're artificially turning up the illumination, but there's just a lack of focus, which is an activity. By not doing the activity of slipping out of focus, you find that you're in focus. So it's not that you're doing some antidote. It's not that you're applying an antidote or doing some contrary activity to rectify something. It's rather recognizing that you yourself are going hazy and fused. Relax and open, and then you're not in that fusion. Because just sitting with an empty mind, where nothing is there, but without clarity, it's not meditation. Clarity is, I'm present with the empty mind. The empty mind is showing itself. Nothing's happening, and I'm here. But you also have nothing's happening, and I'm not really here either. You're sort of gone, and then you come back. We probably all know that experience. It's a bit like falling asleep at night. You kind of vanish. It's not about vanishing. It's about being present. Some great meditators think that the mind itself is empty and then meditate like that. But that is not the pure view. It is meditating to manufacture emptiness. Remain on the one who thinks that it is emptiness. So, of course, the mind is empty, but if you take it up as a proposition, if you start with a dogmatic assumption, then you try to empty the mind. It is the emptiness of the cup that allows it to be filled with water. Now the cup's filled with water. If I turn it upside down, the water will go out and the cup will be empty. But actually, the cup is empty with the water in it. The water is in the space in the cup. If the cup was upside down and we tried to pour the water in the cup, it wouldn't go in. Because the emptiness of the cup wouldn't be available. We turn the cup with the empty bit up so we can put the water in. The cup is empty even when it's full. The mirror is empty even when it's full of reflections. The reflections come and go on the basis of the emptiness of the mirror. The cup is empty when it's full. The mind is empty when there are thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. This is the non-duality of emptiness and appearance. So don't try to make your mind empty by getting rid of thoughts. There are meditation methods that try to do this, but they're not helpful. Of course, from moment to moment, you can have a brief experience of a completely empty mind. Sometimes we use the sound of pat to open up a space, or you can sit outside on the side in the summer's day and gaze into the sky, and the mind becomes open and empty for a while. But you can get very spaced out doing that. At that point, it's not so helpful. You just have a taste. Oh, this is the space. The space is infinite. Everything which appears is in the space. The space is empty when it's filled. If you really see that, then that's the essence of the Heart Sutra. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. It's not that form displaces emptiness. The emptiness of the cup is not removed by putting the water into it. The emptiness of the cup is the hospitality that allows the presence of the water. The water is in the empty space of the cup. The thought is in the empty space of the mind. So, if you're sitting and you have lots of thoughts and you seem to be distracted and going everywhere, this is the mind. This is your empty, radiant mind being very hospitable. You have a big garden, your neighbors don't have a big garden. Sometimes the neighbors would like to let their children run around in your garden. Now your garden's very busy. Lots of shouting, and they're in the space of your garden. That's all. If something is going on, it is nothing going on, because something is nothing. That is to say, don't set emptiness and form back to back as an opposition. Our minds are structured around binary opposition. The law of exclusion. If you're a man, you're not a woman. If you're a woman, you're not a man. If it's hot, it's not cold. If it's an apple, it's not a pear. What something is both the isness of what it is and the absence of what it isn't. These two operate simultaneously. So the appleness of the apple is the fact that this apple resembles other apples, and that allows us to locate it in the category of apple. And the appleness of the apple disallows us from integrating it in the category of pear or motor car or pencil. So the appleness of the apple is the exclusion of all other phenomena. Although we wouldn't have an apple without a tree. We wouldn't have it without a farmer who picks it. We wouldn't have it without a market where it's sold. We wouldn't have it without a basket to bring it home, without money. So somebody has money. Where did they get the money from? From their work. Without the work, you wouldn't have the money to buy the apple. If you're very old and your teeth are loose, you might not want to eat an apple, because you might think, oh God, it'll knock my teeth out. I'll have a banana instead. So without teeth, you don't buy the apple. There are many, many factors involved in the apple being in where it is at this moment. The apple is on the table. The legs of the table are on the floor. The floor is on the walls of the flat, on the first floor. Then there is the basement. Then the basement is on the earth. Then the earth is going down layer after layer. The apple is resting on a lot of things. Cultural phenomena, economic phenomena, geopolitical phenomena, and so on. It's not a self-existing object. So the appleness of the apple is actually interwoven on, it's codependent with many other factors, and yet the concept of the apple operates on the basis of exclusion. If it's an apple, it's not a potato, because apples and potatoes are not the same. Yeah? So if we see this clearly, our mind having this categorizing or nosological turn is always seeking to have ways of defining the essence of something according to its characteristics. But it is the accumulation of the characteristics which create the illusion of the essence, the pseudo-essence. There is no inherent appleness to an apple, because the apple is arising due to causes and conditions. So, in that way, we have to be very careful. Yeah.
This seems to be, to me, like the opposite of what is going on right now. So where people are imputing there is an essence in the other,
Yeah.
and it's real and it's massive, and you can go against it.
Mm-hmm.
Sets apart. It's divided into real existing things.
Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah.
And more solid now.
That's right. So this is what our mind is creating. This is what our mind is creating. And it's created by the concept. So, for example, in former Yugoslavia, there were people living in mixed villages. They knew that their neighbors were Muslim or Serbian or whatever it would be. And that was nothing very important. They would meet each other and have parties together and so on. But when the trouble started, the idea that you are a Muslim becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and it becomes the main lens that I'm looking at you through. So you are now becoming concept determined for me. In fact, we went to school together, played football together, fades into the background, and what is arising is the key distinguishing feature of you is your Muslimness, so that you are a follower of Islam. So that's how it operates.
And this is challenging you to decide where you stand, what you do, and what you believe, and what's up to you.
Exactly.
Are you also positioned? You are positioned more now.
That's right. That's right. Because there is no essence, our situation as human beings is always very vulnerable. Because something which gives us a good quality today can give us a bad quality tomorrow. As certain features of us are foreground and privilege, they can be receded into the background, and some other quality of us is brought forward. So, for example, it usually happens under a time of stress, but when the British left India and there was a partition and the creation of Pakistan, there were a lot of people moving, particularly in the state of Punjab was split, and so Sikhs and Hindus were moving from the new Pakistan, and Muslims were moving into the new Pakistan. And there were many people murdered and slaughtered in these ways. And it's exactly as the Buddha said, friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Not on the basis usually that you have done something horrible to me personally, but on the basis of you are now recategorized as a member of the enemy group. So the actuality of our shared history loses its potency to bind us because you're one of them. And of course that happened in Germany with minority groups under the Third Reich. People who had been neighbors and who had been fairly integrated suddenly were being redefined by some particular aspect of their identity. And that's really what he's saying all the time, is that the creativity of the mind can be used for good. We can say, may all sentient beings be happy. Or we might say, may all sentient beings except Scottish people be happy. Because Scottish people don't deserve happiness. They invented the haggis, and this is an abomination of international cooking. And that's what happens. So we exclude groups. And so again in Mahayana Buddhism, again and again, They go for this huge inclusive attitude, because inclusivity, ethically, takes us closer to the infinity of emptiness. And that gets chopped up when we use these identificatory categories, which we need to. If you can't tell the difference between men and boys, you have a problem. Or between men and women, or between apples and pears. It's difficult to function. If you park your car in a place where there are marks on the road that say don't park, and the parking attendant comes and wants to fine you, say, brother, life is illusion. Have you not realized these are empty symbols? Very true, 50 euros. This also is empty symbol. It's like that. We have to fit in to these conventions of the world, knowing that they are illusion, but it's still the choreography of our shared existence. It's when that becomes overdetermined, like saying, we don't need these kind of people in our country. These kind of people, we don't know these people, we never met them, but we know they are these kind of people. Once you put that wrapper around it, then you're in real danger, because the idea is given dominance over the phenomenology. Instead of seeing someone's eyes, encountering them, and feeling that kind of belongingness that we have in mutual recognition, you don't need to have anything to do with them, because you know what they're like. So knowledge preceding experience is very dangerous. And in Buddhism, when it's talking about wisdom or intrinsic knowing or primordial awareness, it always means experiential knowing, which can include a conceptual element, but which is not dominated by concept. Because concept, when it's over-invested, becomes deadly. It becomes deadly. Okay. So, some great meditators, when they experience bliss, calm, emptiness, great clarity, and so on, look at it very roughly and intensely. And when there is emptiness with no object occurring, they cease to look at all. This is not the pure view. This is discrimination. Without engaging in any discrimination whatsoever, remain on whatever arises. Here he's referring to meditation experiences, which are called nyam in Tibetan. There are many different kinds of them, but three main ones. The first is the absence of thought, then the presence of clarity, and the presence of bliss, or a kind of permeating sensation of happiness. If these arise and you take them as very important, when he says roughly, he means like very strongly, oh, this is good, I've got somewhere, then you're setting up a category of now I have good experiences. And then if the mind is just empty and open and nothing's happening, you don't pay any attention to it, because you want the special taste, you want this powerful experience, some vision or some blissful feeling. Now my chakras are opening. Oh, I'm getting somewhere. It says this is very wrong, because this is saying good and bad, right and wrong. The blissful feeling comes and it goes. The clarity of the mind, where maybe you're sitting and everything becomes very light and you really see, oh, it's insubstantial, like a dream. There's nothing to cling on to. And you feel very light and fresh. And then it's gone. These are like motorway cafes. Motorway cafes are usually not very nice. They have inedible sandwiches. They have dishwater coffee. They are horrible. And often the toilets are very dirty too. You wouldn't want to live in a cafe on a big motorway. That's all these experiences are. They are a pit stop. They're a place to stop, eat something, drink something, have a pee. They're time out. That's all. They are nice. They're like a lay-by. You haven't arrived anywhere. You've still got a long way to go. Don't fall asleep in the lay-by. That's all it means. Because many experiences arise and you can keep going for these experiences. You can learn how to manipulate your mind through breath control and so on, doing pranayama, and you can create certain kinds of situations. I experience this when I do that. On the basis of that, this arises. If I don't do that, I don't get this. I haven't felt like this for a while. I'd better do more of that. This is called artificiality. Yeah, if you do that, then you will feel this. And if you don't do it, you won't get it. You are making it happen. You are manipulating your mind to bring this effect, which only lasts as long as the causal sequence generating it. So it's saying, if you strongly bind yourself to these experiences and think they are good, they're deeply significant, they're meaningful, the tendency is to artificially create them again and again. And then you can waste a lot of time.
That's our entire life training and Buddhist training so far, isn't it? That if we do these things, then we will get these good results.
That's right. That's right.
Dharma, most of what we've experienced probably has been there.
That's right. There's Dharma has many different levels to it. But if you read, for example, the famous Kachupa text, The Jewel Ornament of Liberation by Gampopa, he describes a situation where there was a general who was very successful and led his troops, and they killed many people. But he started to feel some remorse at this, and he became interested in Dharma, and he found a teacher and learned practice, and he stopped being a general and he went into retreat in the mountains. Every day he's doing his practice and his mind is becoming calm. He feels freed from all the tendencies in the past. And the years go by. He feels very at ease. He's developing up through these stages. He makes his offerings every day, and then he takes the offerings outside and breaks them up and scatters them for the birds. Sitting there, the sun is shining, many birds arrive and they're pecking away, eating these offerings. And the thought arises in him, oh, if I had as many soldiers as there are birds here, I could attack and kill all my enemies. So he gets up, leaves the mountain, goes back to the village, gathers his old soldiers, gets on his horse, and goes and kills people. You're not home till you're home. It's an old song. I was only 24 hours from Tulsa. One day away from your arms. I saw a welcoming light. I stopped to rest for the night. And then I saw her standing. End of relationship. I was only one day away from home, you, my darling. But now I love her. That happens. That's why the metaphor of a journey is quite dangerous. Because until you get home, you're not at home. So in Dzogchen, we start by trying to be at home. We relax into the mind.
It's quite radical, isn't it?
It is. It is. It is indeed. And it's radical for all sorts of reasons, because just after Padmasambhava left Tibet, there was this famous meeting that's called in the Council of Lhasa, where there was a discussion, how shall we proceed with Buddhism in this country? And there was an Indian representative, Kamalashila, a student of Shantarakshita, and there was a Chinese representative of Chan meditation, whose name is presented as Huashang Mahayana. And they debated whether you should follow a great path of stages, what's called a lam rim. Lam means path, and rim means like stages. So you're going from this to this to this, developmentally up the levels. And the Chinese representative was presenting the way of instant awakening, what in Tibetan is called Chikshar, means in this instant. And according to the way the discussion went in the debate, the Chinese representative was defeated, and that form of Buddhism was pushed out of Tibet, and what was put in place was the need to follow the stages of the path. First you do renunciation, then you do a lot of purification, and then you gradually start to build up a power of meditation and so on. And this takes a long time, because between you and the Buddha, there's a big distance. Just as in ordinary terms, between you, ordinary person, and the king, there's a big difference. The king is on the king throne, and the Lama is on the Lama throne, and the Buddha is up in the sky. So small people, careful. Careful. Don't imagine you are better than you are. Start at the bottom, and we will observe you stage by stage how you progress. So this fits very well with patriarchy and hierarchy. The Chinese system is very anarchic. So historically, people were quite suspicious of Dzogchen, because Dzogchen is a path of instant liberation. And people think, well, but what should you do? Do whatever you like. As long as you recognize your mind, do whatever you like. But surely you should build monasteries and build stupas, if you like. Some people like doing that. You might just want to eat a lot. This doesn't sound like Dharma. I want holy activity, because holy activity means there is holy and not holy. There is sacred and profane. And profane life is ordinary life, but holy Dharma is sacred. This is called a binary opposition. If it's holy, it's not unholy. So holy means do holy things. Getting drunk is not holy. Padmasambhava, in this form of Nyima Osa, drank a lot. He drank and drank and drank and drank, until the lady who was running the little bar had no more beer to serve him. Why did he do that? When you get to Zaundapalri, you can ask him. So, this is the central point. If it is available now, why not do it now? Oh, but I can't. I need to do more preparation. If you follow what he's saying here, when he says, some great meditators think that the mind itself is empty, da-da-da-da-da, he doesn't say, well, if you think that, that's a sign that you have a lot of impurities in your mind, and you should go on a pilgrimage, and you should burn 20 butter lamps every day, and you should do a lot of Doji Senpa, at least 1 million Doji Senpa. Only then will you be purified from this dark obscuration which is blocking your whole Dharma path. He's not saying that at all. He says, remain on the one who thinks it is emptiness. If the mind is straying, is changing, stay with the changes. Whatever is happening, stay with that. He's not saying you have to do all sorts of other preparations. Just stay with what's there. This is what is deeply radical here.
That's right. And our entire training has been to do the other thing. In school and,
Exactly.
and so on.
Exactly. Because you're not ready. You're not ready. I can remember in late 50s, early 60s, there were still African countries who were becoming independent from colonialism. And almost the big discussion would be, of course you need to have independence, but you're not ready yet. This was the same the British were saying about India. The Indian people are very intelligent. Of course they understand a lot about how the organization operates, but they are not quite ready. And if we let them take on this responsibility and they're not ready, this would not be good. So there's a lot of resistance. So who is to judge that somebody else is ready? That's always the question. Because when you get into notions of ready and not ready, inevitably you face an evaluative schema. You have to have criteria. Then you have the question, who is going to apply the criteria? So now, Mrs. Merkel is saying there are going to be holding camps. And when the immigrants come into Germany, of course you are welcome, but please stay in this camp and then we will work out whether you are really our kind of person or not. If you are from the Balkans, you will have to go back, because Balkans doesn't equal refugee. I know you would like to be here. Personally, I have no grievance against you. You seem to be quite a nice lady, but I'm afraid you will have to leave our pleasant country and go home because you don't fit our criteria. That's how that's done, isn't it? You have to apply something. What sort of people do we want coming here? So we are very used to that. Yes and no. Yes and no. The door opens, the door closes. So what he's saying here is that is the creativity of the mind. That is mental construction. That is conceptual elaboration. If you follow the logic of that, you can make all sorts of criteria for who's allowed and who's not allowed. But if you just stay with the one who is doing the evaluating. It's empty. The evaluation is arising out of the empty mind. It's just one way of taking the world. And, of course, evaluation can only operate if you have something to evaluate. So you have to have something which is knowable, because then you can locate it inside the category. So we have women. Now, 200 years ago, you would know, women are leaving people. They grow up, they leave the family, they take money with them because you have to pay a dowry. They go into someone else's house. Giving them a lot of resources is a waste of time, because that is what women are. So once you have that category, you don't need to think of educating them or doing anything about them, because you know what they are. That is to say, knowledge is preceding experience. But if you're a parent and you look at your daughter and you think, wow, she's very smart, but she is leaving, so why would we bother? I can see she's intelligent, but why educate her? Because if she's educated, she'll fight with her husband and then it'll be bad news. So we should prepare her for life. That was very normal. So there you see the category preceding the phenomena. And when you encounter the phenomena, you have to say, when it comes to the decision, we have the territory and we have the map. Let's choose the map. We know what women are like, we know what black people are like, we know what Scottish people are like. We know what they're like. That is a map. When you actually engage with the people, it's much more difficult. Because people don't fit into maps. People don't fit into categories. Because we are complex. So maps are always simplifications. But if you want life to be simple, you better have a map. So this is what is going on all the time. And that's what he's saying. Be careful of maps. There are 10 stages of the Bodhisattva path. And there are 5 ways linked with the 10 stages. You start at the first and you go up these stages. Just as in the Theravada system, you have different levels of jhana, of meditative absorption. We know this. This is a map. You open the book, it describes the map. The first stage is like this, the second stage is like that, the third stage is like that. Have you had these experiences? No, you haven't even begun the journey. Ah, now we know where you are. Because I am evaluating you in terms of my book. My book is a good book. It's a Buddhist book. That's how these systems work. We all know this. Immigration departments work on that. Prison court systems work on that level. School examination boards work on that level. They set out, this is what we need.
And we internalize it.
And we
so
internalize.
Doing this practice, and we have in our mind probably somewhere that you just said, or Patrul Rinpoche has just said, stay on the one who's having this thought or experience. So I start doing it, and it stops. The thought stops immediately, or I'm falling into it. It's not coming out. So I'm thinking, oh, it's stopping. Have I stopped it? Have I done an action then, which is also not supposed to be happening? I'm supposed to be hovering somewhere over the thought. But it's very hard to see how one is supposed to do that in a non-interfering, artificial, non-artificial kind of way. How is one to remain with the mind, whereas if you remain with it, it stops?
Well, it vanishes.
I mean,
The mind doesn't stop.
No.
The thought stops. The thought vanishes. But thoughts have always been vanishing.
Yes.
Nobody's ever had a thought that remained.
I mean, in the normal way of things, in the stream of things, well, a thought will arise and then it sinks away and another one comes, or there's a gap in between, or something like that. But with this, it seems, I don't know, it's a new experience to me, but if I can stay there just a split second, it's gone in a split second.
Yeah. Bravo.
Oh.
Double pudding for the lady.
So that's not an action. It's not an activity.
Well, it's not an activity that your ego is doing. This is the whole thing, that the mind itself is dynamic. The mind is moving. The display of the mind is the movement of all phenomena. The mind is empty. What we insert into that middle place, like a kind of wedge, is the sense, I am the agent, I am the one who is making it happen. So, a thought arises in your mind, it's my thought. You didn't make it. You didn't even know it was coming. But when it comes, it's my thought. The mind, in terms of the ego, is a thief. There is no essence to the ego. It has nothing. And so it's always taking things. This is why the ego is the ground of attachment. Because it has no substance to it, but it wants substance, because it thinks it needs substance, but it's actually empty.
But the confidence that arises from that immediately, then you think, oh, well, you can't say I did that, but that happened because I followed the instruction.
Yeah.
there's a competence that goes with that. Is that I could do this again, perhaps.
But you didn't do it.
No, I didn't. I have difficulty with
I
that.
could not do it again. If I don't do anything, it might happen like this again. And in fact, it will happen like this again because it has always been happening like that. That's why in Buddhism they talk about ignorance and delusion. We are in a dream which covers up the actuality of how things are. But only when you awaken from the dream do you see, oh, this is how it is. As long as you're in the dream, you don't see that. That's one of the reasons people like the movie The Matrix. Because in that, the person awakens from the delusion. And they see, oh my God, it's not what I thought it was. I was in dream time, an artificial construction. Okay. So, some great meditators look when good recollections arise and don't look when bad or common recollections arise. This is not pure view. This is looking at the good and avoiding the bad. Without looking at the good or avoiding the bad, remain unwaveringly on whatever good or bad recollections occur. Some great meditators like it when their minds are happy and get angry with their minds if wild, disturbing thoughts arise. This is not the pure view. This is the error of not knowing how to stay with the true nature of whatever arises. When wild thoughts arise, relax the mind and remain on the wildness itself. This relax the mind is not doing anything, it's relaxing out of doing. So instead of getting involved and being busy in responsiveness, you're just open to the space within which is happening. So let's do a bit more practice. Okay. Then he says something very helpful. Some great meditators do not tighten or relax attention according to the current need. This is not the pure view. It is allowing oneself to become a little artificial and the error of not knowing how the mind abides. By tightening and slacking when necessary and not tightening or slackening when not necessary, remain clear and alert in the natural flow of the mind. So you might think that tightening or relaxing attention was something artificial. But here we're working with circumstances. The field of experience that is arising for us is inseparable from emptiness. Within that field there is our subjectivity, what is arising as my personal experience. If this is too intense, it should be relaxed. If it's very spaced out, it should just be brightened a little bit. Why is that? Because being too tense or being too relaxed are the results of activity. The mind by itself is naturally relaxed. So, naturally relaxed means naturally relaxed with clarity, relaxed and present. So, if you're tightening, you're not relaxed. If you're spaced out, you're not present. These two are deviations. So when he is saying you should make this adjustment, it's not an adjustment of being artificial and creating something. It's returning to the middle way, the central point. How do we return to that central point? By not doing the continuation of tensing or being spaced out. That is to say, when you recognize that what is happening is a manifestation, it's a showing, it's a formation, and it has no essence, then it's not that I am tight or I am spaced out, but this is a formation which is arising due to not being relaxed. So we just relax in the out-breath and we come back. Relax in the out-breath and come back. If you're through your body, if you're very tight or tired and sloppy, you might need to go up and go for a walk around the block or put on some music and dance or do some stretches. And then you come back and sit and focus into the practice. The key thing is not to try to adjust it as if you had a spanner or a screwdriver, because then you're manipulating yourself. The key thing is returning to the natural state of ease again and again. Constructs, as we've looked many times, constructs appear as if they were something. And they appear that way because they are invested with energy. But they don't last. Therefore, relax, and these biased or extreme positions will just dissolve. But if you try to correct them by moving them about, you'll find yourself caught up in manipulation. In the world, the outer world of politics, countries' alliances and allegiances are always changing. There is no stability. In the 1950s and early 60s, there was the development of the non-aligned movement, which was countries who didn't want to go either with the Soviet Union or with America and NATO. So, leading members of this group were China and India. And they formulated this slogan, Hindi Chini bye bye. India and China are brothers. And they were brothers until the first war broke out in the Himalayas. Due to causes and conditions, this proposition is set up. And it looks as if something is now in place. We will stand together shoulder to shoulder forever. But it's not true. Every position is a construct. And if we realize this, whenever you find yourself in a position, this is a sign, something's gone wrong, because we have emptiness and movement, emptiness and movement. Rigidity, fixation is grasping. The Buddha says, from ignorance you have grasping. You're holding on to something. You're saying, this is how I am. I don't know what to do. I have a problem. This is how I am. Who is holding the problem? I am. Why are you holding the problem? Is it nice? No. Then why are you holding it? Because it's who I am. It becomes who you are because you hold it. Why are you holding it? So he says, go back, be with the one who is holding. And if you are present in and as the one who is holding, the holding will dissolve. This is at the heart of it. So it doesn't mean that you have to become some kind of victim to however the mind is moving. If the mind becomes dull, then you sit hour after hour in a dull state. Or if you're excited, you're in a very excited state. You can recognize, I'm getting caught up in a kind of whirlpool. The energy's turning round and round and round. It's not going anywhere. There's no clarity in this. And there it is. Mm-hmm.
I find this is a very practical point, because does this go back to what we had, I think, yesterday about the emanation? Does that mean that I can see that I'm, the same question as before, that I'm too uptight and that I need to do some exercise? But I find that really difficult to discern where is it my ego that is starting to do exercise because it means that it would be better to do exercise.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's as if you were in a Alexander technique class, or you're working in a ballet class with the mirror. What feels like your proper line, and what you can see in the mirror is, I'm off balance. Feeling off balance feels normal for me, in what people experience in yoga, isn't it? That they think, oh, this is clear, but it's not clear at all. So, by going back to the practice again and again, we come to recognize what in tradition is called my own falsity. This is how I cheat myself. I pretend to myself that I'm relaxed and open when actually I've taken a position. So every time we see that, just relax and open, or do the 3R again, just to open more space. And then again you contract into that. And it feels like home, because that constellation, that agglutination, that sticking together of these parts is so well established, and it feels like me, but actually it's a construct. So it is a tricky thing. We need to be aware that we will cheat ourselves, that we are up to something, because of this desire to hang on to something. In English there's a saying, better the devil you know. Meaning we don't know what the future is going to be, so we'll hang on to what we've got. And this is not trusting emptiness, which is why we talk a lot here about emptiness, just to get the sense of how it operates. And so you take it into practical things like when we eat lunch and you observe the food on your plate, and then you take off a piece with the spoon or the fork and you put it in your mouth, and the movement of your mouth is dissolving the food. That which appeared as substance is now unfolding, unpacking, being mixed with the enzymes in your mouth, and then it's vanishing. So the form of the world is dissolving into emptiness. It's opening itself up. It's not what it appeared to be, because what it appeared to be was an appearance. There was no substance to the appearance. The potato on your plate, if you take the fork and start to mash it down, it's still potato, but it doesn't look like a potato, because we know what a potato looks like. The form of the potato is part of the potato-ness of the potato. But as it's mashed and then it's mixed in with the sauce, now it's become an ingredient for something else.
It still has substance.
It depends what we mean by substance. It's concrete. I mean, you can cut these words in all directions, but I might say it's concrete in the sense that there is a specificity to it, a givenness to it, but that givenness has no internal essence. I'm using here substance as a self-substance, as something internally defined. The potato is a potential. And as we know, potatoes are wonderful, because you can bake them, you can boil them, you can fry them, deep fry them, you can do lots of things with potatoes. And even if you fry them and you make chips, you can mash your chips down and mix them in with gravy. Very popular in the north of England. So, that is to say, a potato is a potential. This room is a potential. You could do lots of things in this room. Everything is a potential. We are a potential. And our potential is hidden by our definition. So, you go to the shops and they have many different kinds of potatoes. And they have, some potatoes are called baking potatoes. But you can boil a bacon potato. The potato police don't come and knock on the door and arrest you. You can do anything with potatoes because you can cook them badly. That's what you're entitled to do.
It was like form that dissolves in your mouth.
Yeah.
That was an interesting idea, but then I'm realizing that's form, but when I said substance, I conflated the two.
Yeah.
That doesn't right.
Which is what we imagine. We imagine that the form indicates an essence. We see something, this is a potato. But because there is no essence to the potato, it can be moved in all sorts of ways. If you go in an operating theatre, you'll see scalpels. This is a scalpel for carrying out the medical procedures, but somebody could steal the scalpel and use it to kill someone. There is a contextual redefinition. The fact that this medical tool is being used for a non-medical purpose is possible because the heading medical tool is conventional. It's not intrinsic in the tool. In fact, in the world, we don't find anything with an intrinsic definition. So if you're Buddhist, you might think that these statues are precious. But if you're not Buddhist, if you belong to an extremist group, you might think that these are an insult to the Prophet. That having these statues is a sign of being an infidel, a pagan, and therefore the statues should be destroyed.
Well, you only have to be a Victorian for that. You thought it was demonic.
Exactly, yeah. So it shows that what we take to be the essence is our interpretation, our projection. Now, if we take our projection back, what's there? Whatever you want it to be. If there's a farmer who's got a road with some potholes in it, you could take these statues and break them down and pack the road. Then the farmer's driving there. This is really good. Buddhas are pretty useful. That's our imagination can see all sorts of possibilities. We shouldn't do that. It's a holy object. Somebody has blessed it, and it's now the actual presence of the Buddha. In that moment, you can't do anything much with it except light a candle. So the potential of the situation is reduced by the intensity of the definition and the investment. So, for example, some children are born with various kinds of limitations on their intelligence. In the past, they've been called all sorts of things, and nowadays something like educationally different, or requiring special attention, or having special needs. But when they were called educationally subnormal, they wouldn't be coming in a normal school because they're subnormal. Nowadays, in many schools, you have integrated classes. So you have people with Down syndrome, people with quite extreme forms of behavioral disturbance, and the teacher has to manage an integrated way to say there's space for everyone. So cultures, through time, become more inclusive or more exclusive, almost like an accordion going out and in, out and in. There is no truth in either way, because there'll be some kids in the class who don't get the attention they need because the teacher's got to give a lot of attention to somebody who's very needy. But that's a political opinion, which says integration in society is better than non-integration. So that's what it means in Buddhism when it talks about conventional truth or relative truth. That inside the relative, whatever is established and appears to be clear is just situational. It's contingent. The factors behind it change and it collapses. Okay, time for lunch.
Can I ask another short question on the same topic?
Yeah.
It's about resting on the one who's having the thought experience. And I realised that always means time, the duration of time for me. So this question about the thought instantly disappearing was a bit of a shock, really. Can you say anything about that?
Well, thoughts don't stay very long, but they stay a little bit. So, while the thought's there, that's what we're with.
But as soon as I put myself onto the position of staying on the one who's having the experience, or trying to, whatever that is, I don't know what it is, trying, and then the thought is gone.
Yeah.
In that second.
Yeah, and then something else comes.
Yeah, or maybe not, or in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be long, it could be short.
Yeah.
And is there a way of somehow being able to balance on that, in that situation? Because that I didn't see it. Where you're somehow or other still resting on the mind without obliterating the thought, or...
Yeah.
What I'm getting at.
Well, it is difficult to talk about because we're always talking about movement and agency and doing something. If you imagine that you're sitting on a bench in a park, and you're just sitting and you're looking out in front of you, and sometimes people walk in front of you, and then sometimes they don't. When they come into the arc of your gaze, then they appear and then they disappear. But you just staying. You've no need to be interested in them, but you're not blocking the fact that they are arising and passing. So it's being available without intention.
Well, that's the bit, isn't it?
Just looking. Which is why the basic shamatha or shine practice is important, because you're just looking at your breath. There's nothing particularly interesting about the breath. So you give yourself just to being with the movement of the breath. You get used to nothing much is happening, but I'm still here. And you get used to the fact that when thoughts come and take me away from the breath, as soon as I notice that, I come back to the breath. So this is called staying peacefully with an object. So in Dzogchen, we stay peacefully without an object because we don't have any intentional object in our mind. I am going to look at this. We stay peacefully with whatever comes. So if you're attending to your breath, after a while you're just with it. Or if you're looking at an external object like a small stone in front of you, you rest your mind on the stone and the mind moves off because you go with the thought. The thoughts are moving. If you link with the thought, it takes you away. But otherwise you're just gazing at the stone. Nothing much is happening. Mind's peaceful. Not doing anything. So this is what we're taking on a deeper, more open level into being available to whatever happens. We have no intention. We have no hopes or fears. So going back to the equanimity issue that was there before, in the 4 Brahma Viharas, the 4 immeasurable thoughts, we have may all beings be happy, may all beings be free from sorrow, may all beings have the happiness which is free of sorrow, and may we and they abide in the calm equanimity which is free of bias towards friends and away from enemies. So this is the main meditation instruction as well. A thought arises. Is it a friend? Is it an enemy? If it's something I like, I want more of it. If it's something I don't like, I want less of it. So equanimity is you're welcome. And the welcome is unconditioned. you're welcomed into the space of the mind. But there's no obligation. You don't have to be an anxious hostess preparing some little snack. You just, here you are. Then they go. So that just no opinion, no judgment, nothing to say, appears a little stupid at first because our notion of intelligence is arousal and quick formation. But this is a clarity which is prior to cognition and brighter than cognition. Because thoughts, because they're linear and follow one after the other, build up a sequential picture of what's going on. But this catches everything at once. So it's useful in that way. So, we continue with the task. Here we are, page 127, the fourth paragraph. Some great meditators are not able to remain in meditation when they remember the sweet taste of good food and drink. They get up and search for tasty food and drink, and when they find it, they enjoy it. By acting like that, the sustenance of contemplation is lost and true meditation is not achieved. Due to the joys of delicious tastes, great meditators become useless and tormented. So without longing for the sweet taste of fine food and drink, focus on your need for the sustenance of contemplation. So this is talking about the sense, I need something. And I need something is often arising as the notion of either reward or compensation. I've been doing all this work, so I should get some reward. Or, this is very hard, I need a compensation. I need something to make it better. And that gives us the sense meditation is existing in some way as something we do, an obligation, a demand. So what he's saying is it's a sign that the whole orientation is a little off balance. Because meditation is just relaxing into ourselves. So we're not required to do anything. And then a thought arises, oh, I want some chocolate. What will the chocolate give you? Some pleasure for a short period of time. And then it will be gone. The chocolate exposes itself inside about 5 to 6 centimeters in the mouth. And then it goes over the gullet and it's gone. No more taste is coming. But I want it. What do I want? I want something for me. This object is good. When I give myself good objects, I feel better. That's the logical. It's not to say that you shouldn't eat and drink and enjoy life. It's what is the nature of what we're looking for. If we're looking for that some lack is inside me, who is the one with the lack? So, if you go back, if you feel the arising for something else, a drink or some food or to phone a friend or I want to watch a bit of television, whatever is this tempting form in your mind, stay with who is the one who needs this. This is a subjective formation. So the ideal object is arising as an ideal object for a particular formation of yourself. Probably most of the time you're not thinking about chocolate. Then you suddenly find yourself thinking about chocolate and you need it. The idea of chocolate has constellated a particular positioning in yourself. And you may have long associations from your childhood that this is something nice, this is for me, this is a treat, this makes me feel good. So I want that bit of me to be indulged again. So just sit with that thought. Then we see, oh, this is an impulse. The impulse says the object will make me happy. Now, this is the nature of duality. So I went for a walk this afternoon and I put on my jacket because it's a bit cold. Having a jacket to put on is nice because I felt warm when the day was cold. You could say, oh, you don't need a jacket, it's just cold air. But I don't want to get cold, so I put on the jacket. We would be stupid not to adjust our dress and our shoes and so on for the different areas we walk in. That would be a kind of heroic stupidity. We make these micro-adaptations on the basis of harmonizing with the environment, because the cold air, if you expose yourself to it, can make you more vulnerable to getting sick, which is not particularly useful. You know what being sick is like. That's different from wanting chocolate or wanting cigarettes or wanting some alcohol, because the structure of that says this activity is not enough. Not enough for what? It's not likely that meditation most of the time will make the ego happy, because the meditation is making the ego redundant. So the ego fights back. And it fights back through giving all these kind of desires. I remember when I was in a retreat up in the mountains in Himachal Pradesh, I was eating just tsampa and tea and little dried fruit. And I had some offerings for doing my puja every day. I had a big bag of sweets. And sometimes I would take all the sweets out of the bag and I would lay them on the floor, and I would put them, all the red ones together and all the blue ones together, and make little patterns. I was very fascinated by these sweets. I knew you mustn't eat these sweets. I like to look at them. So that's what happens. You get taken over by an idea. Normally I don't eat sweets very much. But in that situation, I was feeling probably a bit lonely and sad, and all kind of emotions come up. What about me? Poor me. So that's what he's referring to, is that when these desires arise, it's not that it's wrong to go and eat something. It's if you do that, you miss the opportunity to be aware of this hunger or loss or lack. What is that? Because it can feel quite real for us and drive us into all sorts of behaviors. But if you sit with it, you see, oh, it's just another passing constellation of mental events. And you start to be free of it. It doesn't mean you never eat again, but it means you don't get caught by the idea, an idea that is promising you, if you do this, you will be better. Because you won't. But we succumb to these ideas because they seem to have a power. So it's quite a helpful instruction. Some great meditators, when happiness, status, pleasure, praise, and so on occur, cannot remain in meditation, but become really happy, pleased, and excited. And when sorrow, problems, illness, abuse, prosecution, and so on arise, they also cannot meditate. With a grim face like a black cloud, they say it is all very difficult, and tears fall from their eyes. By acting like that, the good dharma of being able to experience happiness and sadness as equal is not achieved. Going under the power of happiness and sorrow and the rest of the 8 worldly attitudes, they do not gain the dharma. They become ordinary people used to bad habits. So you must practice maintaining an even attitude to whatever arises, be it happy or sad. Now this is quite challenging. Some difficulties are arising. You've maybe got money problems or relationship problems. What are these? They're things which are happening. What is their status? They are transient events, and you are called upon to respond. You don't want to respond. Why should I? For example, in August I had a plumber coming to do something in the bathroom. And they said, okay, we'll be there 8 o'clock in the morning. 10 o'clock in the morning, plumber didn't come, but the workman came in the van with a new bath. He said, oh, the old bath's still in there. I can't take the old bath out, and drove away with the new bath. So I phoned the organization. Nobody answered the phone. I sent them emails. Nobody replied to the emails. 6 weeks later, I finally got through to someone. Who needs that kind of shit? That is, what a waste of a human existence. Chasing up people who don't care, but who want money. This is very common in England. That's our life, isn't it? Things like that happen. What is this? What it is situations where you feel powerless or confused, or you find you're at the mercy of forces which are not being kind and considerate. Oh. So what do we do with that? As we looked yesterday, if you build this up, if you say it's not fair, it shouldn't be happening, you can start to feel really persecuted. But it's just one of these things. It's a temporary situation, and somehow, after some time, there'll be a resolution. That's all. So if we become indignant, if we think about why are workers operating in that way, and why isn't there proper regulation, and why don't their bosses, and why, you have mental excitation. They're just not there. Do something different. But they should. So for meditators, these kind of situations are really, really useful, because they stir you up, and you start to see this whole network of assumptions operating inside you about the world. These, what you might call super-ego assumptions or parental assumptions. It's not proper behavior. You have a whole list of what should happen and what shouldn't happen. But what does happen doesn't bear much relation to what should happen. So the discordancy between the two makes us feel unfair, makes us feel unhappy, just like children who start to feel something is unfair. Because children are very concerned that the world is properly ordered. My friends don't have the same bedtime as me. I should go to bed at 8 o'clock. No, you go to bed at 7:30. But why do my friends go at 8 o'clock? Well, that's what their parents think. Well, why don't you think like them? They're better parents than you. Children get very angry because it's not fair. Because if everything doesn't follow that pattern, it means that the rule is arbitrary. That's to say, it's just somebody's idea. Rather than it being the voice of God, if your friends live in a different rule system, everything is relativized. So that's quite problematic, as we know. So in the same way, when we look at these situations, all sorts of feelings can arise about injustice and the selfishness of other people. And in our mind, this finger is wagging. It shouldn't happen. It's not good. If only they did this, then this wouldn't happen. And you could see this control matrix of the ego trying to sort everything out. And actually, in the moment, we're waiting. We're vulnerable. So, being pathetic is quite helpful. I'm just waiting. I am becoming nobody. Don't you know I'm somebody? I'm me. For them, you're nobody. You're just a name on a list, and someone else has got a bigger job or paying money, or one of their workers is sick and they can't be bothered phoning you. You're nobody. So the chance to be nobody is quite useful. I mean, the ego construction that feels safe with its entitlements because we have maybe some money in the bank, or you don't know who I am. And who are you? You're just somebody. Nobody. Very, very helpful. So, if people praise us and lift us up, getting involved in that is not so helpful. If people cast us down, not so helpful. Sometimes people are very polite to us. Okay. Sometimes people are not polite to us. Okay. But if we are lifted on the good day and crash down on the bad day, then the whole surface of our life is going to be very wobbly. So equanimity is a very important idea. It's not the same as indifference, because you can see the qualities of the situation. This is the object field. Some people behave well and some people don't. It's not that it doesn't matter. It is what it is. You don't have to react so strongly. It's not a personal attack. If somebody is rude or inefficient around you, that's what they are. That's the shape of the field you are encountering. You then have the freedom to decide how you respond to that. From a Buddhist point of view, you could pray for that person in their future life. When Mao Zedong died, many Tibetans were very happy, and they were burning lots of butter lamps and laughing in the streets and setting off fireworks. And Siya Lama, my teacher, he said we have to pray. So we did a big puja for Mao Zedong. Because he said he is a very bad man. He's been a cause of misery for many people. And he's likely to go to hell. Why? He's a sentient being. It's very difficult for many people. They think he's really bad. He's a sentient being. In this life, he is Mao Zedong. In next life, maybe he's a fly or a dog. It's the same with Adolf Hitler. Terrible. Joseph Stalin, terrible. In this life, for a while. And then they're gone. So, the Mahayana view is very balancing. And especially the idea, all the beings that we ever meet have in some previous life been our mother. Adolf Hitler was your mother. Yeah, that will be a good title for a movie. So we have a connection with all of these beings. And the idea that you could make a slice and say, they are bad. Then you end up like being this Gestapo at the door of Auschwitz, saying, these will live, these will die. Because you are in the same judging position. The good guys are here, the bad guys are here. It's just a form of the same thing. So, all beings have been our mother. When we meet them, we have an obligation. And if people are doing bad things, they require more help. But they're bad. That's why they need more help. But they're bad. Why should the bad get more help? Because they're bad. Yeah, but why don't we reward the good? They don't need so much. It's not fair. But it is what is required. So, that's an ordinary dualistic mobilization. And there are many ways in Buddhism that you can do that. So that instead of getting locked onto good and bad, right and wrong, you get free. So, from the meditation point of view, when a feeling of happiness, if people are happy with you and praise you and you feel good, stay with the one who feels good. If people put you down and ignore you and you feel small and stupid, stay with the one who feels small and stupid. That way you have peaceful mind, a balanced approach to other people. Because if you say, oh, because you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. Because you're horrible to me, I'll be horrible to you. This is not Dharma. As he says, if you practice in this way, you just become an ordinary person, helping your friends, fighting your enemies. We are opening ourselves to something very different, to be kind to those who are not kind to us. How do we do that? Yeah?
I'm having a problem with this, how to understand the stay with the one who, because like I was saying yesterday, I mean, I can stay with the experience, but I can't stay with the one who's having the experience, because that's just, there isn't one. You can't find the one who. How do you stay with something that you can't find?
Well, we are both. We are both the ego formation. This is happening to me. I'm pissed off that the plumber didn't come. But I'm also aware that I'm pissed off that the plumber didn't come. So the one who is aware of the fact of being pissed off is more spacious than the one who is pissed off. The one who is pissed off, hopefully, after some time will be less pissed off. The one who is aware that I am pissed off will continue to be aware.
Okay, but being aware that I'm pissed off, being aware of the feeling of being is observing the feeling of being pissed off. It's not. I mean, being the one, that just means,
Well, you're being with it. You're not observing it from a distance.
I'm with the sensation or the experience.
Yeah.
But I'm not with the person having the experience. I'm not observing the person having the experience.
Why not? Why not?
Well, because there's just a space.
Well, this space is luminous. It's the space of awareness. It's arising in the space of the mind. The mind's not just an empty space. It's a space of awareness.
So stay in that space of awareness.
Staying in the space of awareness, whatever is moving through the space of awareness.
So you're staying in the space, being the space,
Yeah.
being aware of what's arising.
That's right.
Okay, because to me the phrase "stay with the one who" doesn't decode as that without you explaining.
Okay. And of course, it's a very tricky thing because we're always tilting into just identifying, identifying with the one who is feeling it. Then I just feel it. So it's the integration of spacious awareness and the arising, that they're not two things. That's the work. Okay, so that ends this section. Then he has an explanation of mind's activity. From the very beginning, mind itself, it means your own mind as it is, has been free of substance. It means there's no solid thing, no entitativeness in your mind. It doesn't have any defining qualities that can be reliably perceived as being there. When it is looked for, nothing is seen, and thus it's empty. So when we looked at these 5 questions, where the mind comes from, stays and goes and so on, we look again and again and again, and this is really a practice. You have to do it many, many times for months, maybe for years, until you yourself are absolutely clear. Yeah, the mind has nothing in it as a substantial entity. And so we see there is nothing to hold on to, nothing to see, no substance, and so it's empty. My mind is empty, and yet it is not empty for its radiant awareness. The inseparability of awareness and emptiness is pervasive like the sky. So it means in the openness of your mind, whatever arises is arising with the awareness. So the awareness is not like a lighthouse on a cliff by the sea. As the shutter is going round, the beam of light seems to sweep around the base, sweeping around, illuminating in turn various things that are there. There is a point from which the light is going out. the light of awareness is more like the early light of dawn. Before the sun has come, the first light has spread out across the sky, and there is a pervasive illumination. The source of the illumination is not locatable, but the light is there filling the valley. So when we're sitting in the practice, experience is going on, things are being illuminated, but when we look, we can't find the illuminator, because the illuminator is not a thing or a point or a function, it is the clarity of the space itself. Although you try to keep the mind steady, it cannot be fixed and goes everywhere directly. Well, we are very familiar with this. The mind has a life of its own, thoughts, feelings, hopes, fears, all kinds of things moving. And although you do not try to hold it, it returns to its own place. Because even if you go off in some kind of daydream, here you are again. Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Where is here? You look, you can't find it. So we're both here and not here. We're here because of presence, but presence isn't like I'm sitting on the mat. Although it is without hands or feet, it is always moving. Though you send it away, it won't go, but returns to its own place. So you might think, I'm tired of thinking, I'm not going to think anymore. You find yourself back in the midst of thoughts and feelings. These thoughts and feelings are moving. You can't catch them, and yet here they are. So it's indicating our relationship with our mind has to be subtle. It's like these people, horse whisperers, who find a way of just getting this wild stallion. The horse somehow becomes a little bit interested in them. It's not controlling or putting ropes or anything rough. It's just a real tenderness by which we become aware of what's going on. It has no eye, yet is aware of everything. The appearances of awareness become empty. So we're sitting here, various things appear, and then vanish. They become empty again. Now, it's not that they ever became something. It's not that out of nothing something comes and then goes back into nothing. When there is the ocean, the wave emerges from the ocean and goes back into the ocean, but the wave is inseparable from the ocean. The wave is the movement of the ocean, although it looks as if it's something different from the ocean. So when the thought is arising out of emptiness, it is emptiness showing form. It's not that it has gone from nothing at all to something in particular and now back to nothing at all. So that's moving on and on and on, ceaselessly dissolving. The nature of mind is said to be nothing, yet although it is nothing, perceptions and experiences occur. We're very aware of this. We're sitting, we find our mind, and yet we hear sounds, people move, there are colors all around us. Something is going on, but it's the somethingness of nothing. It's nothing showing the form of something as if it were something, but when in fact it's nothing. But it's not an either or. Again, we're back with the Heart Sutra. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. So in the moment that this form is arising, it is the form of emptiness, if you like. Because if you examine it, you won't find anything solid in it. It is merely appearance. It does not exist because it becomes empty. exist is quite a difficult word because there are many different notions of what existence means. What it means here is the mind doesn't truly exist as something because its nature is nothing, and nothing doesn't exist. You can't say that it doesn't exist because it manifests as shapes, sounds, echoes, and so on. So the mind it neither exists nor doesn't exist, nor does it both exist and not exist, and neither does it not exist or non-exist. These are four positions mark the ungraspable nature of the mind and all phenomena. That is to say, because it shows many different forms, it appears to be something you can catch, but then these forms are dissolving, and so you're left empty-handed. But because you're empty-handed, it doesn't mean you got nothing at all, because you have the experience. So essentially what it's doing is shifting our attention from the idea of getting something in particular or appropriating something to an aesthetic appreciation. So if you went, for example, into a big cathedral, beautiful carvings and windows and pillars, the proportions and the colors touch you. You feel something. Something gets to you. But what gets to you? You have an experience. You go out and you feel different from when you went in. You are shifted, but you didn't get anything substantial. So that's what it's saying the whole of our life is. Our experiences move us and shape us. We develop in all kind of ways, developing qualities, learning things, and so on. But these are all movements in which nothing substantial, reliable, enduring has ever been accomplished. And yet we have had everything. So then he says, yes, it does not exist because it does not exist because perceptions and experiences manifest. The clarity of the union of appearance and emptiness radiates out. This means here in this room, we look around. We see various people. Some of the people you may know from before, you know something about them, and so on. On the basis of that, you can fill in the appearance. But you have to be aware, I am filling in the appearance. When you just see the person, you see the shape of their body, the tilt of their head, the color of their complexion, and so on. That is immediate and direct. The rest is the interweaving of different strands of experience. So appearance is empty, and it's the very emptiness of the appearance that allows us to fill it with our different opinions. So you have a friend, and you introduce your friend to a friend, and afterwards the second friend says, I don't know how you can put up with them. I like them. What's wrong with them? Oh, what a drag. They went on and on and on. Are they always like that? Oh. But I like them. So the second friend, is projecting a content into the first friend in a way that you are not. That is to say, appearance as emptiness is a potential or a vehicle which can be informed by all sorts of mental interpretations. Which is why we should hold our interpretations in a light way. the clear and empty natural mode, that is to say the Dharmakaya, the mind of all the Buddhas, which is clear and empty, has radiant self-expression with the 5 original knowings spreading fully. In the tantric system, the main obscurations linked with emotion that fill us are said to be 5 in number. And this is a view shared in all the Buddhist schools. There is mental dullness or stupidity, which is essentially being caught up in assumptions. Then there is attraction, desire, aversion, anger, and pride and jealousy. And these are seen as being the 5 root poisons. Through the tantric path of transformation, these are revealed as the 5 wisdoms. So stupidity becomes the wisdom of inhabiting the Dharma Dhatu. That is to say, when you see the nature of your assumption, just as we do in this meditation practice, you're sitting and a thought arises, I don't know what I'm doing here, this is stupid. So there's a conclusion which has arisen, and you sit in that conclusion. Oh, fuck. Then you remember, oh, be aware. Okay. So now I'm aware, and the thought's already gone. What should I be aware of now? Oh, something else is coming. Oh, nothing's here. This heavy thing which caught you because you believed in the thought, when you just sit, opens up. Oh, the mind is space which fills and empties with many, many different kinds of experience. This is called the wisdom or original knowing or pristine cognition of the Dharma Dhatu, of the sphere of all phenomena. Because in this state, the mind is open and can appreciate whatever is going on. In a similar way, all the poisons are purified as a wisdom. So anger is purified as a mirror-like wisdom because it shows things very clearly. Desire is purified as the wisdom of seeing each thing in its precise detail. Pride is purified as the wisdom of equanimity, and jealousy is purified as the all-accomplishing wisdom. What? All-accomplishing wisdom.
What does it do?
This is well, when you're jealous, you feel that something you have is under threat, but you feel powerless. Somebody's hitting on your friend at a party and you think, oh, fuck, what do I do? Huh? Feel uncomfortable. You feel a bit small and but all this bad feelings there. If you express the bad feeling to your friend, they're going to be pissed off with you. If you don't express it, you feel sour and bitter. It's not very nice, jealousy. It's a trapped energy. It's a vibration that staying with that feeling, observing that movement, and you see that what you take to be your special friend or special situation has always been an empty arising. You yourself as the appropriator, the owner of your friend, also has no power to own anything because the mind is empty. And this thread is also just a movement of energy. Since the time we were born, energy's been going through endless patterns. Why we imagined that somehow our life would be a stable little shape, we don't know. So this frees us to see, the mind is movement. This situation is movement. And so I can move in it. And if I move in it, maybe it blows apart, but what will be released is movement. And movement will continue and continue and continue. So in that sense, it's all accomplishing. Not as knowing exactly what to do under all circumstances, not as a power thing, but just the sense of, I can speak, I can act. Because if I'm walking on eggshells, if I'm thinking, oh my God, I better not blow it, there's a kind of constipation, a feeling of, I've got to hang on to what I've got because I maybe never ever get anything again. This is a kind of madness. And that tightness of holding leads to unclear interactions with people, swallowing your words, and so on. So these are the 5 wisdoms, and that's what he's saying. These qualities of openness, of clarity, of connectivity, of attention to detail, of lack of bias, of willingness to participate, these flow without effort from the natural awareness of the mind. So you don't have to go through large practices of transformation to arrive there, because they are inherent. In the Tibetan language, these are called the 5 yeshe. Ye means primordial or from the beginning, and shepa means to know. So these are seen as intrinsic qualities of the mind, not things which are developed or shaped on the basis of human learning. So they are always available. The primordially pure natural condition means, pure means it's not defiled by anything else. If you have a white cloth and they get some mud on it, you have to wash the cloth off. If you get some ink on it, it's more difficult to get the stain out. So impurity arises where item A is brought in contact with item B, and B leaves a mark or a stain. Instead of these two being separate domains, there's a crossover, and one is leaving a mark on another. So primordially pure, which in Dzogchen is an important term, in Tibetan it's kada, and it refers to a whole orientation of the practice. This is the natural condition. This is how it is. From the very beginning, the mind is pure. It's not contaminated by anything because there's nothing for it to contaminate. So on an ordinary level, if I take some water and I put it on my face, I feel my face getting cool because of the feeling of the water. Now I'm going to put some of the water in the air. Unfortunately, the water falls through the air onto the carpet. The air doesn't have enough substance to catch the drop of air, but my trousers will. So we imagine in the air there are molecules of various substances, but imagine infinite open space, free of any substance of its own. How would you mark it? There's nothing to be marked. So whatever has happened from the beginning of time, good thoughts, bad thoughts, the fact you may have murdered people or exploited them, the worst cruelty you could ever have committed, the kindest deeds that you've ever done, these are movements of energy which have not altered or changed or contaminated the basic purity of the mind. This is fundamental. Energy influences patterns of energy. It doesn't alter the basic openness or purity of the mind, which is why it's called kada. And this is the natural condition of the mind. This mind then effortlessly appears, and the integrated modes, this is here means the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Manakaya, means the pure forms of the Buddha's body, and the realms mean the pure lands of all the different Buddhas. they arise ceaselessly. Effortlessly appears here is the Dzogchen technical term, Hlundrup, which means in an instant, by itself, without effort, it's here. And that is true for all beings, whether you're a fly or a frog or a dog, your world is revealed to you. We have a human body, and so our sense organs reveal a particular domain to us, and it's here. We're in this room happens at once. You go out of this room, you're in the passage. You go out the front door, you're in the garden. There's trees, there's cars. These experiences are not built up moment by moment. They happen as a whole. And this is the direct unfolding of experience in and out of the empty nature of the mind. Because the mind is infinite, when you walk outside, you look at the sky, everything is in your mind. It's just there. This is how it is in our experience. You may think and have all kinds of theories about how it is, but if you just stay directly with your own experience, the cloud is in your mind. Then this is in your mind. A bird goes across the sky. This is your experience. And it's your experience there. You're not having to pull it into your mind on a rope. It's already in your mind because the mind has no boundaries. Sometimes it looks small and sometimes it looks big. So these two principles, one second, kata, primordial purity and effortlessly arising, are the two main principles in Dzogchen. The first task we have is to recognize the emptiness of the mind. When we really see that the mind has no shape or color or form, all experience is arising in and from the mind as transient illusory appearance, in its precise specificity. It's not made vague or blurred by the understanding of emptiness. It's just not solid. I mean, clearly if I bang my hand on the wall, I will feel pain. The pain in my hand shows that the wall is hard. It doesn't mean that the wall is truly real. Because if I get pissed off with the wall, I think, right, you hurt me, I'm going to hurt you. So I go down into the basement and I get a 5-kilo hammer. Right, who's fucking strong? There's a big hole in the wall. Not so tough now, eh? The wall is crumbling because it's met something stronger than, and there's always something stronger than anyone else. But you bang your hand on the wall, strongly real in relation to yourself. It is relatively harder and stronger than you, and therefore you have that impact. If on the basis of that you impute true existence to the wall, then you've never enjoyed watching demolition workers taking down a big building. They just whack a big steel ball. Whack. Gone. Kaput. So we have to be, what is an invitation to observe how in our comparing and contrasting we create a relative interpretation that says if something is bigger and stronger than me, it's dangerous and real. That is to say, it has a reality to it. Well, it has an impact, but there is no rest, there is no thingness securing the reality of it. Reality indicates something which exists in and of itself. But all of these forms are compounds, and they have qualities. Some are hot, some are cold. If you put your hand in a fire, it will burn. It doesn't mean that the fire is bad or dangerous. It's dangerous for you. We like to put the kettle on the fire. We don't like to put our hand in the fire because the different items in the world stand in different relations to each other. So we'll just finish this bit and then I take your question. The mother and son clarities are merged as one. So the mother clarity is the natural clarity of the mind, our basic capacity to reveal and show and know things. The son or the daughter or the child clarity is the one that arises in practice as we become aware that we get caught up in the patterns of thoughts and feelings. We become caught up in our assumptions. We start to observe these assumptions and see that actually they are impermanent, actually they are vanishing, and although when we merge in them, they appear something quite there, quite determined or real or existing, they're actually vanishing. So this child clarity starts to see, oh, I am a flow of experiences. You are a flow of experiences. This world is a flow of experiences. And you find yourself moving in this sea of appearances, none of which can be nailed down, and yet the flow doesn't cease. And you see that it's moving because it moves through space, and that our mind is both the space in which everything moves, and it is also the movement. These both are our mind. When we awaken to that, then the child clarity, or the clarity arising from practice, and the mother or innate clarity meet together. It's not that through practice you have developed something on the basis of your practice. It's that the child becomes able to recognize the mother, because the child is coming from the mother. Out of the mother's womb we come. So recognizing the ground awareness is to recognize our mother. And the ego is like a lost child, like an orphan. My mother's dead. Help me. Give me something. We wander through our lives desperately seeking someone to help us, someone to be kind to us, because we don't have a home and we don't have a mother. And when we come into the practice, we start to realize, oh, actually we have a mother. There is a ground, a generosity, a womb which is ceaselessly giving rise to experience. Emptiness is often compared to the womb of the Great Mother. As it says, all beings, if they want to be Buddhas, have to be reborn through the womb of the Great Mother. This is why Prajnaparamita, the teaching on emptiness, seen as a goddess, is the mother of all the Buddhas, because unless you recognize the empty nature of the mind, you can't be a Buddha. What are you recognizing? The emptiness which has been there from the very beginning. By going back into the womb you came from, you realize the ground of your being. And therefore the child and the mother meet because the child has never been separate from the mother. The child has never emerged from the mother's womb, which is why it says the mind is unborn and unceasing. When something is born, it comes out of the mother's body, the umbilical cord is cut, the baby is given a name, and a whole package of cultural identifications are added onto it. But all the forms which have arisen from the very beginning have been inside the sphere of emptiness. They haven't truly come into existence at all. They were transient forms. They were there for a while, and then they move on. They become something else. So nowadays you have a lot of pressure to recycle. You buy something in a shop, you take it home, you use it a bit, you put the bits in the different kinds of garbage, and it's recycled. This is a process. The process starts in the farm or in the factory where they make whatever it is, and then it comes to your house, you make use of it, and then it goes on. Everything is passing through. It's passing through the space of the womb. It hasn't actually come into existence as something, because when it appeared in one particular form, that particular form was relative to the conditions which led to its identification. So in the old days, if you were living on the farm, you would have the pig. And if you were going to eat potatoes, you would peel the potatoes, and you put the peeling from the potatoes in the bucket, and the bucket goes to feed the pig. Everything you peel, everything you wrap like that goes in the bucket for the pig. Now we don't have a pig, so we have to do something with this stuff. When you see a potato in the shop, you recognize it's a potato because of its skin. But a lot of people don't want to eat the skin of the potato, so they take the recognizable status of the potato and remove it, and then they eat it. So the signifier of potato-ness is removed in order to eat what you want in the potato. Can you see? This is the mind in operation. So this is what it means. That we're not developing ourselves to become ready to be enlightened, but we're seeing that from the very beginning, the mind is empty and effulgent. It gives out light, it gives out experience. This experience has nothing to it. It is unborn and unceasing. And therefore, there is nothing to be purified. When we think, yeah, but my mind's not like that. I'm full of these emotions. I'm full of these hatreds. I can't forgive that person. These are thoughts. You believe that these thoughts are important and are telling you something definite about yourself, but these thoughts are vanishing. This is delusion. Just as somebody who has jaundice has a kind of yellowish tint in their perception, or if you take a hallucinogenic drug, you start to see the edges of the world changing and you get visions and so on. These visions are not true. They are impactful, but there is no substance to them. They think, oh, the walls are melting. The walls are not melting. The walls are melting. No, you think the walls are melting. No, the walls are melting. They are deluded. Similarly, we are deluded. We think the walls are real. The walls are real. Why don't they melt? These are mental constructs. So, then he says, the natural way of mind is like that. This is how it is. Do you realize this? You realized ones, you Dharma practitioners. Do you know this, you knowledgeable ones? Yogis, this is what you must practice. This is the heart of it. If you understand this, you don't need to do lots of other practices, because this is the heart of it. Pure from the beginning and effortlessly arising. And every experience is contained within this. Yeah.
Just in the light of what you said about the mind doesn't got any inherent qualities. Yeah, I still, after all these years, have this question about, okay, let's two things. One is, for example, a psychological wound, which is very deep, that leads to very unpleasant emotions coming out in situations, very stuck and how is that pattern held in the mind then? And also karma, I mean,
Well, my sense is that they're not staying as a thing. They're staying as patterns of movement because currents are meeting together. And when currents meet together, you get turbulence. So a deep psychological wound is often the turbulence of that happened to me, that shouldn't have happened to me. Something is unforgivable.
But it's something long ago forgotten, not even conscious of.
But the pain is organized in the resistance to really letting it go. It remains something which is just operating there.
So it's like an energetic pattern within this.
Yes, in the Tibetan they describe how you have this kind of water valleys or water meadows. So high up in the hills you have a slight dip. And if you walk across the middle of the meadow, your feet get squelchy because the ground is very soft. So there's a little river running under the surface. So it's what we would call the subconscious. Something is flowing, some patterning, concatenation of thoughts and feelings, but it's not really in our mind. And then somebody pokes us, and this old bruise is suddenly coming up. It hasn't resolved, but around our heart we have these bruises. And so they're held because of dynamic repetition, the repetition compulsion of their own structures. And they can be released. And certainly in the Dzogchen practice, the more you stay in space, all these little whirlwinds or vortexes or whirlpools, they gradually lose their energy. And their basis is contradiction. If you have a physical accident, say you fall out of a tree or you fall off your bicycle and break your leg, the integrity of your body is interrupted by falling onto the hard surface at an angle that breaks the leg. And that leaves a shock through the body because the body exists as a communicative system which is balancing itself all the time with its immune system. And now it's having to deal with pain and fear, and the lymph glands are operating, and the whole endocrine system is mobilized. This leaves a trace. Very often there's a kind of wariness that comes into people. They're less trusting. Oh, check it out. So that fear reaction continues until you can really deeply release it. Some kinds of therapy can help that. But I think these traces, which are also influenced perhaps from previous lives, do create a seeming permanent content. And these are one of the points where we can close down because they generate a felt sense, well, this is me. This is me. That is to say, the potential that I have when I relax and open is diminished when I go into a frightened place or an anxious place. And some of that is just my perception of the danger of the current moment. And some of it's an affirmation from the stuff before. So it's as if there is a kind of net or bottom of these associations, and we're on the high wire in the circus, and every now and then we fall off the wire. We're bouncing in this net of these old associations. In Dzogchen they would say, you don't need the net. Fall into space because you are space. But when we tighten up, we don't feel like space. We feel like something very solid and we're frightened. And therefore, relax and trust is very difficult. Now, the main guiding yidam or deity to pay attention to deal with this is Dumbo. If you remember the movie Dumbo, he gets a job in a circus and he's required to fly. So he's given this instruction. here is a little feather. This is a magical feather. Hang on to the feather and you'll be able to fly. So he goes up and he goes off and his ears are flapping. But the feather's lost. So he's going around. He's frightened. He's going to crash. He catches the feather. I can fly. So this is it. As long as you feel heavy and dull and stupid with the weight of your assumptions about yourself, your self-hatred, all the negative comments you've ever heard, all the failures in your life or the dreams you haven't fulfilled, the density of these is their accumulation and their investment with energy. But energy has no weight. You believe in it and it becomes heavy. So, like Dumbo, we have to believe in the lightness of our being, because our being is light. It's not that we're believing something false. We're believing the truth and using the truth as the antidote to the false beliefs which we've held for a very long time. I am an individual person. When I die, that's the end of my existence. There are lots of people who are better than me. I haven't done the best things I could in my life. I don't really know why I'm alive. I don't know if I've ever helped anyone. You can make a big, big list of why you're a total shit. It's not very difficult to do. Then you can look at all these propositions and see these are assertions, these are statements. And as they lock together, they create this semantic web around you that ties you and makes you heavy. But they're just thoughts. They're just ideas. And then they're gone. So we are imprisoned in a spider's web. It's gossamer. It's so fine. And yet, the more we struggle in this to get free, the more we bind ourselves into it. So what Dzogchen is saying is, go back to original freedom. Go back to primary purity of the mind. Stay on the one who is preoccupied with thoughts of failure, self-doubt, self-hatred, disappointment. Whenever these forms arise in the mind, don't try to get rid of them. Don't try to improve yourself. Stay. Who is the experiencer? Stay being the experiencer, opening as the experiencer to be present with whatever is occurring. And we find then it goes. It goes. And the mind remains relaxed and clear and open. And it's in this state that the mother clarity and the child clarity meet together. Okay, let's take a break here for, say, 20 minutes, and we come back and do some more practice in text. So we do some more practice now. And we do it in that Guru Yoga form, imagining in the space in front of us a letter R, capital letter A, or the Tibetan form, white in color, surrounded by 5 colored light, which represents the body, speech, and mind of all the Buddhas. And then we open ourselves to it, making the sound of R 3 times, and then just settle in the open space. The letter dissolves, and we're at home in the space. Then we allow whatever comes to come, following the directions in the book we've been reading. when we dream, many different kinds of experiences arise. Sometimes we seem to be in our own body, sometimes we have different bodies. And in the tradition, they make use of dream yoga, which is really a form of conscious dreaming. The basic practice for this is settling the breath well in the course of the day so that you have minimal agitation as you go to fall asleep. When you fall asleep, men fall asleep on the right-hand side, women on the left-hand side. The hand is placed up by the ear with the thumb down on the jawline. And if you feel along your jawline, you find a slight depression. So you just have a light pressure of the thumb into that, and the hand is there, and the legs are straight out. Then you visualize a small ball of white light here in the center of the forehead. And as you're falling asleep, just very relaxed and open, so the only thing you're aware of is this small ball of white light. And you hold that in your consciousness till you fall asleep. And then, with the sense that in my dream I will remember this ball of white light. So it becomes a kind of linker across. And as you come into the dream, gradually, for some people it comes very easily, with other people it's more difficult. The intention to be present in the dream allows you to be aware of this last sense of yourself before you fell asleep. And it's as if you're awake in the dream, and gradually you start to be able to do more conscious activity in the dream. The basic function of such dream practices is to recognize that our daily life is also like a dream. Because in the dream, things are happening, and we're finding them happening, but we usually have less sense that we are the one who is making them happen. There's a sense of being caught up in things. You find yourself suddenly in a particular situation, and then there's a disjunction and there's something else. And this actually is quite close to how the world is revealed when we're just relaxed and open. That our world has a continuity, which is the continuity of awareness or the observer, but the things that we're observing or we're aware of are actually often quite discontinuous. And so it's not that we are a continuous subject always making sense of what is going on, although that may be the fantasy that we tell ourselves. Rather, life is happening, and sometimes we're conscious of it, sometimes we're not. Sometimes we seem to be ahead of the game making things happen. Sometimes we're being moved by the events of life. So this is very often what we experience in the dream. The sense of being in it, being part of the dream, but not in charge, not at the mercy of forces. Of course, in a nightmare you might feel fear and control. And usually in dreams, there's, especially anxious dreams, there's some aspect of fear of falling apart, which can come as a fear of falling, of dissolution, of buildings collapsing, and so on. So we can alter this kind of dream formation the more in the sitting practice we allow ourselves just to release and let go. What we're letting go of is the fantasy of control. We've never really been in control of what is going on, nor do we need to be in control. We're working with the circumstances. which is a way of being part of what is going on, which is the lived or felt sense of non-duality. So in a dream, we find ourselves swept up by things, or somebody says something, and we're in it. And it's that in-itness, not outside, not controlling and directing. It's not a helpless situation. Neither is it a dominating and overpowering situation. And what helps is if you recognize the dream as empty, and if in meditation you recognize this is the movement of emptiness. There is no solid or substantial basis to this experience. It's just the unfolding of experience. What would we be controlling? Now we hear some sound coming in from the church bells. Things are always happening around us and in us which are changing us. We are not living in a bubble. We're not sealed off from events around us. We are part of what is going on. Sometimes we seem to be leading, sometimes we seem to be following. Just being at home in that movement. So it's something quite useful to try. And as I say, what really helps is attending to your breath in the course of the day so that you have less strong tension when you fall asleep at night. Because if the body is very tense and the mind is exhausted, either you have very light sleep in which you're not in contact with the dreams, or very heavy sleep in which, again, you don't have much chance of recollecting dreams. So, then he says, instruction on self-liberating confusion. So he begins, just as poison can become like medicine, emptiness is free of avarice. So, poison means there are many kinds of medicines which are, and so this is page, what is it? 128, yeah. There are many poisonous substances like aconite, which can be transformed in preparations. There used to be medical preparations made from mercury and so on. What is important is how you take that substance and see how to bring up its beneficial qualities without being conditioned by its negative quality. So, avarice or meanness or selfishness can take us over. Me first, I need this. A kind of greed, hunger, unwillingness to share. This we see as something that's small and diminishing in ourselves, as not very beautiful, not very helpful, either for ourselves or for other people. How shall we deal with that? Well, again, he's saying always the same thing. If you find your mind full of selfish thoughts, what you might call mean-spirited thoughts, narrow thoughts primarily concerned with your own welfare, just be with these thoughts. Where is the poison in the thought? Avarice arises due to the power of confusion. Without confusion, watch the one who gives rise to avarice. Confusion here is being translated in its root meaning. Confusion means with fusion. So we become confused when a mental formation becomes, even for a brief period of time, our dwelling place, we merge ourselves into the thoughts. I think, well, why should I do that? These people always want me to do things. Da, 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 da. So in that thought formation, you're identifying strongly with, I want more for me. You are confused by fusing into the thought. Clarity arises when you see the form which is arising without pushing it away, and you allow it to be there, resisting the pull that it has that you merge into it. So confusion equals merging or identification or attachment. Yeah?
I don't understand the word that is hab hier.
Yeah. Okay. So, when he's saying, without confusion, watch the one who gives rise to avarice. Again, this is just how the Tibetan sets it out. It's that particular style. What that means is being relaxed, open, and present with whatever is arising. So if it's a selfish formation, this is arising, you know it's arising, and it's just that. It's just that. So it's always that middle point, not merged, not separated, just with, like the mirror showing the reflection. So without confusion means confusion arises from giving yourself to what is arising as if it was the truth about you. Non-confusion is being present with what is arising as something which is arising for you. They're just slightly different. It's very close though. So you might be, I don't know, talking with a friend and you've had some disagreement. And you're saying, I'm not angry with you. I'm not angry with you. Really, I'm not angry with you. I'm not angry with you! And somehow you have become merged in the anger. Before you're kind of talking about it, it's there in the field, and suddenly it's filling you up and nothing else is there. You're just angry. So that's what it means by confusion. What was a possibility, what was a potential, something which had some resonance with you, instead of being kept as this is something which is around for me, suddenly you are it. Now, if you're with an actual person and discussing, it's a bit easier because you see their face, you have the physical sense of separation, and there's more immediate context to remind you about not to get too wild. But when you're sitting in meditation, it's very intimate with yourself. And so that confusion, that identification, that merging, what traditionally in Buddhism is called grasping, is very easy to fall into. Grasping doesn't mean subject is grasping onto object. That's the outer form of it. The inner form is the identification. This is true, this is real, this is me. So, practice this looking without wavering, and avarice will be purified and become empty. What is it being purified of? Your own projection, your own identification. Whatever arises in the mind is like an empty balloon. If you give it your energy, you blow into the balloon and it takes on that shape. Then you react to that shape. So when it says you purify the avarice, or the avarice is purified, you're just letting the air out of the balloon. That is to say, avarice itself is not toxic, But avarice plus your belief, that's when it becomes toxic. Knowing that you're angry is, gives you some information about where you stand in relation to something. But really being angry, that's much more toxic, because at one level, you've lost it. You're just in it. You don't know where you are. I'm just angry. In the same way, when we merge into the thoughts and feelings and sensations in meditation, we lose ourselves in them. Now, if they're very pleasant thoughts, that could be blissful. It's like a daydream. It wafts you off and you're, oh, life's very nice. But you're still confused. You've lost your clarity. That's why the word confusion here is used, because there is a deliciousness in the intoxication that comes with merging with something. And it appears to be clear. I'm just angry. For fuck's sake, can you not see? It seems incredibly clear. But you're out to lunch. You're lost. Isn't it? It's incredible when you're with people who get angry. So that's what they're like. They think they're spot on. But there's a kind of twist or turn in that. So clarity is the revealing of what is there without merging with it. Remain unwavering in the state of emptiness. This is the purity of avarice. There is no generosity higher than this. Yogis, to realize this is wonderful. So, on the outer level, if you are very selfish, in order to purify this, you practice generosity. You share your food, you give presents to other people, you think about them in your practice and so on. You step out of this smallness of self. So what he's saying here, the highest generosity is in the practice to just stay open to avarice itself. You're offering generous hospitality to the thought as a thought without distorting it or changing it, without pushing it away or merging into it. This is generosity. The generosity of offering the space of the mind. Then the next verse is the same, but it's concerned with desire. Emptiness is free of desire. And in the same way, if you stay open and present when desire rises in you, and you're aware of it, if you feel sexual desire, there's maybe some physical transformation that occurs, your breathing changes and so on. Desire for an object, you can't get it out of your mind, you become fixated on it. Just stay with that. Don't try to change it. By allowing the desire to be there fully in itself, it's as if there is a satisfaction and the desire gently dissolves in itself.
If you continue like this, you can dissolve your whole character. That's frightening.
Well, well, it depends. It depends how much at the mercy of circumstances you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Some people get carried away by a kind of empty desire, a desire for money, so they're working in a computer organization at their desk till 10 o'clock at night. Some people are masturbating 8 hours a day until the skin on their penis is raw, because they're caught up in desire. We know this. So it's one thing to experience a mild form of desire and the joy and pleasure of that, but that's because because it doesn't take you over completely. What he's talking about here is if you're just in it, you're at the mercy of something which will lead you, you've no idea where. So you have no freedom if you're at the mercy of selfishness or desire or anger or anything else. It's not that some degree of desire is not necessary. It'd be impossible to go shopping without some desire. You sit in a restaurant, they say, we're going to close, you've been here for 4 hours, would you like to order something? Oh, it's all wonderful. So, desire is a particularization in which we are privileging one thing as foreground and receding the rest. And what the desire would be, the desire would be to have this foreground without forgetfulness of the background. Because if you just go into the foreground and you lose the background, then you have the situation which in England now they say is get a room. So a couple are in the street and they're really kissing and he's got his hands on her tits and you want to say, get a room. Because they've lost it. They're so intoxicated that they are decontextualized. And that's where it becomes more dangerous. So it's not that these arising and passing waves of experience are to be blocked, but where are they happening? What else is going on? Because if you lose yourself into it, and then you're lost. But if you become paranoid and fearful of it, then you start to see the whole world as dangerous. Desire in itself and dissolving into desire is meaningful under certain circumstances. But in some circumstances, it's not. If people get into doing, say, crack cocaine, for example, they can waste all their money, they can destroy their health, get into terrible difficulties. Because the root of the desire is being effecting a biochemical adaptation, and they're at the mercy of it. So then he applies the same thing to emptiness is free of anger. And if you simply stay with the arising of the anger without merging into it, it purifies itself. And he says, this is the highest patience. So patience, we assume as somebody who can put up with everything. And normally we might think of this as not having anger. But here, anger is present, but it doesn't motivate you. So we're back with the image of the dog and the tail. The anger is the tail. The tail's not wagging the dog. So we are aware of anger. It's a potential. It's the beginning of an energetic formation. And you can take it forward into expression or not. Freedom is still there. Once you get caught up in it, then you become confused and it takes you wherever it goes. So anger it's not saying anger is good, it's not saying it's bad. It's that this is a resource which may be appropriate if you're in touch with the field. But if you're just angry, you don't care. When people get really angry, they do terrible things. These endless stories of shootings in schools and colleges in America. Somebody's pissed off with their teacher, and they go home and they get this automatic weapon, and they kill a lot of people, and then they shoot themselves because of hatred, because of jealousy, because they're intoxicated by the emotion. And inside that particular blinkered vision, all the other aspects of themselves that might say, hang on a minute, these are your school friends, why would you kill them? You're in a bad mood. None of these softer voices can be heard because they're just in this arousal. So, these are extreme examples, but we're probably aware for ourselves that we lose our field embodiness. We lose ourselves as part of the world when we get fixated into a particular pattern of arousal. Then he says, emptiness is free of laziness. Again, laziness arises due to the power of confusion. Simply stay unwaveringly with laziness. There is no higher diligence than this. yogis to realize this is wonderful. Now, this is hard, clearly. When we are lazy and we can't be bothered, there is a kind of willful abandonment of clarity. There are lots of things I should do, but I don't care. That's usually an aspect of laziness. I don't have to, I don't want to, you can't make me, why bother, what's the point? This is very dull, hazy stuff, isn't it? This is it looks like self-comforting, but it's simultaneously a kind of self-abandonment. Because the vitality of your existence, in which you are a participant in the world, in being alive with others, and all the richness that's present in that, vanishes from you. Can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So there's a kind of dulling down and stupidity in that. So if you're going to recognize this, you may have to do your meditation lying on the couch. You may come home, have a glass of wine, you're lying on the sofa and you're watching nonsense on the television. I should be doing something, I can't be bothered. Get a pizza delivered. In a pizza, there's probably 1,000 calories. I've got to finish this bottle of wine, that's another 850 calories. I'm getting fat, I should go for a walk, fuck it, anyway. But eventually the tedium of the television gets so much that you have to switch it off. What will I do now? God, I'm dull and stupid. I feel very heavy and sleepy. I can't be bothered. I am aware that I can't be bothered. I feel light and bright. How amazing to be aware that I can't be bothered. Dzogchen's for me. A sinner saved. So, but the important thing in that is you can do the practice under any circumstance. You don't have to be sitting on a meditation cushion. Even if you feel terrible, say you're prone to depression and you wake up in the morning and you're depressed. You don't have to get out of bed. Just be there with yourself and the depression. Just try to offer hospitality to the depression. You're depressed anyway. It's not going to make you more depressed. But rather than resisting it or feeling you should be doing something else, and of course that doesn't help because you've tried that before to motivate yourself, but you can't find a way to do it. So you're just lying in the bed. This is awful. A stream of negative thoughts is running. Just allow that to be there and be aware of it. This is what is arising. The depressed thoughts are arising and passing. By not merging into them, by not trying to turn them away, their own natural impermanence, their own natural self-vanishing will occur, and gradually your mood will alter. You will not have been strengthening them. Because when we invest in things, they have the investment. If I push this lamp, the lamp goes over because it doesn't have the power to resist me. But if I was to get up and push the wall, we would say that the wall is exerting an equal and opposite pressure, and that's why it doesn't fall over. The lamp is unable to do that, so my pushing on the lamp moves it, so it would fall over. It's just like that with our mind. When you feel depressed and hopeless and you confuse with it, you fuse into it, you become trapped inside it, and you are feeding it your life energy because you are believing it's hopeless, I can't do it. Same with anxiety, same with social embarrassment, social avoidance. With all the limiting functions that we have, if we just sit with them, we realize they don't have the power that we think they do. When we are controlled by them, it's because we believe that they are the case. You know, we know that this is actually true. For example, if somebody has agoraphobia and starts to become anxious about going outside, very often what happens is that a family member or a friend starts to do the shopping for them. And this confirms their helplessness in going outside. So the friend, in helping the person, confirms the status, the power of their anxiety, and goes into a kind of codependency with them. They create an adaptive system. The fact that my friend goes out of the house without panic attacks or being mugged would indicate that it's possible to walk in the street without panic attacks and being mugged. For them. For me, it's different. Now, this is crazy. This is crazy, isn't it? Because if you can walk down the street and not get mugged and do the shopping, why couldn't I? Oh, because I feel anxious. My anxiety is telling me that something terrible will happen. Of all the people living in Bonn, I am the one who's going to get mugged. I am the one who's going to fall down. Only I. So there's a mad kind of privileged knowledge in this, which you can see functioning as a decontextualization. You have one head, 2 arms, 2 legs. I have one head and 2 arms and 2 legs. What happens to you is likely to happen to me. How many times have you fallen down in the street without your friend alcohol being involved? Never. Oh. But I'm sure I will fall down. Well, James, how many times have you fallen down? Well, I haven't fallen down yet, but I could fall down. This is crazy. So, in that ordinary example, you can see if you fuse into a belief, if you become sure I'm going to have a panic attack, it becomes an absolute limit to your existence. The only way I can protect myself from this dreaded panic attack is not to go out. And the more you confirm that and other people come to rescue, you can stay in your flat for 3-4 years, never go out. This is tragic. And so that's an outer example of what happens to us in our mind. A thought, like a selfish thought or a lazy thought, it arises, you take it seriously, and it becomes a limit. You allow it to be there, but without believing in it, and it passes. The glue is your own belief. The glue is your own identification. Therefore, by relaxing, you're not investing it anymore with importance. And so it doesn't have that importance. It only has that importance because of your belief. Belief is a glue. Belief is attachment. Belief makes things appear permanent, real, important, definitive. But a belief is a mental construct, which is transient. So that's at the central point here, to observe how you diminish your freedom by binding yourself into certain kinds of belief. Yeah?
For me personally, during the meditation, sometimes it is easy to be with without, and if I recognize it, then it's vanished, like Ruth said before. But if I'm in the real relative life, then, for example, let's take the laziness. It's a small distance between laziness and be present with laziness. Really small distance. And I think that's a big danger to fall into laziness. And then after 2 hours you remember, oh, that's been laziness. And for me in the real life, in the relative life, it's really hard to be present with something and not fall into it and to remember these things.
So, and that's very helpful, because we have to see that things like selfishness, anger, desire, laziness, and so on are not intrinsically bad. The poison or the danger is not the formation, but the inevitability of giving ourselves into it. Some people always say whatever's on their mind. I've just got to say it. I have to tell you. I have to tell you, little bantam cock. This is dreadful. And they can't control it because it feels inevitable. If it arises, puke it out. Share it with the world. Not very nice. So the real danger is, if this is arising, it has to be taken in this way. So if it's on the shelf, we can use it or not use it according to circumstances. With an example sometimes we've used before, if you go into a pizza restaurant, there are the guys kneading out the dough, and they have in front of them many little pots, maybe 20 different little pots with olives and onions and different cheeses and so on, all readily prepared. And the order comes in for a particular kind of pizza, a marina. So then they need a bit of tuna and some other fish and so on. And then another order comes in and they take different ingredients from the different pots. They are waiting for the instruction from the environment before they make the selection from the pots. The selection from the pots is not dependent on their particular urge. If you go to a fancy restaurant, the chef will prepare what the chef prepares, because the chef is allowing you to partake of the chef's vision of chicken, which is usually a very small proportion. Chickens are big. You go to a fancy restaurant, 5 times as much money and tiny little bit of chicken. But in a pizzeria, the chef is waiting for the name of the pizza. So, the ingredients are there as a potential, but the potential is only activated when required. So the chef has to be without bias, without prejudice. They can't say, I'm not cooking a marina, I wouldn't eat it. If I wouldn't eat it, I'm not giving it to you. That doesn't come into it. So I think this is a very good example of what this means. If we are going to be in the world with others, we bring ourselves into being in terms of how they are. We don't start to cook the pizza until we see the color of their eyes. So we need to have lots of ingredients. Now, it may be quite appropriate to be lazy. You may have had a terrible week, and somebody phones you up and invites you to do something. You say, listen, I'm too tired. I'm just going to slop out. And that could be absolutely what your body needs to do. I've had enough, don't want to know. Oh, but there's a good movie on, you'd really like it. I'm going to fall asleep. Just leave me alone. Being lazy is okay. Being selfish, sometimes that's very important. If you link with somebody who's a big taker, who always needs something from you, having the capacity to say, no. Oh, I just want to borrow it. No, you can't borrow anything more from me. Oh, but you really mean you've got it and you're not using it. Why can't I have it? Because I don't want to give it to you. That might be very, very helpful for the other person. So if you're not able to feel selfish, fuck you, me first. You're not very nice. That's it. I'm not very nice. That is very, very helpful, because otherwise the person's like a leech sucking your blood, and you're being nice and kind, and inside you're cooking. You're thinking, oh, why are you always asking me? Well, I'm always asking you because you always give me what I want. So that's what it means, that these things he's talking about, they're not problems in themselves. The problem is when we manifest them according to our inner logic of our own feelings without any reference to the lived context, the shared world with other people. Remember, wisdom, which is the awakening to emptiness, is for ourselves. Our energy is for others. We have two aspects. We've got space or openness suffused with presence. This is wisdom. As we manifest into the world, this is in order to be with others, to communicate, to be in interactions. Why? For the benefit of all, which means, how are you? And on the basis of how you are, we try to cook ourselves. So our prejudice or bias as a chef is what we're trying to dissolve here. Because if you're always cooking anger, if you're always cooking desire, this has nothing to do with the world around you. This is a self-fixation. So the purification is to go back to primordial purity, the natural purity of the mind, which he's saying, just stay with the one who is caught up in the anger or desire. See the emptiness of the anger or desire, whatever. This self-liberates, and there you are in the natural purity of the mind. When you have that, then you're not filling up with impulses, with self-referential habits, but you become more available. And then life is very nice, because you don't have to have something. When I was a student in university, I was not very interested in studying, but every morning at 11 o'clock when the pub door opened, I would be in the Meadow Bar. I had 20 Woodbine cigarettes, I had a copy of the Guardian newspaper, and I ordered a bottle of Newcastle brown beer. Gluck, 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 into the glass. What a way to start the day, because I didn't wake up too early. Open the packet of cigarette, taking the cellophane off, silver paper out. Oh, who needs fresh air? Reading the newspaper. Wonderful. But then I stopped smoking. Wasn't the same. Beer, newspaper, where's the cigarette? I don't smoke. These three formed a perfect triangle. Absolute happiness. You take one away, and not the same. Because there's a ritual identification. You know? And this is what he's talking about here, is we've all built up particular habits that feel like me. This is how I am. This is how I do it. This is how I make a cup of tea. So all of these rigidities, these self-reassuring patterns, we should just sit with. It's not that they're bad or wrong, but we want to see the function that they have, which is to reassure us that our small world is the whole world. How I am is fine as me. But actually there's a big world and we're part of it. And it has so much more to give us, and we have so much more to give it if we relax and open. Relax and open. So it's just very sweet, I think, what he's saying. Then he says, emptiness is free of distraction. It's exactly the same pattern. Remain unwaveringly in the state of emptiness. This is the purity of distraction. So your mind is all over the place. Just relax, open to the busy mind, thoughts, feelings, sensations. You feel very twitchy, your body's moving, you can't settle. It's going on, you're present with it, and because you're not being distracted, you're not feeding the distraction, and gradually it releases itself. And he says, there is no higher concentration than this. Emptiness is free of assuming, making assumptions, resting in previous knowledge. Again, stay with an assumption. You don't have to examine it intellectually. Allow the formation to be there, and it passes. And this is the highest wisdom. Then he says, emptiness is free of craving. Craving here is this sense of something is lacking or missing and I need to get it. So he's saying, don't get caught up in this. Just allow the craving to be there and see what it's like. So, on an outer example, say for example, you're sitting and you experience a little itch on your face. Your finger wants to go up and scratch it, but you can just hold your hands and experience that itch. Oh, scratch me. Oh. It goes. If you had scratched it, you would be making some communication with the nerve endings, and that may well invite them to send you another little message. But it goes. It goes. We don't have to respond. The more we respond, we set up feedback loops. So, in brief, whatever is happening in the mind, don't enter into judgment about it. Don't imagine that your mind should be other than it is. At the same time, don't feed it, don't merge into it. So, not changing, not making it artificial, but not believing in it, not subsuming yourself within it, flowing into it. Stay relaxed and open. The feeling fills you and vanishes. The craving fills you and vanishes. The anger fills you and vanishes. Then you know what anger is. It's a particular patterning of energy. Hunger, desire, it's the same. A different pattern of energy. Laziness, a different pattern of energy. These are all just permutations of the infinite movement of energy. And then they're gone. So, we do a little bit more practice.
James?
Yeah.
Why is Patrul always like having here opposites, like laziness is not just self-liberating itself into emptiness or something, and
Yeah.
always he links it to like laziness, diligence, distractions to concentration,
Yeah.
and always the opposite.
He's linking it because, generally speaking, generosity and these are good qualities. So he's saying, if you don't do what you take to be negative, something positive will come. This is a kind of encouragement. It's a kind of encouragement. But it's also true that if you're not preoccupied in your own structuring, there'll be space for something new to happen. And if you're connected with other people in a simple way, it's likely that it will be ethical. The face of the other, when we're with other people and we look in their face, if we open to their face, to their eyes, if we feel the connection, that is probably the best guarantee that we will be ethical, rather than formulating some plan in your head. So the less preoccupied you are, the more available you are, available to receive the living presence of the other and to offer the space of hospitality of yourself and also your presence. Under these circumstances, I don't think people do very bad things. In my experience in institutions, like in hospitals and so on, people get into gossiping about people. So they build up images in their mind about what the person is like. And then when they see them, they project their fantasy onto the person. So they're looking at them, but they're not seeing their face. They're reading that they are who I think they are. And that's when you get little mean, selfish things going on. Because you're no longer offering full hospitality to the other. It's a very biased reading. So from that point of view, the more you allow things to resolve in emptiness, the more of the natural, given, non-dual direct communication occurs. And that keeps ethical activity running without effort. Okay, so we just sit, relax into the out-breath, and stay with our mind without falling into what's there and without rejecting. So now we have a break for food and meet again at 8 o'clock. Okay, so if we begin with the Refuge and Bodhicitta and then go straight into the 3R practice. So, our brief time together doesn't have much longer to run. So we should take a chance to reflect on what we've been doing together and how you might maintain this in your daily life if you want to do that. Some people are more fresh in the morning, some are more fresh in the evening. For some people, doing short sittings frequently through the day is useful. For other people, longer sittings, maybe an afternoon at the weekend. Getting to know your own rhythms and what works best for you is very advisable. Because this is a very intimate kind of practice. It can't be decided by rules from the outside. We have to make friends with ourselves and collaborate with ourselves, and then we start to find the path of seeing the natural integration of the practice at daily life. Because whatever happens, as we've been looking many, many times, is simply the arising of that which is already present in awareness. We're not having to go somewhere else, we're not having to do something else, we're not having to achieve anything. We're just having to be where we already are. So whatever factors will give you the space and time and depth to do that, it's maybe helpful to work that out. Okay, so I'll go through this next section. Because the structure of each verse in it is similar, we can go through them all together. But I would encourage you to take the time and read them through individually and just reflect on it, because one of the key things that this text is saying is mistakes are normal. Getting lost is normal. Don't get upset about it. If you find these things arising for you and you're getting lost in them, don't worry. This is the way back. We had the story from ancient Greece about the Minotaur in the labyrinth and how the hero is blessed because he has Ariadne's thread to guide him back out of the situation. So, in a sense, the Dzogchen practice is Ariadne's thread. It's not that we're not going to get lost, but if you know the way back out, it's not so serious, not so important. So you can be kinder to yourself, you don't spend so much time caught in stuff, and life is more fresh. So, here he begins, an explanation of the self-liberation of the afflictions. Affliction means the emotional turmoil which generates suffering and misery, so anger, desire, and so on. Regarding the transformation of the afflictions into original knowing, that is to say, how to see the finite as infinite, how to see what is limiting as in fact the energy of liberation. In the state of non-distraction, there is no suffering. When you're relaxed and open and present, various things are arising. Some of them have a sweet quality, some of them have a more sour or bitter quality, but there is no suffering. It's just the taste. If you eat something sour, the mouth goes a little tight. If you eat something bitter, it's even more. It's not horrible, it's just bitter. If you are expecting something sweet, you say, oh, what's that? But it is what it is. It's just a bitter taste. That's what bitter tastes like. So, when we see these different experiences in the state of non-distraction, which here means not merging into them, that there is no suffering. Suffering comes from being caught up in that which is deluding. Suffering arises due to the power of confusion. Without distraction, and distraction here means involvement, generating one idea after another, elaborating an interpretation. And what's important to see here is when you're struggling to make sense of what's going on, when you're doing your best to clarify what's in your mind, this is distraction. So you think, oh, God, what the hell? Why? Oh, waste of time. This is distraction. Simply return to the one who is having the experience. Without distraction, watch the nature of suffering. The suffering is here, you stay open, available, and the suffering goes. Suffering vanishes and becomes empty. Remain unwaveringly in the state of empty clarity. Empty clarity is the hospitality of the empty mind. If it was a dead emptiness, you wouldn't know how anything was going on. The emptiness is the receptivity, the clarity is the illumination. So we're illuminating the illusory phenomena passing in the empty mind. This is the purity of suffering. It is known as the great bliss natural mode. That is to say, this is the Dharmakaya, the mind of all the Buddhas, and its feeling tone quality is great bliss or happiness. That is, again, you're not going from one place to another, but that which seemed to be poisonous or difficult or painful, when you take it in the right way, it's very easy. It shows itself. For example, if you have a small puppy and the dog has a quite hot temperament, like a terrier, something like that, if you pick it up from behind in a way that shocks it, it will be snapping at you. But if you go around and you say, "Hello, little dog, ooh, aren't you sweet?" and gradually you make contact with it, it will turn over and let you tickle its stomach. The dog is the same. So how you approach it makes the difference. It's exactly the same in the meditation. Something is arising in the mind. If you treat it in a rough way, you get a rough reaction for yourself. And if you are tender and gentle and open and receptive, all the phenomena arise and pass away. And this is the mind of the Buddha. When we look at the statues of the Buddha, they convey peacefulness. The Buddha is at one, not disturbed, calm like the ocean. And within that calmness and expansion, the Buddha surveys the whole of samsara. So then the next verse is saying that the state of non-distraction is free of affliction. Then the next line saying it's free of aversion. Then it's free of pride. Then it's free of attraction, free of jealousy, free of assuming. These are all limiting states. It doesn't mean that they don't arise, but when they are there, it is as if they are not there. We return to our friend the mirror. The reflection arises in the mirror, so the reflection is in the mirror, except that the mirror doesn't have any contact with the reflection which is in it. So the mirror is free of the reflection while the reflection is in the mirror. These experiences, limitings, anger, desire are in the mind, but the mind's nature is empty, so although they're in the mind, they're not causing any trouble. That's what it means by free of distraction. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist at all. It means it exists in a way which is safe. If you're walking around in London and you stay on the pavement, the risk of being hit by a bus is very small. If you step off the pavement without looking at a busy time, the risk is quite high. The buses are on the road, the pedestrian is on the pavement. The buses are very close to the pavement, but they are on the road. When you walk down the pavement, you don't need to be paranoid thinking, my goodness, if a bus driver was suddenly to be disturbed or had a heart attack, maybe the bus would come off the road and kill someone. And that person might be me. The likelihood is very small. Bus, road, pedestrian, pavement. Very nice. So, the mind of clarity has a lot of traffic passing very close. Rest in non-distraction, you are on the pavement. Brum, 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 big thought is coming by. Very close, but we are safe. It's like that. But if you get distracted, you step off the pavement. The bus hits you. You get caught in the thought. So for all of these states, it's the same principle. Remain relaxed and open. Then on page 131, in the second paragraph, he's talking specifically about a meditation condition. The state of non-distraction is free of sinking and fogginess. Jingwa sinking is when our clarity is going down and the energy of the mind is not bright or light. So it feels heavy, like a tired swimmer. We feel as if we're moving almost towards sleepiness, but we can't. It's just all a bit dull and sinking. And muk means covered over or foggy or opaque. So we're not fully here. We're not away. We haven't fallen asleep, but we can't kind of work out what's going on. Sinking and fogginess obscure due to the fault of distraction. That is to say, the power of sinking and fogginess is the power given to them by your merging into them, by being in the state of sinking and fogginess. Watch the nature of sinking and fogginess without distraction. Just open. You are suffused, but you're present. Presence is openness to what's there. So you sit in this slightly dull state, but you're aware of the dullness. You're not thinking about it. You're not planning an escape route. You're just being present with that, and then it starts to clear. Practice this watching meditation without wavering and sinking and fogginess will vanish and become empty clarity. Remain unwaveringly in the state of empty clarity. This is the purity of sinking and fogginess. It is known as the original knowing or pristine wisdom of emptiness and clarity. So, these kind of states like the sinking and fogginess are important because they're more like moods. You know, if you're angry, there's a kind of shape to anger. Or if you're caught up in a desire, it's got a sort of, you know where you are with it. But fogginess is it's already very dispersed. Like the morning mist, when you see it, it's not very clear. If you walk through it, you start to get wet. But it doesn't have a beginning and an end. When you're in it, you're in it. So, staying present with it is quite difficult because there isn't a clear border. And so falling into it is quite easy. If that happens, don't apply any particular antidote. Just relax into the out-breath. Just a slow out-breath. Or even do 1 ah and open, and then go back into the practice. Because you only need the slightest sense of being aware of it. It's not an apartment, it's not even a separation. It's just having, this is here. So just a little bit of brightness. And now you're back engaged in being present with what is there. And if you fall into it again, just do the same. Resettle yourself. Don't do anything artificial. Resettle, open, and stay there. Then in the next verse, he's saying, the state of non-distraction is free of frisky dispersal. This is when the mind is excited and jumpy, many different thoughts are coming, you can't stay focused on any one thing. Sometimes it's associated with the body moving a lot, you might get a lot of sensation in the body, and you can't quite settle. So We don't need to, in this state, we don't attempt to calm ourselves down. Give more space. If something is moving in that way, give it more space. So, relax in the out-breath, very open. And however the mind is moving, it has the space to move. You're not making it tight, you're not trying to control it or tune it down, because there is no danger in it. It arises due to distraction. Watch the nature of it. Watch it without wavering, and it will vanish and become empty clarity. So, this is in the mind. When it goes, there is a moment of just the sense of space. Then again, something else seems to arise. But when it says empty clarity, maybe you're sitting and there's been this agitation. The agitation starts to dissolve and vanish. You may well, you still have an experience that here you are in the room, your gaze is open, you have shapes and color, but it's an empty clarity because there is nothing coming and impinging, there's nothing coming and claiming the state or impacting on you. It's just empty. And then some other formation arises, and that's what you give your full attention to. Then, finally, he says, the state of non-distraction is free of the three poisons, that is to say, assumption and interpretation and mental dullness, which is one poison, and attachment, desire and aversion, anger are the other two. These all arise due to the fault of distraction. I mean, this is quite a powerful thing to say. All of the troubles that you have in meditation arise from the same root. Confusion or distraction, not staying relaxed, not being open. These are just ways of describing the same state. Samsara begins with attachment, with involvement, with identification, with fusing into what is there. So, if you want to cut the root of samsara, the one thing that binds us in confusion is our willingness to identify with transient phenomena as if they were deeply meaningful and likely to endure. So, this is at the heart of it. He's saying, if you get just this one thing right, and you make this central in your practice, you'll find that these habits which have kept you trapped, which have got you in all kinds of difficult situations, will be liberated by themselves. This is quite amazing. There's so many practices you can do, but he's saying you don't need to do any of them. They are not necessary. Because this is the one root. All of these problems arise from the fact that in the mind, object formations arise. When they are met with a subjective formation that has a sense, this is happening to me, this is me, I like it, I don't like it, there is firstly an elaboration of thoughts. More thoughts arise. Secondly, there is an arising of feeling. Jealousy, pride, intense emotional reactions are provoked. Memories are provoked. Sensation in the body is provoked. All of this comes into being because there is a receptor of stuff. Here is stuff. I know what to do with stuff. The ego consciousness is a stuff manipulator. It moves stuff around. So, as the consciousness becomes more energized and more focused and more active, it's busy arranging patterns of stuff. And as it's taking these appearances, the very quality of its attention takes appearance and emptiness, form and emptiness. But grabbing it by the scruff of the neck, it has the dog biting us. And so we get into doing something with the object because it feels something has to be done. We've taken it in a way which gives us more work to do. My mind is like this. So you're sitting and maybe you think of a meeting you have on Monday morning you have to go to. You might think, why do I have to be there? What nonsense are they going to talk about? I have to get it right. I need to prepare this very well. Many different kinds of thoughts could arise. I am thinking about something I have to do. You can see how many feelings and sensations get pulled into that. On the basis of what? A thought arises, on Monday I have a meeting. Sit in the state of non-distraction. The thought of the meeting goes. Then you're here. Follow the thought of the meeting, and not only is that inflated and elaborated, but you as the subject find there is so much more to say and feel and think about it. And so the two of you together create this great storm. And then the thought form vanishes, the subject form vanishes, and there's a bit of a space and something else comes. And this is how our mental life is most of the time. Tumbling, tumbling, tumbling. The solution to all of these situations is don't be distracted. Don't fall into what's there. Don't stand apart from what's there. Find perfect balance. Find poise. Just like a dancer, again and again, practices jumping and turning and landing. Jumping and turning and landing. And they look perfect when they do it. Along the way, they have many wobbles, just as we have in the meditation. But poise is very important. Because when you have balance, you don't tip forward and you don't tip back. We are poised, open and ready. But what we're offering is space, not ourselves. The hospitality of space is the space for everything to be there. We don't fall in. We don't feel overwhelmed. If you offer yourself, which is attachment or confusion or immersion, it'll tie you in knots. It'll catch you. It'll catch you. These thoughts are very dangerous if you don't pick them up the right way. There are people who know how to pick up snakes. They're very quick. They just get it behind the head. They are confident, if I hold it here, it won't bite me. If I was to pick it up, I'd say, oh God, what's it? And the snake would be moving more, and I would drop it, and it probably would bite me. Oh. So that's the situation, isn't it? Take it the right way. Take it by giving it space. Not taking it up as something to do with me, but take it up as something which is there by allowing it to be there. So that's the central point that he's making in these. So we relax, we trust, we open. So we do another final bit of sitting before we break for the evening. and we dedicate the merit from our study and practice together today. Thinking particularly of Achim in hospital. Gewan dien yuntum da ujen lama drujuni rochi chamadu Dei salakupa. So now we have free time and have a chance to have a party upstairs above the dining room, and then tomorrow morning at 7 Eifel will be here and we start at 9:30. So hope to see you all at the party. Okay, so we start with the Refuge and Bodhicitta. It goes straight into the 3R practice. We turn to the text. So we're at the bottom of page 131. As a way to develop certainty and explanation of how the mind reveals itself. Sometimes no ideas come to the mind of great meditators. Your mind is vacant and empty. When that happens, stay clearly on the mind itself without doing anything artificial. So we're getting used to him saying the same thing, because there is only one solution. I mentioned before that the common Tibetan word for being, for any kind of being, insects, people in all the different realms, is drowa. And drowa means to go. And you can see that yourself. When you sit in the meditation and you get caught up in a thought, you go. You become a moving person. And when you relax and open, you're still. The Tibetan word for Buddha is sangye. Sang means pure, or without any obscuration or difficulty, clarity. And the second part, ye, means vast or full of all good qualities or without limitation. When we're sitting in the practice, the mind is calm, and in its openness, everything appears all together. This is Buddha, the integration of space and appearance. But when you get caught up, in what is appearing and identify with it, then you move around inside that sphere, forgetting the very space that you're moving in. And then you're just a drawer. You're just going here, going there, from one life to another, from this place to that, wrapped inside this bubble of the self. In the bubble of the self is developed by turbulence. If you go out in the country where there's some hills and you watch a small stream coming down, as the water hits the rocks, it sort of gets churned around, and often it forms little bubbles. The bubble is just water separated from water by a bit of air. There's no real separation. But this capturing of the air seems to separate out the water. So you get a double move, just as the object separates the subject from its own ground, and being a subject through your thoughts, you separate the object from its own ground. So we are like, the ego is like this relation of air and water. We're just a bubble. And we see this bubble tumbling on. It's very vulnerable, so we're always recreating more bubbles around us. As if to be encapsulated, to be wrapped in something was a safety, but it's actually our problem. So he's saying, if a lot is happening in the mind or nothing is happening in the mind, don't focus on the product or the content. Stay with the openness. Sometimes the mind is very dark and vacant and you're not able to clear it. When that happens, sharpen your awareness and remain exactly on that. Sharpening the awareness is not artificial. We do it by relaxing out of the dullness. If you try to push the dullness away, you make it stronger. All that arises in the mind is naturally impermanent. It appears to be permanent when you lock onto it in some ways. Nowadays we have these rockets which have sensors that allow them to lock onto their target. As when that plane that was flying over the Ukraine was brought down. The missile locks onto it, and a big passenger plane has no evasive action it can take. So there's a fixation. That's what the attachment is. And that is a movement of energy itself. So whenever you're locked, if you see what you're locked in as solid, as real, as having a life of its own, you confirm the problem. Just trust, it will go. So you relax and open. And that brings the brightness by itself, because the mind's nature is naturally bright. You don't need to brighten it. You don't have to polish it. It is naturally bright. Allowing the obscuration to go by not hanging on to it or inflating it is the easy way to freedom. Sometimes the mind is very sad. When that happens, brighten up, relax, and sit happily and at peace. Why not? Because we take ourselves very seriously. We think we are important. This is just something happening. If you reflect on it, there are people all over the world having lives much worse than ours. Much worse. There are people in rooms locked up and they know something horrible is going to happen and they can't get out. They don't have the key to the door. There are people in terror. Most of the troubles we have are not that bad. Even if we get a bad illness, we have reasonable hospitals and so on. Even if we're going to die, we have pain relief and all the rest of it. So, when we feel sad, that is an identification. I'm sad. This is terrible. This is terrible. It may be terrible, but I'm making it terrible for myself by how I'm approaching it. In marketing and advertising, they have the notion of added value. Companies who are selling commodities are always trying to find a way to make their commodity more interesting so that people will buy it. So television adverts tend to be either jokey or have some beautiful woman or something that's going to bring some association with the product. And it's going to be described as being particularly useful or better than the rest, or there's some kind of pseudo-research. Science proves that the skin cream is the most effective, and then in tiny print at the bottom of the page, carried out on a sample of 10, 21-year-old women. Removes all wrinkles. So that's added value. The value is not intrinsic to the product, but is put into the packaging, the environment around the product, so that the product seems to take that on. Like last night when we were dancing, the Buddha was changing color all the time. Today the Buddha was quite still, but the added value of the lamp made it a bit more interesting. So this is what the mind is doing. We add value. So when you get bad times, just stay with the simple flavor of that bad time. When you start worrying about it, when you have anxiety, when you start telling other people about it, it becomes elaborated. You just think, oh, life's hard. I didn't get the job I wanted, or my relationship's broken up. This is going to be a lonely winter. It's going to be a lonely winter. What is that? That will be how it reveals itself to be. You will get through that. That will be the formation. Staying relaxed and present with that. And what is profound in that is that you trust the resilience of openness. Because once you wind yourself into the story and feel, poor me, I wish this wasn't happening, this is terrible, you're making yourself actually oversensitive and fragile. And so the pain gets increased. Because I can't bear it. What is it you can't bear? This happened to me. So that so many times in the hospital when patients would be suicidal, a mental state would be arising and they would feel I would be better off dead. They would often try to kill themselves. It is better to be dead than to stay with this. I have to stay with it because I'm stuck with it. Their problem was they couldn't find the glue. What is it that's sticking you to the past? My parents didn't love me. My father fucked me when I was 6. Whatever the story was, it may be horrible, it may be terrible, but generally it's gone. It was 20 years ago or 30 years ago. What is the glue? I can't get over it. What is the glue? This is what we look at in meditation. What is the nature of attachment, investment that binds us in? It's not to say that we should just forget these horrible things. They probably echo around us. But we are adding value. Out of our sense of indignation or our loss or our shame, that is to say, one set of mental factors is being increased and added to by the accumulation of other factors. In the 5 skandha system, the 5 composite heaps in the general Buddhist account, this is the 4th skandha, samskara, which is the coming together, the joining together of factors to create a rounded picture. So if one could see the different parts of it, if you were doing an analytical description, you might think, my life is unbearable, I can't bear this. And then you lay out what are all the ingredients that lead to that conclusion. My father did this to me. I lost my childhood. Pain. Other people had a happy childhood, but I didn't. Envy. And then you start to see, oh, various movements in my mind are coming to this conclusion. The conclusion has no essence in itself, but it is compacted by how I am construing the situation. There are other ways to construe it. For example, when we do the exchange practice of Tonglen, the basic principle is, whenever I'm happy, I'll give my happiness to others. Whenever I feel sad, I'll take on all the sadness of others. So when you feel self-pity and sadness, you take more sadness. More. I take on all the sorrows of the world. And in that way, the heart has to open and open. And the only way to do that is to recognize its emptiness. The mind as empty can show everything. The mind as the ego becomes a small pot and feels overwhelmed. So we're always trying to slip out of that. So that's what he means by just open your mood. It's not painting a smile on, but it's just relaxing out of the fixation that this set of difficult circumstances is a true definition of my life now, how my life will be in the future, and of my value. That's a false construction. Sometimes the mind rests only for an instant as subtle thoughts come and go. This is probably something quite familiar for us. When that happens, bring the mind into relaxed attentiveness and remain there. So, again, if you're going all over the place, you could focus into a slow out breath, or if you find that the thoughts are still moving here, there, and everywhere, do the 3R practice again. You're just using that to settle your attention and then open. It is a little bit artificial. Every method has some degree of artificiality. So we want as little artificiality as possible. However, it's, as we've looked before, it's not helpful to be the lone hero. It's not helpful to struggle. If you're struggling when the mind is kind of vague and hazy and you can't get a handle on it, to stay in that is not going to do you any good. So relax out of it. Or go and put some cold water on your face. Open the window and get some fresh air, and then come back and sit. Because if you're getting caught in a constellation, to sit in that constellation has no benefit. It will go, but you can't let go of it, because for whatever reason, habitual, karmic, at that moment you just find yourself merged in it again and again. So open the window, look outside, listen to the birds singing, and then come back and sit. Sometimes awareness flickers feebly in and out of focus. When that happens, gently draw the mind into clarity like pulling hair out of a lump of butter, then remain unwaveringly in that state. So what he's doing here, he's listening some of the many kinds of states that arise in the mind. And he's not saying that each of these requires a particular medicine, a particular method or intervention. He's saying that resting in the natural state of the mind is the universal panacea. It's the universal medicine that cures all ills. And so, if you get caught up in the particularity of your situation, and you feel that because of this patterning of your depression or anxiety or enthusiasm, you need to do something in particular, this is not required. Simply relax back into the open state of the mind. So he says the same, that When difficult ideas flood in and you can't be still even for an instant, relax the mind. Sometimes you don't want to meditate. You're unhappy and just can't stay with it. When that happens, pray strongly to your guru and keep your ideas light, happy, calm and contented. So, what this is advising is a kind of disruption. There are various kinds of disruptive practices, like churd, like the use of pet, like some of the semzins. They're designed to tear the continuity of the flow of our enmeshment in some pattern of arising. So, if you really just are losing the plot and you find you don't want to do any practice and a week goes by and a month goes by and you think, I don't know where I am with Dharma anymore, I've got these books on the shelf, I never read them, I don't know, what's the point? If you want to get back into that, clearly you are slipping away. Dharma as a mood or a practice or an orientation of life is still there, but you're caught up in something else, both maybe in thoughts, but also in mood. You just can't. What is it you can't do? You can't open yourself or give yourself to that, because you've given yourself to something else. Your energy, your potential has been given to a kind of hopelessness. So there's a sort of sinking homeostasis that your energy system is going down and it's kind of bland, it's tasteless. Can't be bothered. Not able to be bothered. To get out of that, we have to practice giving ourselves. All of Dharma is about opening yourself and giving yourself. You give your attention to the study, you give your compassion and your love to all sentient beings, and you give your mind open to wisdom and awareness. So when we pray to the Guru, it's opening our mind as, I want to be with you. This is important. I am giving myself to you. This is a very quick way to free ourselves from what we are caught up in. Because yesterday we were looking at confusion as fusion with. We get fused into something. So in this listless, vague, unable to mobilize or motivate state, you're fused into a low energy dispersal. When we pray to the Guru in the Tantric system or the Dzogchen system, the other is seen as having good qualities, and by praying we open our heart and we loosen our resistance. That is to say, we loosen our sense of being separate. So if we say, for example, the 7-line prayer, we say, Kegi Jesu Datru Ki, I follow you and I want to be like you. You are my ideal. You are the Buddha. You are radiant and open, and I'm all closed down. I want to be like you. And as we do the praying to the Guru, we imagine in their forehead a white letter A, in the throat a red letter, in the forehead a white letter Om, in the throat a red letter A, and in the heart a blue letter Hum. And as we're praying, rays of light are coming into our body, emptying out all the obscurations and difficulties. Our body is full of light, just as the body of the Guru is full of light. And then we imagine them coming to the crown of our head and dissolving down into a ball of light, which descends into our heart, and our body, which is light, merges into that ball. So we have merging, we have fusion, but then the ball goes down and dissolves into a point of light, which then vanishes into space, into emptiness. And we sit in emptiness. And then, in this open space of emptiness, everything that arises is the luminosity of the Guru's mind. So here you have the tantric antidotal system. The problem is fusion. We are fused with phenomena, with feelings and ideas. And we're using, in a homeopathic way, we're using fusion with the Guru to release us from the problem of fusion. The fusion is opening us into emptiness. So that is how that practice works. It's very helpful. Because it's a way, if you're too dispersed just to relax, you're using the mobilization of attention and devotion, and then dissolve it back in emptiness, and then you stay open in that practice. So it's a method for cutting through strong or very dispersed identification. And we don't do much tantric stuff here, but the idea is next autumn we will have time to focus on the practice of Padmasambhava and really get into that way of understanding practice. Sometimes the mind is clear and happy and joyous. You feel like dancing. Well, last night some of us did. When that happens, stay relaxed without forcefully grasping your mind. It's like that. You can be dancing around to the music, and it's very light and easy. It's very playful. In these experiences are very helpful because there's a lot that you get without getting anything. So it really helps us to see this is the whole of our life. Everything arrives, but there's nothing to grasp. So it places enjoyment as participation at the heart of it. And first of all, we start with sweet things, and then gradually we extend our palate. Just as with a small child, you give them mashed bananas and things like that, which are quite sweet, and gradually they get used to, as their teeth come, to chewing things, and then you introduce different flavors. So actually you can enjoy every kind of sensation. Not enjoyment in the sense of, haha, this is wonderful, but enjoyment in the sense of being with it. Just as if you go to an art gallery, you can look at paintings on difficult themes or that have quite complex combinations of color, and you enjoy that because it gives you a particular kind of experience. So you're increasing your receptivity to the widest range of experience. And this is incredibly helpful. All these ways that the mind reveals itself arise from beginners who have not clearly understood their own natural condition. Those who have that clear understanding have no basis for such things to arise from. Now, that doesn't mean that great meditators never have difficulties. But the difficulty that arises is arising always in space. For beginners, our tendency is to merge into these things. It's the merging which is the problem, not the quality of the object. When the object is left alone, it is what it is. It is neutral. And neutral is the basis of equanimity. If you have an occasional drink, you can keep a bottle of vodka on top of the cupboard and you see it every day and you just know it's there. If you are a real drinker, you can't do that. Because when you see the bottle, this bridge goes from you to the bottle and you feel that you need to drink. It is as if the object is compelling you. But of course the object isn't compelling you. This is your mind taking you to the object. So it's just like that. It is our attachment or our investment or our habituation which is creating the problem. The bottle of vodka doesn't do anything. It just sits there on the shelf. When the thoughts arise in the mind, they're just there. They are neutral. We add this charge of positive or negative, of like or not like. This is the movement of our mind. And the blessing of that understanding is it's always in the palm of your hand. This is your mind. If it was truly the power of the object, it would be very difficult. Because if every time you meet alcohol you have to drink it, then you can't walk down the street because there are cafes, there are bars, there are supermarkets. What are you going to do? Temptation is everywhere. The power is in the object. This is a false understanding. And the practice of meditation, is designed to bring us to the point where we recognize the mind is chief, the mind is central. By relaxing the mind, the unnecessary tendrils of desire, investment, and attachment settle back because they are just the exuberant energy of the mind. And then everything is simple in the state of equanimity. Moreover, to give a little more explanation, when the natural condition is clearly understood, the view is not needed as clarity spreads naturally. This means you don't need to study Dharma, and you don't need to think or about Dharma when you're doing the practice, because now you have the natural clarity of the mind. At first we don't know anything about Buddhism. Then we start to learn things. We do a bit of practice. And now we have some Dharma ideas in our head. We might say, in terms of our intention of awakening, these Dharma thoughts are better than the ordinary worldly thoughts we had before. But our orientation is still artificial. It's based on a construct. So what he's saying is, if you really relax and open, you start to feel, to directly experience the natural clarity of the mind, and then you don't need to be thinking about the view anymore. Meditation is not needed, since the mind itself is truly known in its own place. So when we do these 5 questions, where does the mind come from, where does it stay, where does it go, what color and shaping is it, does it have any dimension? By looking again and again, you yourself see, oh, the mind has no shape, no taste. It's always here, but it's not something. Once you have that as your own living experience, although it's not the experience of something, once this is your way of being, if you like, you don't need to meditate, because everything is meditation. Of course, you can cheat yourself very easily with that. You can pretend, which is why you need to have clarity, because clarity is the basis of the honesty that lets you know if you're deceiving yourself. But everything, putting on your shoes, going to the toilet, talking with people, driving a car, everything is the movement of the mind. So staying open in that state, meditation as a formal practice is not so necessary. Distraction is not needed, since mind itself is always fulfilled. That is to say, we become distracted when something seems to be particularly important. The whole field is here, but we get pulled into some detail, and our fixation on that detail brings a forgetfulness of the field. The panoramic quality of awareness means the details are there while the openness is there. So, in the tantric system, the Chögying Yeshe, intrinsic capacity of knowing linked with space is inseparable from the intrinsic capacity of knowing which is linked with attention to detail, which is the purification of desire, soto yeshi. Means you're here and everything is here and there is this particular feature. So imagine you're going shopping for shoes. You go into the shop, they have a lot of kind of shoes. All of these are interesting. But when you go into, I need a pair of shoes for a party, I want to have heels that are so high, I want this, I want that, you're immediately discounting a lot of what is there. You are fixated. So you can still know what you're looking for and appreciate the wider range of what is there. Because if you blind yourself to stuff, you're confirming this encapsulation or narrow wrapping inside of a situation. Movement is not needed since awareness pervades like the sky. That means we get fed up with something and we feel we need a change. So you think, oh, I need to go for a walk. I need some fresh air. When we're sitting in the house, say you've been in the house all day, especially maybe if you've been in the house with small children, it gets a bit exhausting and you think, I need a bit of time for myself. From this point of view, being with the small child is movement. There's outer movement and there's a movement of feelings and sensation. The movement is occurring. So when you need to go for a walk, this is indicating that the movement of the object and the movement of subject have not been fully aligned in non-duality, and we're experiencing friction, just as if you were an engineer and you were setting two wheels, but the angle was a bit wrong and they start rubbing. You get friction, and the friction increases heat, and you get wear and tear. So you set the wheels correctly and you diminish the friction. So again and again, it's not to say that we don't get a bit tired, just physically tired, but the kind of exhaustion of, this is too much, I need something new, that is an indication for meditation purposes that the subject and the object are not being allowed to release themselves enough. We're accumulating a charge, we're accumulating a sense of this is not fair, or too much, or leave me alone, or, small kids and they're talking and doing, just shut up. Because it's a lot. So we need to have space then. But we also have the cooking to do and prepare things and my own life. Well, maybe I don't have my own life. Maybe I have this life. Maybe this is my own life. Because if I'm holding an image of my own life, how I would like it to be, and this, that makes a lot of friction. So, again, here we've got the issue of the territory and the map. If you privilege the map, then you say, what about me? If you privilege the territory, this is how my life is. This is it. It'll be like this for a while. We live in this territory, and then the kids get older or different things happen, and some new territory opens. But if the map and the territory don't fit, then these expectations lead to a lot of grief, and that's a big part of the wear and tear. So when he's saying movement isn't necessary, he's not saying that you shouldn't be up and moving around in life or have ideas. It's the movement of, I need to get out of here. It's the movement of, I can't bear this any longer. And we have to remember, in Tibet, there were people who lived in retreat for 10 years, 20 years, in a tiny little cave with a little stream in one corner for fresh drinking water and to wash out waste products. You're just sitting in a little room. I need more. I need distraction. Why do you need distraction? Life is dynamic. I can't bear looking at the same four walls. Well, look at the wall and see what is the wall. The wall is a showing. The wall is experience. What makes life boring is the thingness of things, the result of the reification, the solidification. But actually, each moment is fresh. So that's what he means. That if you stay with freshness, there's enough movement in any situation. Artificiality is not needed since the mind rests in the state of clarity. That's true. With your mind merged inseparably in the state of clarity, its own place is realized undistractedly. Then, when spontaneous clarity arises from the state of emptiness as the natural mode, the Dharmakaya, your own mind is inseparable from the Buddha. So again, he's saying that all the stories that you read about Buddha, like these statues of Buddha, has a big bump on the top of his head, the Ushnisha. And he had this mark on the middle of his forehead, the Urna, and he has marks on his hands, and he has webbing on his hands and feet, and all of these things, the major and minor signs of a Buddha's body. Most probably you won't get these. But also, most probably you wouldn't want these. So you'll be an ordinary kind of Buddha. Because a lot of the ideas about the Buddha are ideas. The modes of your presence, the kayas, the aspects of the range of experience are inseparable from their natural realm. That is to say, whatever is happening with your body, speech and mind is located within the field of emergent clarity, which is inseparable from emptiness. So in the Tantric tradition, they would say, when you realize the nature of your own mind, where you live is the Akanishta Buddha realm. Akanishta means the highest Buddha realm, which is the Dharma Dhatu itself. So everywhere you go is the Dharma Dhatu, because what you see is everything is emptiness. This is what that is. So you're always in the same place, which is just the unfolding revelation of emptiness, which unfolds itself as going to the post office, waiting for the bus, being caught in the rain when you forgot your umbrella, and so on. This is just the unfolding of the Buddha realm. So, if you imagine the Buddha has a lump on the top of his head, and Buddha realms are full of palm trees and Hawaiian music and kebabs roasting on the barbecue, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be the display of emptiness. And as we know, emptiness has no bias. It shows chocolate, it shows shit. Equally. Both are empty. So when you get shit, don't try to turn it into chocolate. Just see the emptiness of it. And then you are in the Buddha realm. So that's why he's saying, don't get into artificiality. Free of all hopes and doubts, egotism, joy and sadness, free of all the myriad doubts of discriminating thoughts. That is how you will be when you really understand your mind. So we already hopefully get some sense of this. When you watch yourself falling into hopes and fears and doubts, you start to see, oh, I'm caught up in a little, like in the summertime, you see these little whirlwinds moving across on a hot day. That's all that's happening. Some whirlwinds come in the mind, and then it disperses. What was that all about? And the more you see that happening, you say, oh, this is a flurry of the energy of the mind, of the imagination. I started worrying about this, and then it's gone. So the more you see that, at first you see it after the event. Then you start to recognize a little bit that you're caught up in it. Then gradually you start to see it coming because you are more and more present as the space within which this flurry of ideas arise, and they don't catch you. So, how to practice the 4 aspects of behavior? When you great meditators go out walking, don't jump about or run around like madmen. Relax your body and mind, and in that state, move with your mind maintained non-distraction. It's also okay to jump about. But again, he's saying, why would you jump about? That's if you're caught up in excessive energy and you need to express it, the ego is caught by something. So he's saying, don't go under the power of impulses, but allow energy to express itself in awareness. So that means maintained in non-distraction. When you great meditators are sitting down, don't throw away your mala, your beads for counting recitation, but use it to steady your thoughts. We don't usually use malas, but it means if you were in a Tibetan setting, most people have a mala wrapped around their wrist, and it means whatever props you have, you can make use of these props because they provide some degree of continuity on your life. Remember, we're following the middle way. If you disrupt your life too radically, you bring uncertainty and anxiety, which is not necessarily helpful. If you become complacent, that's to say, if you fall asleep into your habitual patterns, that's not very helpful either. But just having, for example, if you go to work, if you're a man and you have to wear a suit and a tie, then that's like having a mala. It's just something which you use as a practice of identifying with a particular way of life. And so you don't have to change that. You can just be aware and putting on the tie in order to show other people that I'm like them. Because they like to meet people who are like them. If I decide to dye my hair bright green this morning and go into work, this will not be so easy. People will be disturbed. They will say, the kind of people who work here don't have green hair. But if you wear a tie, they'll say, welcome. Malas have a similar function. You're counting the mantras, you're staying close to the development of an identity. You're imagining that you're Tara or Chenrezig, and you're building that up. This is the same as putting on a tie. I'm constructing an identity. I am imagining this. I am entering the drama of illusion. But if you fall asleep in it and say, oh, this is what I always wear, and because I just wear it, you're not in the middle way. So none of the forms of life have to be rejected. Nothing external has to be altered. Sit up straight in the proper position and keep your mind fresh and clear. This is helpful because if the spine is doing its work, the chest opens and the diaphragm can move to let the breath go freely and the muscles relax. That's useful. But you can also explore for yourself slouching, crumpling, collapsing. And see what it is. It's just different. When you have a bad posture, what is your mind like? What kind of sensations arise? What kind of thoughts arise? Oh, on the basis of this, that arises. That's the teaching of dependent co-origination. So, moving your posture is also useful. When you great meditators sleep, do not sleep in in mental dullness like a corpse, merge sleep with the state of unwavering clarity. So yesterday we looked a little bit at how you might enter into that. When you great meditators are eating and drinking, perceive the food and drink as blessed nectar and your own body as the 100 peaceful and wrathful deities in the unwavering state of mind itself. So you can imagine that at the back of your mouth there is a mouth of all the Buddhas and the food is going as offering to them, or you can imagine Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and so on in different parts of your body. These are ways, artificial ways, of just being a little bit more conscious when you eat. So here is a formation in the world which we chew up, and it dissolves a bit in the mouth, and then it goes down into the stomach, and it dissolves, and it separates, and some comes out as excreted matter, and some aspects go in to regenerate the vital organs, the bloodstream, and so on. This is the movement of the transformation of shapes. It is impermanent. The emptiness of the object comes into the emptiness of the mouth. Emptiness dissolves into emptiness. So if you see there is an object in space, in the space on the plate, in the space in the room, and there is the space of the mouth and the space of the stomach. The object all in space on the plate, which is an object within space, an object of how space shows itself, comes into the mouth and dissolves into the space. So space into space. Just as we meditate sky outside, infinite openness, and sky inside, the infinity of the mind. So eating is the finite or particular forms of the infinite dissolving into the finite particular shape of the infinity of emptiness. So emptiness is dissolving into emptiness when you eat and drink. Just being aware of that. That's not a theory. You can actually directly experience it for yourself. Whether going or staying or sleeping, always act from the state of the inseparability of emptiness, and then your own mind will be inseparable from Buddha. So, understanding emptiness is something quite essential. We've looked at it in particular ways here. The next meeting that we have in the spring is going to be on the Heart Sutra, and look very precisely into different ways of understanding emptiness. But now in the autumn season, nature itself is showing us this emptiness. It's showing us leaves changing color and starting to collapse. The structure that was developing in them in the spring as they were growing and spreading, and in summer in the fullness of their strength, like someone, healthy person in the middle years of their life. Now the leaves are getting old, and they have the same issues as we get old. When you are a small child and somebody, if you're maybe 2.5 and somebody throws you a ball, you put your hands out and the ball goes down in between because you don't have the coordination. Now when people start speaking to me, I miss the first words. They say, what? Because I'm getting deaf. It's like that. I'm missing the ball. This is the fading. This is autumn. My eyesight's not so good, so I have glasses. My feet are collapsing, so they get sore. My hair's falling out. My muscle tone is getting less. This is standard aging. This is autumn. And we see that outside. The leaves are changing. The plants are pulling in a little bit. After the frost, the roses looked as if they'd had some trauma. They needed a little bit of therapy, I think. But we see that everywhere. So in that sense, impermanence and emptiness are being revealed all the time. Under certain conditions, the leaves looked green. The conditions change and now they go yellow and red. And the stem that was holding them firmly onto the branch starts to loosen, and then the wind can carry them off. And gradually they rot in the ground. Our bodies, when we die, are put in the ground or burned. This is what is happening. So the truth of my identity, me being me, is always me like this due to causes and conditions. And as these causes and conditions change, the patterning of our life changes. There is no essence to ourselves. There is no defining internal substance. We are a conversation with the environment. In London, the level of air pollution is very high now, and deaths from heart diseases influenced by bronchial conditions starts to rise. And there's a whole thing about how diesel fuel is actually very dangerous, and 20 years ago it was said as the wonderful new thing and all the cars should convert. Just being alive exposes us to these various kinds of hazards. We are going to die. And the reason we're going to die is because this is an impermanent form. It has no self-substance. So observing yourself day by day, you can see the emptiness of the body. When you speak, the words come out, they're real, and then they vanish into silence. The emptiness of sound, the emptiness of taste. There's a taste in your mouth as you eat something, and it dissolves away. So the showing, the appearance and the emptiness is something we have access to all the time. So then he's saying, if you stay with this, your mind will be inseparable from Buddha. Then he says, if you wish to be free of regret at the point of death, then you must practice as follows. You must serve a guru having all good qualities. That means that you have to turn your mind towards the one who gives you the best instruction. From the point of view of Dzogchen, this is your own mind. To serve your own mind means to sit with your mind. Making a cup of tea for a teacher is one thing, but serving the guru means you sit with the mind, with the openness of the mind. Oh, beautiful, enlightened one, you are behind a veil. Please show this moon-like glory of your face. That's your mind. You're sitting, you can't find your own mind. The guru doesn't love you. But the guru is doing everything for you. Because all your thoughts, feelings and sensations are arising from this mind, which is hidden from you. So serving the guru means doing the practice. You must abandon all worldly activities and all conceptual elaborations. Yes. Again, we're talking about the mind. This means the motivation. In the text, it often says, if you want to find gold, go to a country where there is gold. What do worldly activities bring us? They bring us status, they bring us money, they bring us a way to structure our day, they bring us interaction with other people, sociability and so on. None of these are harmful, but they're not gold. They're coal. Coal is very useful. They bring ordinary benefits. So it's not that you shouldn't do these, and many of us have to do these things because we've got rent to pay, we've got people to look after and so on. So it's not that you have to become a monk or a nun and give this up. It is always about what is your orientation. If you believe that these things are the real thing, they are the meaning of life, that is worldly activity. Because you're saying, I am a worldly person, doing these things just for themselves, that's enough. There is nothing more. Whereas as meditators, when we go to work, this is movement in space. You're sitting in a meeting, this is thoughts and feelings moving in space. Integrating all aspects of life into the practice is not doing worldly activity. That's what it means. So, having a job, having to please your boss, having to get reports done on time, and feeling the pressures of this and so on, this is the movements of energy in time, which is occurring in the timeless, dimensionless space of the mind. You must not allow your diligence to waver for even an instant. The grammar in Tibetan is quite strong, like, you mustn't do this. What does that mean? It means taste the fruits of distraction. You have been distracted many times in your life. Has it done you any good? When you sit in the meditation and you go after thoughts, any real benefit? So why do you do it? It becomes habitual to be distracted. So when he says maintain diligence, it's not about driving yourself with a whip and forcing yourself to do something. But we maintain diligence because we see very clearly clarity is sweeter than distraction. Just as chasing outer worldly things brings worldly gains, chasing thoughts and memories and hopes and fears in the meditation gives you a cognition-mediated experience. It gives you cold. It doesn't give you gold. Gold is the openness of the mind. So then he says, you must be able patiently to bear the life of a solitary hermit. This is an important thing, to find some quiet time by yourself. If you have a very involved family life and people want a lot of your time, it's important to find a place of solitude. Tibetan texts are almost saying you should find a solitary place, Wempe Ne, a place where you're not going to be impinged on. Now, the most important empty, quiet place is, of course, your own mind. If your mind is peaceful and frees itself from disturbance, even if there's a lot going on for you, it will be still a peaceful experience. You can go on solitary retreat and still be very disturbed by your mind. So, quiet times are useful for helping you to see the turbulence of your mind, to encourage you to let go of the involvement, the confusion. And then you have a solitary space occurring even in the midst of many busy conditions. You must endure the hardship of destroying your concern with food and drink. This is the only achievement I have managed so far. I am the living proof of this. So, it means a desire that is going to disturb you if you're thinking about food. If the food's in front of you, you can eat it. Why not? You don't have to think about it all the time. This is what he's meaning. It's like you're imagining, when I get home, I'll have a glass of wine, or, I'm going to cook something really nice. I'm going to give myself a compensation for my situation. How my situation is not really the way I want it to be. So that's where it's dangerous, because these thoughts act as a displacement. The taste is not a bad thing. My own teacher, Sia Lama, was plump. And he often said that other lamas want to die with mantras on their lips, but I want to have my mouth full of milk sweets, sondesh, the special Bengali sweet. Because he said there is nothing better than eating. And he ate all day long. He would sit in the kitchen area on a wooden bench, and his wife would be sitting at one end, and she would make him special tea, then some biscuits. She'd go and cook some little snack for him, and he just eat it. He said, they're not doing anything, looking out. There were about 3 or 4 students there, and we're running around doing these books, printing things. What are you doing? If you are at home with these activities, it's fine. People's bodies are different shapes. People have different kinds of metabolism. How should we be? We know the huge pressure on young people to fit in with the images that are presented in fashion magazines. There's been huge campaigns to stop the use of anorexic models. But nonetheless, if you look in Vogue or magazines like that, still very thin people predominate. So we have ideas about the shape of the body. We have ideas about how we should be. The most important thing is that you inhabit your existence and you're able to work with whatever tendencies you have. Rather than saying, here is the ideal, here is the map, and we have to kind of force ourselves into that way, because that's artificial. But we all have different tendencies, and therefore you have to find your way to inhabit that, which is primarily, don't go waiting for dinner, like it says in the meditation. Don't be like a cat waiting outside the mouse hole. Don't be preoccupied with what you'll eat in the future. Don't get caught up in memories of what you'll eat in the past. But if you're eating, have the full enjoyment of it. This is tastes. The taste arises in the mouth, and then it's gone. The very simple thing is, if you put out your arm, and just take one finger and run it down your arm, you feel that sensation. It's very delicate. It's ungraspable. If you stay close to that arising and passing of sensation, it's there and ungraspable. This is sensation and emptiness. In Tibetan, this is called detong, or pleasure and emptiness. This is the same with food and drink. It's there and gone. So if you turn the food into something solid through your reification and projection and fantasy, you lose it. But if you're just with it, the arising and passing, the ungraspable object encountering the ungrasping mind, then all of these things become a practice. So if you like sport, you can go to the gym. If you're working on a machine, you have to bring the practice into it. If you cycle, bring the physical sense of your legs going up and down and the wheels turning and your hands directing the bike, all of that as momentary sensation. Then it becomes part of the practice. You need the view that is clear of any kind of duality whatsoever. That's obvious. You need the meditation that is constantly, unwaveringly clear. That means the meditation continues when you get up from sitting. Meditation is just openness to whatever is going on. And just as in the meditation you get caught in little packages, which then unravel, in outer life you get caught in little packages and they unravel too. You need the conduct which is free of effort and discrimination. That means relax and trust the spontaneity of being with others. That when you allow yourself to be part of the field, your life will come to you, because we are the generosity of the experiential field. So, when we meet each other and we have a conversation, we don't rehearse or prepare the conversation. We just allow ourselves to connect with the other person's face, and we find ourselves saying these things. Just now I look at you and I'm saying something. I'm speaking out of connection with you. I don't know what I'm going to say before I start speaking. But the direction of the conversation, or what I'm trying to communicate with you, is not from inside me to out of you. It's connection with you which brings this into play. The words arise from our connectivity. The field does the work, not the individual. So that's the key thing about conduct, that the more non-duality or the more interconnectivity you have, the less there's the feeling it's all up to me. And then you don't have the worry, am I getting it right? Am I getting it wrong? Because if it's not very good, it'll be clear in people's faces. They look a bit dull or glazed or bored, or they're falling over. And if they seem to be here, that's all it is, isn't it? It's connectivity. So that's what conduct is. We can think of conduct or behavior as something that I am going to do. Now I'm this kind of person, this is how I will proceed from the inside out. But this is saying that our conduct is field participation. All of us, and this is the amazing thing, all of us in our awareness are exactly the center of the world. Because for each of us, the world is spreading out from where we are. And yet, we are also simultaneously nodal points on this great infinite plane of appearance. And so each person is the center and communicating the energy of the ground through their nodal positioning. Again and again and again, so much creativity is arising. So trusting that is the key thing. You need the result of the inseparability of your mind from the Buddha. Well, the Buddha doesn't mind. The Buddha is very open to our mind being inseparable with his. But we mind, because it's my mind. So this is where it comes back to generosity, availability. We make ourselves available to space, and we make ourselves available to the field, to others. So compassion is availability in the field of emergence, and wisdom is availability to the ground basic space of the Dharmakaya. You need vows that are free of hidden desires. That is to say, if you promise to do things which are at odds with your nature, you're going to have hidden desires. We know from all the troubles in the Catholic Church that the vow of chastity has been very, very difficult for many priests. Indeed, we might say it's very unnatural for people to have these vows, unless you're going to castrate the priests, which was one small tradition in early Christianity. Testosterone is going to be generated, and erections are going to occur, and there's going to be a desire for copulation of some kind. And there's a strong prohibition on that. And so secret desires arise. So we have to think, what is the function of a vow? You can make vows which are suppressing aspects of yourself. But then the turbulence is just underneath. It's like having a pressure cooker. You have a strong container. The metal is usually thicker than in an ordinary cooking pot, and you lock the lid on so you can build up the pressure inside. That's often not very helpful. So if you make a vow, right, I'm going to do my meditation practice every day, I'm going to do 2 hours every day. Look at yourself. That is too tight. If you say, my vow is to do meditation whenever I feel like it, and I don't often feel like it, That vow might be a little bit too weak. So again, about the middle way, it's about collaborating with what you know about yourself. Dzogchen is for adults. It's not for finger-wagging parental positions, and it's not for naive children. It's for people who are willing to look at themselves, become familiar with your capacities and your tendencies, and then work with that and not against it. Just as if you're going to do some carpentry, you look at the piece of the wood and you see what is the grain, what is the direction of the growth of the wood, and you work with that. Or if you're carving a roasted piece of meat, you look at how the line of the meat is, because if you cut it the wrong way, it gets more tough. So we're working with the qualities of ourselves. So this is what it means. The vow should be intelligent. Sometimes we do need a little bit of choreography, of direction, of our use of time and so on. But if it always has to be workable, then you need to be totally free of desire and avarice. What this is pointing to is contentment. To be contented is very, very precious. There are many, many things in the world, and our time is short. What more do we need? What is desire? Again, desire and avarice are not bad in themselves. The issue is that they emerge from a problematic structuring of one's sense of identity. I have insufficient. I need more. And I need to hang on to what I have, because these things confirm my value or my security. They confirm my sense of self. Now, when we look at the open nature of the mind, and that it's not resting on anything, desire and avarice are the ways in which we see, oh, I am resting on thought construction. When I die, all that I have accumulated will be used by other people. And they will use it however they use it. That's just what happens. They will use it in their way. And all these precise notions of how something should be is just your mind. Other people will see these objects in a different way. So all your collection is now going to be dispersed. As the Buddha said, all compounded things are impermanent. And the main compounded thing is the shape of my life. The clothes I have in my wardrobe, my books, the kind of pans I have in my kitchen, where I want to go on holiday, what kind of movies I like, the sort of music I have. I have gathered these from the world, the way a magpie creates a nest with nice shiny things in it. So in this little nest, I'm reflecting my values and reassuring myself. That's the danger. Of course we need to have clothes and cooking pans and so on, but it's looking, what is the function of these items for the maintenance of the seeming solidity of myself? We are just passing through this world. All the things that we make use of have been created by others. We are dependent on the generosity of others. And so it's something about holding it very lightly, that's all. It doesn't mean that you can't have something that you really want. Maybe winter's coming and you really think, I'm going to get these shoes. I know they're a bit expensive, but they'll be very good for my feet in the winter. That's sensible. And you might enjoy them every time you put them on. Think, well, yes, these are excellent. These are small pleasures. They arise and they pass. But what he's talking about here is when you live in a house of straw, pouring cement over the outside will not make it very comfortable. There's something wrong with the house. The ego house is going to fall down. And no amount of extra cladding is going to make it permanent. We are going to die. Everything we have will vanish. So, if you build your life through attachment, through clinging, through identification with stuff, dying will be more difficult. When I was visiting my friend who died in the summer, he was lying in this hospice, a special hospital for people dying of cancer. He was talking about his children and this and that, and he's worried. And they said to him, "You have no children. You are now moving into death. Dead people have no children." It was very, he's gone. You're not the father, you're a dying person. When you were alive, you did so much for your children. They were your world. You made so many sacrifices. You did wonderful things. They love you. You love them. But now, you're dying. The identity of father, of doctor, of husband, all the wonderful things that this man was, they're fading away, like the colors shifting out of the leaf. And something else is there. Death. So was the time for him to turn towards death and experience, because he was a meditator, to experience the nature of the 5 elements as they start to shift their balance. That getting out of bed was almost impossible. Lifting a hand, he would say, "Oh, can you give me that?" Because his hand couldn't go up. The earth element is no longer the pathway for the fire and the wind. Sinking into water, his body was becoming swampy. This is what happened. Who he was already vanishing. When people get Alzheimer's and these dementia conditions, they are vanishing while the body is still alive. So all that we build up about who I am, what I can do, that you can speak different languages or do technical things, or all of this arises due to causes and circumstances. It is extrinsic. It is add-on. And the wind of time will blow it away. When you die, what you need is the clarity of recognizing your own mind, so that when you go into the bardo, and the Dharmata bardo, the open dimension of the Dharmakaya, which is your own mind, revealed as these preoccupations and energy forms dissolve away. This will be like meeting an old friend, because this is what you experience in your meditation. So he says, make sure you practice these necessary things, you fortunate Dharma practitioners. We are very lucky. To hear this kind of instruction gives us a completely different view of our lives from the one you got in school, from the one you got from your parents, from the kind of things people talk about at work. This is a rare and precious jewel. Yeah.
It said that you should be free of desires. It also includes the desire of liberation.
Yes. Yeah. Because the desire for liberation is to turn it into an object which is somewhere else. So it's, here I am, ordinary Buddha. Now we have an ordinary cup of tea. Very good. This is the future. If we are still alive, these things will happen. If not, then something else will happen. So now we come to the final parts of the text. This on page 134. The good armor that is a friend of meditation. If you want the good armor that is the friend of meditation, then you should practice as follows. Reject being an important official with many staff and servants. Because being important in the world is very difficult. People don't often retire from that. The ex-presidents in America continue to have their offices and their guards and go and do important things. The glorious Tony Blair, the finest prime minister Britain has ever had, refuses to go quietly into the night, but insists on being important, much to the tedium of most sentient beings, because it's very difficult to let go. So, getting into power, doing all the politics you need in order to stay in power, and then finally allowing yourself the ordinary cycles of life is very difficult. So some people, just because of their family or their career, have lots of responsibilities, but the key thing is not to identify with it. It's not that you shouldn't do it, but when your sense of personal identity gets merged into these roles which are performative in the world, then letting go of them feels like an ego death. And so it's important to have a little bit of humility. Reject being the owner of wealth and possessions. Now, again, on a functional level, money and possessions are utilities. These are things to utilize, to make use of. He's saying, don't be the owner of them. The owner here is the Dakpo, the one who has power over them and identifies as the owner of them. As we know, that many people have become refugees. They've left their house, their village, their friends, their country. They've often had to leave their language as well. And these people then have new lives. That is to say, there are many people who lose everything they have. So, in the Bible it says, don't build your house on sand, build it on rock. What is the rock of our life? It is emptiness. What is the sand? This is the seeming rocks of all these structures and possessions and so on. Reject being responsible for many valuables. Because, again, you have worry and anxiety, and valuables mean that people have projected a lot into these objects. The object is important. And as we know, objects exist primarily as experience. So valuable objects mean objects onto which people have projected huge amounts of importance and identification. And so people's minds are locked inside these objects. So, for example, when people go on pilgrimage to a shrine, traditionally in Europe, going to certain shrines of the Black Madonna statues, for example. These are rare and precious, and they're seen as having blessing power, and many people have been there, and there are all kind of inscriptions that say some votive offering, some thanks for some healing that's occurred. These are very, very intensely invested. And you don't want that place destroyed. It would be tragic if it was destroyed. When the Al-Qaeda and Taliban were blowing up the Buddhist statues in Bamiyan, they were blowing up rock within a rock face. There were pieces of stone which had been put into a particular shape by carving away the other stone all around them on a big rock face. They went boom, and the rock now looked like a different kind of rock. I mean, looked like rock again. So rock in one shape was now rock in another shape. And people said, this is an international crime, this is a UNESCO protected site. Not for these people. So the problem with valuables is that they appear to be self-existingly important. And the mind is forgotten. And for meditators, forgetting your mind is bad news. Reject being the leader of those who are near to you. This is why the idea that our practice is for adults. We meet together, we do some things together, and then, quite soon, we get up, we go out the door, and all the cars go off in different directions. And whether we meet again or not, we don't know. Each person has to be their own leader. Having a leader who's somewhere else is not very useful. How do you lead yourself? By following what is there, by working with circumstances. So ending up as the leader is a bit crazy because it encourages dependency. And why should people be dependent? Mao Zedong was the father of his people, and he managed to murder tens of millions of them through famines, through punishment camps, through violence. Joseph Stalin was the father of his people, and he also managed to murder a lot of his own people. This kind of murderous leader, murderous father, is not very useful. Leading is not a good idea. This is these fantasies of power and patriarchy and the notion of the special person, the exceptional person. So we have American exceptionalism, we have Israeli exceptionalism. Whenever groups of people imagine that their luck or their fate places them outside ordinary rules, we should be very frightened. So if we do the same for ourselves, it's not so good. When people want to be led, we need to question, why would I want to lead them? And why do they want to be led? Our work is entirely about freedom. We know that in therapy, patients can become dependent and can end up being there for years and years and don't want to leave and have separation issues and so on. But the function of therapy is to help people be free. The function of Dharma is to help people be free. That freedom doesn't mean that you have to sign up for a lifetime membership of a group. We are very lucky. We don't have any group. We don't have any name at all. We squat here in Kamalashila and then we go off and do other interesting things. Because if you had a membership card, what would you get with that? Now I'm a member of the TikTok society. I listen to my body, tick-tock, tick-tock. Oh, my life is vanishing. Oh. I'm the moving towards death society member. That is what we belong to. We belong to impermanence. So we should be very careful about leadership. When you meditate and you look at your own mind, it's amazing that you manage to make a cup of tea. When you see how distracted you are, how confused you are, and what strange thoughts arise in your mind. Are you actually able to peel a potato? In which case, don't be a leader. Reject having attachment to friends and aversion to enemies. Of course, if you have children, you have a duty and a responsibility and a loyalty, and more than that, you have love and concern. The question, of course, is attachment. And what is the nature of that attachment? Many parents don't know how to let their children go. They don't know how to allow the fact that their children are separate sentient beings with their own luck, their own trajectory in life. So, building up a circle of friends can be very reassuring about who you are. But we are people who are putting who we are into question. So your friends want from you confirmation that they are who they are. And you want from your friends confirmation that you are who you are. So in fact, friends are toxic on that level. There's no reason why we shouldn't be friendly and kind. But that is working with the fact that you are my experience, as I am my experience. And this experience is transient and changing. And to work with the dynamic unfolding of the world, I need the freedom to change, because I am changing, and you need the freedom to change. So if I build my life on you being you as I perceive it, I'm going to resist your change. And we know that this happens. And every now and then friends fall out. I don't know why you're like this now. When we first met, we got on really well. And now what is it? Something's gone wrong. You've changed. And it seems so remarkable. So this kind of balanced approach, grounded in yourself, open in emptiness, and able to communicate and connect in all directions. Because friend is an identification, and enemy is an identification. All beings have Buddha nature. All beings are the radiance of the Dharmakaya. So to put them in these oppositional groups is simply the function of duality in our mind. Now, of course, when we hear that people do horrible things, we can feel angry about that. But that is an activity. Their activity is arising out of the luminous mind. But because the mind can also be like a crystal, as the light of the mind goes through the crystalline form, it's refracted and diversifies into particular patterns. So people are cruel, selfish, and unkind. When we look at our own mind, we can understand that. So we should have compassion for people who are lost, rather than taking outraged positions that they have murdered people or killed these children or put them in sexual slavery. How demented the mind that wants to do that. How demented to feel that your happiness is dependent on other people's tears. These are lost souls. And therefore we have compassion for those who are the victims, and we have compassion also for the oppressors. So that's what is meaning. Don't get into bias thinking, these are the good ones, these are the bad ones. Because that idea, you are bad, is essentializing, as if some people have inside them some definite thing. In the European tradition, we call it evil, as if they somehow had a different source in their badness from other people. This is not true. All actions, good or bad, arise from emptiness, and they take on these intense forms due to the non-recognition of emptiness. It is the absence of wisdom or awakening that is the source of these bad activities, not that people are intrinsically or inherently evil or bad. Reject manufacture, trade, and industry. If you've ever run your own business, you know that there's always a lot to do. You have to do tax returns, you have to think about advertising, customers come and go, you have to be nice to people who are not so nice. I often think that the worst job in the world is to run a pub in England. Because all kind of drunk, horrible people come in and they're lonely and sad and they just want to bend the ear of the poor person who's serving the beer. At least in German bars, the staff, they bring the drinks to the table and they can run away. But in the English one, it's almost like they're trapped behind this piece of wood. Somebody's going on and on and on. They have to be polite. You can't say, listen, go away. So, being in business involves you in activities where you have to take nonsense seriously. The first rule in business is the customer is always right, because you want their money. So of course, many of us have done different kinds of business, but it's just to be aware of these settings as easily triggering excessive mental activity. You can learn a lot doing them. You can learn about how things are constructed and interact. But if you get upset because things aren't going well, and if you become very happy because you're earning more money, then you start to see, you're just caught up in a very realistic, a very solid vision of the world, and this is not helpful. So whatever kind of work we do, there will be opportunities to recognize its emptiness and openness, and many opportunities to get wrapped in it, in terms of pride, inflation, excessive work. The people, certainly in London, they work in offices unbelievably long hours. They have this very macho culture that you should never be the first to leave the office. So you're paid for so many hours a day. At 7 o'clock at night, somebody gets up and they say, you're leaving? No, I'm just going to get some coffee. Fuck off. I want to go home. Oh, yeah, get one for me too. Come on. Why? Because you're trying to impress people in the hope of promotion. Because you're anxious about keeping your job. Because you're working with people who will stab you in the back and cut your throat. My beloved colleagues, this is living in a shark pit, hostile environment where you can't trust other people because they want to bump you out. This is awful. And you put more and more energy into it, but where is the secure base? So there are many environments that people are in that are going to generate a lot of anxiety. So in the long term, it's useful to think, how are you going to spend your time? Because if the external environment is very provocative, you're going to be provoked. And there's no point to think that you're a Dharma hero, because he's talking about the good armor. And the good armor is being able to be clear what you can do and what you can't do. What is your capacity? I remember reading an interview with some very famous master of martial arts. And the interviewer said, what is the best technique for overcoming all difficulty? And he said, not to be there. Don't be where the bad guys are. This is very good advice. So this is the armor here. He's saying, look, if it looks like a swamp, don't stand on it to see if you'll sink. Try to make life choices that will make life a little bit easier. Reject being responsible for trade and profit. That's the same kind of idea. If these things are not rejected, then your mind will become distracted. If they are rejected, then by realizing your mind's true place, Buddhahood will be actualized. Now, clearly, the more you get into the practice, it's useful to have difficulties. And you'll find in the biographies of the lamas that they often choose, as they get older, all kinds of difficulties and provocations. And that's because they are working with more difficult circumstances. But when you're a beginner, if you can make the level of environmental provocation as low as possible, then that's good. Nowadays, with wise gurus teaching and intelligent students practicing, many people are able to understand their minds. Yet few are able to understand the true meaning, the yandatdon. The true nature of mind is empty and clear. The basis for one person actualizing it is the same basis for all to actualize it. Becoming clear about it by questioning those who know. That's what we have to do. Knowledge comes from questioning many learned people. Free yourself from doubt and meditate. So it's saying there is always more to learn about your mind. And study is important, seeing different teachers, hearing different explanations, and returning to your mind again and again. So he's saying many people are able to understand their mind, yet few of them understand the true meaning. You have a sense of impermanence, you have a sense of my mind is empty. But the true meaning is the primordial non-duality of the inseparability of awareness and the Dharma Dhatu. That is to say, if you meditate, especially if you meditate with your eyes closed, you go into, as it were, the sphere of my mind. And if you do this a lot, you can get a kind of clarity. And then at the end of the meditation practice, you go out into the world. And you try to hang on to this clarity you have in your mind in the difficult world. That's understanding your mind, but not understanding the world. The world is your mind. The experience that we are having just now sitting together of our body, the shapes of the people around, the carpets on the floor, the paintings on the ceiling and so on, this is the non-dual revelation of the space of clarity and our awareness. So this is the ultimate true meaning. And it means then you can take this everywhere, wherever you go. That there is nothing outside the mind. So if you understand this, then you're completely free. So don't do meditation by going inside as if the mind was a personal possession, my mind, and then there's all the rest. This is to not understand non-duality. And saying it's useful to hear different explanations, to read different books, because they set you thinking. And with ordinary intelligence and rational thought and reflection on meaning is very useful. It's not that we're just to do some pure sitting practice, but we also need ways of communicating what we understand with other people. So if you have a problem in meditation, when you go to a teacher, you can describe it in a language which is shared rather than something so personal the other can't make sense of it. However, when we learn things, we know about them, and we are used to having knowing aboutness as a high status activity. It's quite possible to become a professor of American history without ever visiting America, because you just need to read books about American history. So you can know about things without the direct experience. But knowing about does have some use as well, because it allows us to put into question our own formulations. When it says, don't remain in doubt, first of all, we should have quite a lot of doubt. Because we want to doubt our assumptions, doubt our propositions, doubt our own capacity to think clearly, integrating study where we encounter the great minds of developed masters, and we think, wow, they see something I don't see, that's useful. And through that, we start to see that we need to open more. So putting your mind into question is always a good idea. Then we come to the very last part. Nowadays, for some gurus and disciples, the gurus teach wrongly and the students practice wrongly. Then even if they meditate till they are 70 or 80, no awakening comes. There are many people like this. There are many who make a false show of awakening. there are many who practice ignorant, stupid meditation. There are many who are most diligent in meaningless activities. This is written in Tibet, but we poor people in the West are so grateful for all that they had in Tibet, and he's living in Tibet saying, there are some problems here. Why? Because people cheat themselves. We know about cheating ourselves. In Tibet, people also cheated themselves. Reciting lots of mantras while sitting in the sun and thinking about something else is meaningless activity. Building monasteries in order to be known as a sponsor is a meaningless activity. Doing meditation but not really being present in it and just sitting on the mat for a long time is meaningless activity. So if we really see the essential point, which he set out very, very clearly, and we focus on that, then we get something of enduring value. You can do millions of mantras and not get anywhere because your mind was not clear, because you didn't know how to separate from thoughts. You start the practice with a lot of devotion and you think, I really believe in Tara, I really believe in Padmasambhava. And you do the practice with a lot of devotion for a while. And this is the structure of a love affair. People meet together, they fall in love, they fuck every day, every hour for a couple of months, and then gradually it starts to ease off. And then after a while they're looking around at other people, and after a while they say goodbye. And this is often what happens with meditation as well. You start with a lot of enthusiasm, it's very important, and then it's not so important, and then you're not doing it, and then you've forgotten why you ever did it. Because investment is like divestment. The two are born together. You put your fingers on your wrist, you feel pump, pump, pump. The blood goes into the heart and out of the heart. You feel your breath, the lungs open and close. Open and close. Whatever goes up, goes down. I love you, I hate you. I love you, I hate you. This is the rhythm of human life. So the same applies in Dharma. So that's what it means. You can be caught up in an enthusiasm, an infatuation, a kind of slightly manic state. Oh, someone says, I saw the Karmapa, it's amazing. He put a hat on his head, amazing hat. Did you know that hat was made from the hair, the pubic hair of 100,000 dakinis? You probably didn't know that. I didn't know it until I said it. Makes it more interesting. If you believe in the hat, it's very precious. If you don't believe in the hat, it's just a hat. It's a belief. Beliefs, what is their status? Look in your own mind at your thoughts and your feelings and sensations and how they come together as a belief. The belief is just ephemeral structuring. You have to repeat the belief. A belief is a mood. For whatever reason, that's what takes you. Teenagers get into these moods very easily. They form allegiances to bands or styles of dress. Maybe they go for high fashion, or there's still some people who dress as goths and so on. And that takes them over for a while. And by the time they're 25, almost always they've vanished from that. They're into something else. These are intoxications. So that's what it's meaning. That when we talk things up, that if you get this initiation, in this life you can do this, that and the other. Maybe. Maybe no. And why would it matter? Power is an illusion. Since the time of the Buddha, All the great masters have died. All the great yoginis have died. Everybody dies. If you don't have the power to stop death, what is your power? We're born, we get sick, we die. The famous people get born, sick and die, and the ordinary people get born and sick and die. So, what is meditation? It's to enter into the deathless, the unchanging, which is the awareness underneath. It is the ground of all the different structures in the mind. All the many different Dharma practices, apart from recognizing and resting in your own mind, they are all practices of energy. We have two aspects to our existence: stillness and movement. Nepa and Drowa. Stillness is the mind itself, the mind resting in emptiness, without any content, just pure clarity. This doesn't change. Within that, everything comes and goes. It's patterns of what you might call energy. In Tibetan, they call it Rigpitsel, or Rolba. There are many different ways in which the energy is understood, but essentially it means it's a dynamic showing and then vanishing, showing and then vanishing. So when we pray, when we do mantras, when we do recitations, we are working with energy. We're shifting the patterns of energy. We might be able to stop the rain, or cure certain kinds of sickness, or have lots of visualizations, or make psychic winds move up and down our channels so that we have a lot of sensations. You might be able to be very lucid in your dreams. All of these arise from causes and are impermanent because they are energy. What is most precious is what he is describing is resting in the unborn nature of the mind, because that alone allows you to see that energy is the energy of the mind. But if you get involved in energy as energy, it's very easy to think that you are the magus, you are the magician, you are the one who can make things happen. And then you get pulled into a strange situation. I remember being with this Lama called Patrul Rinpoche, who at that time, when he was alive, people often thought, in the Nyingma sect anyway, he was the greatest meditator. And they sat with him in his room in Kathmandu, and many Tibetans were coming in. And they all had the same question. Rinpoche, winter is coming, we're going to sell our sweaters. Should we go to Bombay or Calcutta? And here's the great meditation master who's written a huge number of books, who is a fantastic scholar. But they are ordinary people. They want to make money and survive the winter. They're buying the sweaters from the factories in Ludhiana and so on, and they're going to take them to the city and sell them on the street corner. So they go to the land of gold and they ask, give me a piece of coal. Even the ones who go to the land of gold, they ask, please give me the initiation in Tara. They don't say, Rinpoche, show me my mind, or explain the nature of the mind. That's very interesting. So we are caught up in all sorts of concerns. Patrul Rinpoche here has been showing the main thing. He's done the same thing in 100 different ways. He says there's only one thing you really need to know. So each of us has to think, am I convinced? Do I really want to know this one thing? Or is what's on television when I get home more interesting? Or what's in the fridge? Or I've got a new bottle of wine. That might be more interesting than your mind. No? That's why he says many people get lost. So then he says, so, gurus, teach wisely. Students, meditate well. Do not be proud, but question the wise. Do not be artificial, but go right to the source of your mind. Don't deceive yourself. Remove all doubts. The end. So now we do some more practice. And then we dedicate the merit to all beings, including them in the space of our mind. Gewan yin yundun da ujen lama drujun roa chita manu devi salatu So, our brief time together comes to an end. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I want to thank Tobias, who's not here, and Katrin for all the background work that makes it flow easily. And of course all the staff in the background in Kamalashila. It's a very beautiful way of invisible working, really. Very precious. Bravo! And the cooks were pretty cool. And of course to Eva for her part in the organization and leading the morning practice. And Jaya Chita for keeping bodies bending. And everyone for being Buddhas.
And you're the recording people.
And the recording people.
I've done a big mistake. I get a little bit confused between April and May.
Oh!
It's a good mistake I've done, because now I'm here in April.
Thank you, James, for your teaching.
And now we have to tidy up.